I'm starting right now. Yesterday, I had an embarrassingly long intro screen. Not doing that again. Don't you like the 8-bit clown step? I fucking love it. Although my favorite track in that playlist recently started getting copyright struck randomly. And then when I was scrolling on TikTok the other day, I heard it in a TikTok and I wondered if and that TikTok was like viral and I wondered, I was like, is this like a recent thing? Because it had never been copyrighted before. Okay. What are we doing? Pepperoni. Let's do Anna Kasparian on Doomscroll. Miss Unaligned and Unaffiliated. It's like if I'm not doing PVD, I'm doing Anna Kasparian on her take, and if I'm not doing Anna Kasparian on her take, I'm doing PVD. All right. This was posted a day ago. Independent and unaligned. That's why I said that. That's literally what they've decided to call it. So about a year ago, she penned this op-ed. Independent. No. I just need to search Anna Kasparian Substack. Unaligned. That's what she calls it. A place for open minds and ideas that transcend partisan purity. I think the first one that she ever did, September 30th, 2024. You're right, I've changed. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to quote unquote resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. And then, so she's saying that, obviously, she's about to say, like, I've changed since then. The point of this new project is the pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. I reject arguments about the evils of platforming people who are considered too naughty to converse with. I want to facilitate dialogue. Of course, I already feel like this is a straw man of what people are criticizing her for. They're not mad that you spoke to Glenn Beck. They're mad that you spoke to Glenn Beck and you didn't make like your disagreements clear with him. Whatever. I don't know what my political identity or label is, and I'm not even sure I want to be pigeonholed. This is my effort in pursuing extreme honesty and humility in the quest for common ground and truth with the constraints of a tribal identity. And if you just scroll through this, it's like, oh, look, tweets. Something tells me like a lot of this wouldn't have happened if she just like would delete Twitter off of her phone, but who's to say? And then after we're going to do this Piers Morgan thing where Candace Owens, I'm not even kidding, there was a point in this where Piers Morgan's is like, I'm offering you $300,000 if you're right that Macron is a woman, like Bridget Macron is a man. And she's like, yep, I'll take it. So she's convinced that she's going to win. All right. We'll see how much this makes me want to rip my hair out or if it's good.
Oh, you're not going to co-sign on our social policies? You're going to question our social policies? Well, we think that you're a bigot. We think you're racist. Which side are you going to pick? And I think there are probably a lot of women who switch sides because they look at their communities, they feel unsafe. They look at one party that gaslights them about it. You're not going to win anyone over by making your political project all about finding the...
If she's talking about women, Democrats do not struggle with women whatsoever. So.
Heretics and purging them. I mean, these are people who voted for Obama twice. I don't think there's any self-reflection happening on the left at all right now.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Josh.
Probably not. But I mean, like, from the left, probably not. No. From Democrats, I feel like that's where that needs to happen because the party approval rating is incredibly fucking low. But right now, the left is generally focused on opposing Trump, not self-reflection.
Cinderella. My guest is...
Like, you can walk and chew gum at the same time, but I would expect the left to be focused on the fascist takeover right now.
Kasparian, a host and executive producer of The Young Turks.
In school, you're studying journalism. What was your first encounter with radical media? What were the things that inspired you? Did you follow certain writers, books, documentaries? Like, how do you start to get interested in this field?
I did not get introduced to radical media or radical thinkers, really, until I met Michael Brooks, the late friend that I was referring to earlier. He was a socialist, a Marxist, and he made me very uncomfortable at first because his ideas were unlike...
Yeah, it is his birthday. And I really hope the invocation of his memory is a positive one and not one that goes on to be like, and he would agree with me on this thing, and like try to ventriloquize him and be like, yeah, Michael Brooks would definitely agree with me. Let's see.
Anything I had ever heard before.
Yes.
And they scared me a little bit because at that point in my life, I had fully bought into the identity politics. And he was very subtly pushing against it. He was so articulate, so talented. I mean, he was one of the most talented communicators ever because I could try to say the same thing.
He was, and it is just frustrating that we live in a world where Donald Trump is aligned, but Michael Brooks is dead.
I could try to make the same arguments, but there's something about me.
Is that guy? Never seen him before. He used to be a co-host of Sam Cedar on The Majority Report. He's who would co-anchor the show before Emma Vigeland. And he had his own program called The Michael Brooks Show. And he was a socialist, a leftist, an internationalist, and a very needed voice right now.
Pulses the left when I try to make the same arguments that critique identity politics, whereas he would do it all the time and people would listen. They didn't find it repulsive, right?
Okay, Anna, what do you think the difference is between the way Michael Brooks went about criticizing vapid identity politics versus how you do it?
It was amazing. At the same time,
Like Michael Brooks would never, I don't think Michael Brooks would ever tweet out, what about this birthing person shit? You could do it without dehumanizing people. Like you'd never say something like that.
he was hyper-focused on class politics. And we would have these debates off camera. And he would persuade me because his arguments were well thought out. They made a lot of sense. And all of a sudden, I get introduced to radical thinkers. You know, one of my favorite writers, who's unfortunately no longer with us, Barbara Ehrenreich. Absolute favorite writer. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. Mark Fisher, brilliant. These are people that I was
Mark Fisher has his moments. Let's see.
introduced to by Michael Brooks. And so I'm not going to lie and say like, oh, I was always introduced to radical thinkers and I always thought in a radical way. No, it wasn't until I would say maybe 2018 where I really started to delve into this and understand what class consciousness really is. And the more I understood class consciousness, the more I understood materialism, the more identity politics disgusted me. And the thing about Michael that I think people need to acknowledge, because it doesn't get acknowledged enough, was that he was open to everyone. I remember when that story, that Central Park Karen story happened, right? Amy Cooper was her name. She's now in hiding. She's been in hiding since, I think that happened in 2020. Basically, she had a dog off the leash. And there was a bird watcher there, a black man who said, look, your dog needs to be on a leash. This whole conflict ensues. And she says she's going to call the police and say that, he's threatening her.
The guy has like a show on the Discovery Channel or something now.
Well, it turns out this part of the story wasn't reported at the time. Turns out he did threaten her and tried to like get her dog to come over to him with a treat, which someone tried to do that with my dog, I'd be very upset about it. Anyway, long story short, when he was covering that, he prefaced it with this long spiel about all the anti-Karen content that was percolating in the media and how wrong it was, how gross it was. And at that time, I was doing a lot of that content. And I just felt so gross about myself because I'm like, yeah, he's making a really good point. Like, what are we accomplishing by taking these private citizens who, sure, we caught them in a terrible moment where they're behaving poorly, but we're taking those moments, blasting them, and destroying these people's lives. What exactly are we accomplishing through that? And he wanted to approach everyone from all walks of life from a place of empathy, understanding. That was the starting point. And that's the only way you're ever going to be.
Yeah, but he didn't whitewash anyone. That's the thing, is that to the extent that he was saying that he would never, I guess, try to play defense for people or like their actions if he disagreed with them. He made that very clear. What he did emphasize is like being empathetic first, humanity first, and recentering the conversation around something that's productive instead of just like pointless bullshit. But again, we're talking about a person who made this journey to be like independent and unaligned over the exact pointless identity politics bullshit that he was critiquing and saying is a distraction from more substantial politics that should be your primary focus at all times.
Be able to persuade.
Like, does she not see the irony in that?
Anyone or bring anyone over to your political project. And I wish the entirety of the left realized that. You're not going to win anyone over by making your political project all about finding the heretics and purging them, or determining who the good ones and the bad ones are in society. I think if you are on the left and you're under the impression that rapists and murderers can be rehabilitated through a reformed policing system or prison system, how the hell are you going to argue that someone who might be a racist or a hardcore corporatist can't be reformed or rehabilitated? The question is, do you have what it takes? Do you have the patience? Do you have the arguments? Do you have the strength to actually engage in...
Leftists online? No, they don't. They don't have those things. That's probably not where productive discourse is going to happen in the first place. I mean, I think principally everybody sees... I think the grain of truth in that is that the way leftists, and she disagrees with this obviously, go about changing those people's minds, trying to get them to not be the way that they are, is social shaming and making it unacceptable for them to have the sorts of attitudes, say the things that they're saying in the first place. So if you make it caustic enough that it's not acceptable to say the R slur, the F slur, or to have some freak out, like to have some like Karen freak out or whatever, then you're accomplishing, I guess, the same, like the ends justify the means effectively, is I think where those people are coming from. And there's also just like less context. It's like if you have sympathy for people going through the criminal justice system, there's this kind of like, you don't have like a name or a face. You're kind of just talking very, very abstractly about that.
And doing the work that's necessary to persuade people. And right now, I don't think that the left is up for that project. They're far less interested in persuading. They're more interested in purging. And they're always going to lose as long as they have that culture.
As opposed to the right, who wins by, hearts and minds, persuasion. That's what they do. Definitely not divide and conquer. Definitely not demonization of the other or just making shit up.
Of the war that's being fought now.
Like, if you want this to be the way you approach politics, fine. But do it because you think it's noble or you think it's ethical. I'm very, very skeptical of people that are like, this is the way forward. This is the most effective way to do politics. When it's like, dude, Donald Trump slanders somebody every like hour, and he has 90% approval rating within his base. Like, I don't know, like, or Republicans go out and they say, yeah, abortion is murder and anybody who gets one is a fucking baby killer. They're never trying to think about like parameters on their own speech or how do we reach out to this middle or how do we not alienate people? They're constantly like, no, we don't need to reach as many people. We just need to hype up the people that we have and get them to the ballot box. That's it.
Oh, what are a few of these more prominent factions?
I feel that on the left, you have the corporate left. And I'm using the word left loosely because I actually agree with Vivek Chibber that we don't have a left in America at this moment. When I think of the left...
She said Vivek, and I was like, is she about to say Vivek Ramaswamy? Who's this? Vivek Chibber? This person was on Doomscroll, apparently. Thank you for subscribing. An American academic, social theorist, editor, and professor of sociology at NYU, published widely on development, social theory, and politics. He has written The Class Matrix, Social Theory After the Cultural Turn, Post-Colonial Theory, and the Spectre of Capital, and Locked in Place, State Building and Late Industrialization in India. And when we reclaimed, like, we don't have a left.
I think of a group of people who are much more interested in serving, representing, and fighting for working class people. We don't really have a group of people like that in this country right now. What gets sold off as the left is, you know, the corporate class, the corporate elite.
Right, loses some folks on abortion, left loses much more on the gender issues. 1, citation needed. 2, it doesn't matter that they lose people on an issue-by-issue basis if overall they win elections. Who's in charge of the White House right now? Who's in charge of the fucking Supreme Court right now? And who has both the Congress and the Senate? That's all that matters.
Which I think make up the Democratic Party. And then you have individuals who purport to believe in Marxist theory, but their actions don't really prove it. Their actions seem to indicate that they're far more interested in identity politics and representing various groups of people depending on where they land in their vision of like this oppression hierarchy, right? So I think a perfect example is
like a Jordan Peterson some speech.
Is how this whole transgender debate is playing out in America and how the left in America talks about it. So for instance, you know, women for a long time were considered oppressed in America. But right now on that oppression hierarchy, they're much lower compared to transgender people. And so when it comes to a topic like transgender women in women's sports, well, transgender women are more oppressed than women are. So who cares about the unfairness of including transgender women in women's sports? Throw biology out the window. If they say they're women, then by definition, that means they're women, not just gender-wise, but sex-wise. Biologically, we're just going to pretend. And that's turned a lot of people away from the left in America. I think the reason why...
Okay, Anna. Like, that's turned a lot of people away. It's like, that made me turn away. And I'm just going to speak for everybody else.
Why?
It's like, no, Anna, that was what was on your timeline. That's what you didn't like. And that's the people who you got into a fight with that were in your replies, right? That's not everybody else.
The Trump brand of
She makes it sound like, yeah, like people are not on board with the fucking trans mafia getting up in your fucking face with a gun being like, you have to use my they them pronouns. It's like, dude, where is this happening? Trans people participating in sports. You started this off by saying, like, class is the thing that people should orient their politics around. I don't want to get bogged down in the identity politics. You're getting bogged down in the identity politics right now.
Conservatism or republicanism is
like just straw manning the fuck out of the position on that.
Ascendant is because
this whole like biology doesn't matter. Like, who says this? It's literally like turf talking points.
People who used to identify as Democrats have essentially been purged from the party because they haven't bought into that oppression hierarchy. They believe in fairness. They believe in treating people well. They don't believe in... Democrats have essentially been purged from the party because they haven't bought into that oppression hierarchy. They believe in fairness. They believe in treating people well. They don't believe in discrimination, but...
Okay, she's like talking about people on Twitter, for one. Two, no, actually, Kamala Harris was interested in reaching out to the same fucking people that you're talking about. There was no mention of really social issues, trans issues, queer issues, the fact that she's a woman running for president, that she's a black woman at that, or Asian, or any of that. Like, that was something that was completely absent from all of her rhetoric. She spent the last weeks leading up to election day distancing herself from all the progressive policies that she had run on in 2019, 2020 for the Democratic primary nomination. And I just don't even what is she talking about purge? Like, they watered down their message so much to appeal to the people that she's talking about that are supposedly amenable to class-based politics, and yet it didn't happen.
These issues aren't black and white. And
you can say that, like, okay, that's what they were attempting to do, but they didn't go about it in the right way. But she's saying, like, these people were purged from the Democratic Party. It's like, who was purged from the Democratic Party, or like what voters were, who was saying, if you are not in support of trans women participating in sports, don't even bother voting for Democrats. Like, a single instance of this happening. Please, Anna.
The unwillingness to kind of go along with it, the unwillingness to kind of shut your mouth and refuse to bring up any of the concerns that some people have been bringing up lately, as it has to do with these social issues. It's kind of torn the left apart. That obsession with intersectionality, identity politics, and just this refusal to...
But she has a vulgar understanding of intersectionality. Intersectionality is like, recognizes all of the things that she is saying that it doesn't.
Address class politics.
Like, she should actually read Kimberly Crenshaw's work on intersectionality, who coined the term and has gone into the way, like, this whole, like, the axis of oppression, and it's all about, like, who's at the top of the oppression hierarchy. And if you're a trans woman, then that means you're a mix of, like, two different identities that, like, overlap to make you the most oppressed. Like, she's literally buying into, like, a right-wing straw man and framing of how intersectionality even works. And again, we're presupposing that this is a major, like, point in anybody's platform, or the way that they're, like, orienting their politics and, like, approaching that, like, campaigning
politics.
You've anticipated my next question, actually, because I wanted to ask you about this 2024 popular vote.
Mm-hmm.
Trump won historic margins with women, people of color, basically every demographic except white boomers.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Democratic base right now. How do we account for these historic shifts?
I think a lot of different things happened during the 2024 election cycle. For one, the Democratic Party just kept telling working class Americans that the economy was awesome and that they were complaining for no reason. Obviously, we're dealing with serious inflation. The inequalities that persisted felt like they got worse under Biden, not better. And the inequalities I'm referring to, of course, is income inequality, wealth inequality. These disparities just got worse.
I probably won't. I don't disagree with her. I don't think that they did enough to talk about, people were not feeling that the economy was better under Biden.
First, because of the fact that housing became even more expensive and unaffordable. It's the one and only way that Americans were able to build wealth in this country, and that's kind of been ripped away from them. At the same time, you have exploding...
There you go, quote-unquote minorities ain't going for the 37 genders. What the fuck are you talking about, Eugene Green and YouTube chat? What are you talking about? 37 genders, or what did she say that suggests that minorities don't want to do that? Who gives a who bases their principles, their opinions, their political positions on opinion polls and public surveys of demographics or particular minorities? How do you arrive at your positions? So because something's unpopular, you should drop it. Or because it becomes popular, you should adopt it. Do you have any principles? Who cares about that? It's about, is it right or not? Is it something that's right? Is it a righteous cause? Is it something worth advocating for and pushing for?
Being, prices at grocery stores. And the party that's supposed to look out for Americans, economically speaking, historically that was always thought of as the Democratic Party, absolutely abandoned them and told them, how dare you complain about this wonderful booming economy? Biden's been incredible. Now look, Biden compared to Obama, for instance, was a little bit better when it came to class politics, but not by enough, in my opinion. And so the messaging on the Democratic side was not great. At the same time, you have this faux populist, Donald Trump, essentially positioning himself and branding himself as...
Is politics not a popularity contest? No. I don't think you get how politics works if you think it's just about that.
A populist, right? Branding himself as someone who's really concerned about working class Americans, really concerned about unlimited, illegal immigration, depressing wages for American citizens. He said all the right things. And so when you have these two sides where one side is telling you, basically gaslighting you about your current economic situation, and then the other side's like, you know what, this is messed up and I want to do something for you. It doesn't surprise me at all that Trump won the popular vote. And then think about this. I think the economic component is the most important component when it comes to politics, when it comes to elections. So Democrats dropped the ball on that. And then on top of that, the cherry on top is, oh, you're not going to co-sign on our social policies? You're going to question our social policies? Well, we think that you're a bigot. We think you're racist. Oh, your skin color's a little too light for my liking. I'm just going to group you in with all of the other races in the country. You're part of the problem.
We're arguing with people on Twitter that are in her head right now.
Sorry, but if that's the messaging you're getting from a political party, are you going to support it? If you're basically told you need to shut up and co-sign onto whatever social project the Democrats want, you're not going to support the Democrats. So it doesn't surprise me at all that you have a higher share of Latino voters, a higher share of Black voters, even women, young women, deciding, maybe I'm going to take a chance here and I'm going to vote for Trump and see what happens. Now, unfortunately, I think a lot of those people who kind of switch sides are probably regretting their...
It's so funny that she doesn't like Gavin Newsom, because this was literally the first episode of the podcast that he launched. When asked with Charlie Kirk, talking about trans people in sports. Will Governor Gavin Newsom ever say no men in women's sports? I asked him.
Should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate.
But would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that. There's also a humility and a grace, that these poor people are more likely to commit suicide, have anxiety and depression. And the way that people talk down to vulnerable communities is an issue that I have a hard time with as well. So both things I can hold in my hand. How can we address this issue with the kind of decency that I think, is inherent in you, but not always expressed?
So you right now should come out and be like,
she hates this man. What was wrong with that? That is literally what you would think is her dream, as far as a politician that's willing to be nuanced and have thoughtful conversations about trans people in sports or whatever, even though he basically just threw him under the bus and was yeah, it's not fair. But also I don't like how they're talked down to or whatever. That sounds like Anna's position.
vote right now, especially given what the Republicans are doing with the big, beautiful bill, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to, food stamps, social spending is definitely going to get cut in order to give.
How does she reconcile that with Trump losing the popular vote in 2016 and 2020? That is a good fucking question. And I'm sure if you asked her, it would be the AOL dial-up sound for a second.
Tax cuts to corporations and the rich. Sure, some working class people are going to notice a little bit of a tax break, but the giant share of tax breaks obviously will benefit the highest earners among us. And it's unfair. It really is.
Orders of magnitude different.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the 11% shift in young women voting for Republicans is not necessarily recognized enough in the mainstream media. The idea that young men, I think, went 14, 15 points towards Trump, that is talked about ad nauseum. Young women went 11. Not a lot of discussion around that. It's very, very interesting.
Can I weigh in on that a little more?
Yeah,
and
please.
This is me speculating. I don't have data in front of me, but the reason why I speculate is because this is something that I personally felt. Now, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris either. However, I don't feel that the Democratic Party takes safety seriously at all. In fact, if you bring up issues like crime, they will make you out to be a bad person for bringing it up. They'll just say, it's not an issue.
Is that what happens, Anna? Is that really why people had an issue with the way you went about discussing crime in the last 2 years?
We need to reimagine policing, but their idea of reimagining is essentially engaging in austerity for a social service, a public service. That's incredibly important. Policing needed to be reformed. It hasn't been reformed. The only thing that has happened is the culture in America has become so anti-police that now police departments are unable to recruit enough police officers in order to do their jobs appropriately. At the same time, there's been absolutely no reform.
Did she just say, in this country, with Republican minoritarian rule, complete control of 3 branches of government, and a non-insignificant amount of state legislatures, red states, that the attitude in the country is primarily anti-cop? When this interview probably was filmed before Trump was like, yeah, we're doing martial law in DC for as long as I possibly can. Unilaterally, I'm deciding that we're going to do that. But also, you didn't need for that to happen to know that there's not a systemic anti-police bias in the United States, for one. For two, even before that, he had already mobilized the National Guard in California for the ICE protests. But the United States has gone anti-police, apparently, and it's all the left's fault.
Prisons haven't been reformed. Prisons are still basically terrible places where people go to be tortured, to be maimed, to come out not as rehabilitated individuals who can actually be productive members of society and thrive. They come out far more broken than they were when they went in. And what was sold to Americans by the Democratic Party in 2020 was, we want to reimagine this by reforming, by making these places that are torturing people, essentially places where they're rehabilitated, where they're taught the skills necessary to succeed in life. None of that actually happened. A lot of money was spent on NGOs to reimagine policing or to...
She loves this talking point so much, and there's no shortage of conspiracism surrounding the NGO industrial complex. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of shit that goes on under the umbrellas of is it 501c3 or 4, whichever one's nonprofits and all of that. She's not wrong, but the idea that NGOs are at the center of why American prison, the American prison industrial complex looks the way that it does is just so far off. I can't even begin to explain it. As it is a side effect at best. It is not the thing that is the primary cause of it. There's private prison, corporations and private prisons contracts and that sort of shit.
Help the homeless
and systemic racism and this is outlined in the new Jim Crow, 13th Amendment, and how there is effectively a new form of slavery or discrimination where Black people are systemically at higher rates, over-policed and over-prisoned. Imprisoned.
All of that money was squandered because all of these issues have only gotten worse. So when I think about the party that's probably positioning themselves in a better way as we're going to keep your community safe, it's not the Democrats right now. It is the Republicans, because in lieu...
LMC Fig, thank you for subscribing. You're on a 2-month streak. Appreciate it.
Of actual reforms,
I don't get why Trump put the National Guard in Washington, D.C. Is that dangerous there? Fox News didn't get it either, because I saw a segment where they were struggling to defend it. And crime in D.C. is actually at like a 30-year low or something like that. So this is like, other than like swinging his dick around, I have no idea what the purpose of this is. So President Donald Trump announced Monday he was temporarily putting the Washington, D.C. Police Department under federal control and deploying the National Guard on the streets of the nation's capital, a striking move taken over the objections of local leaders who say Trump is exaggerating the city's crime problem. He said he declared a public safety emergency and invoked Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, which gives the President of the United States the authority to commandeer D.C.'s police department in, quote, conditions of an emergency nature. Attorney General Pam Bondi is now in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department, he said. It's time for dramatic action, Trump said at a press conference that stretched to over an hour as he took questions on a wide range of topics. He did not specify how long the federal takeover of D.C. would last, though the executive order signed on Monday declared the administration would take over D.C. law enforcement, quote, for the maximum period permitted under the Home Rule Act, which is up to 30 days unless Congress authorizes an extension. There's a Republican Congress, so good chance that happens. Trump is launching a rare expansion of presidential authority over local government and said he would not stop with the nation's capital. In addition to Washington, Trump also mentioned other major cities that he wants to put police under federal control, including New York City, Baltimore, and Oakland. They're so far gone, Trump said. This will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C. In recent days, Trump has deployed federal officers from the U.S. Park Police, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the FBI, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and the U.S. Marshal Services on night patrol in D.C., according to ATF's X account. On Monday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth suggested, quote-unquote, other specialized units will be deployed in Washington, D.C. at Trump's discretion. You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week, Hegseth said, without specifying how many. Trump added that he is prepared to send the military into D.C. if needed, a move some critics warn may be a prelude to the president declaring martial law. Love to hear that, love to read that, which involves military rule over civilian population in times of crisis or emergency. Except there is no crisis, there is no emergency other than what he is manufacturing by doing this for no fucking reason other than he wants to. Trump on Monday declared a public safety emergency in D.C., even though violent crime in the city is at, I was right, a 30-year low, and said that 800 National Guard members will soon be stationed in the city. Trump's deployment of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. is a rare use of military forces on U.S. soil and a potential violation of the Posse Comitatus Act that restricts... I remember this got mentioned on her take, and Pisco talked about it, but I can't remember what it was. Like how it's being like... People have like a misunderstanding of how it applies in this context that restricts the military from being used as a police force for domestic law enforcement. During racial justice protests in June 2020, Trump sent uniformed National Guard troops to Lafayette Park in front of the White House to help clear the park of protesters. Earlier this summer, Trump ordered nearly 5,000 National Guard troops to the LA area to quell immigration protests and to protect federal agents. Crime in D.C. is down 7% so far in 2025 compared to the year before and down significantly more from a recent peak in 2023, according to city police data. Violent crime in particular is down by 26%, while property crime is down 4%. In 2024, crime in D.C. was down 15% compared to the year before. But Trump has long painted a different picture, with the president describing Washington as one of the most dangerous cities anywhere in the world. In a post on Truth Social Saturday. On Sunday, Trump wrote, "I'm going to make our capital safer and more beautiful than it ever was before. The homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the capital." And by places to stay, he probably means a fucking mental institution. So what was that, Anna, about how we have a anti-police bias in this country, that nobody's addressing crime, that the left likes to pretend crime doesn't exist, and you get shouted down if you bring it up, and nobody's doing anything about it? I'm just not seeing it, girl.
Republicans who are like, no, let's go back to the tough on crime policies of the 1990s. We're just going to lock everyone up and at least you'll be safe. Which side are you going to pick? And I think there are probably a lot of women who switch sides because they look at their communities, they feel unsafe. They look at one party that gaslights them about it.
Is this a self-report?
The other party's like, we're going to do something. We're going to shut down the border. We're going to stop the flow of fentanyl and we're going to throw people in prison.
We've alluded a few times to a previous manifestation of the Democratic Party, a different coalition, a different base. When did that exist? What is the period that maybe you're nostalgic for in this argument?
I don't want to romanticize the 50s. I know a lot of people do because of how the economy was really booming for working class.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. They have some info they don't want to share. Don't you just love that when the president basically unilaterally declares an emergency, can't really cite anything to back up why there is an emergency, even though if it's an emergency, you would think that that would be in the public interest to share with constituents and with the public generally. He's keeping it up his sleeve, being completely opaque about it. Could be lying, could be telling the truth. I mean, you're not wrong that there is technically a non-zero chance that there could be a legitimate reason for this, but no news outlet, not even Fox News or even some right-wing news outlets can seem to like figure out what the reason is. So there's no reason to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Us Americans.
Yes.
But I am going to romanticize it, that part of it. The 1950s had all sorts of issues, especially as it pertains to the treatment.
Wait, why are we romanticizing the 50s? Why does everyone do this with the 50s? We still have racism and milkshakes. I don't get it.
I don't want to romanticize the 50s. I know a lot of people do because of how the economy was really booming for working class Americans.
Yes.
But I am going to romanticize it, that part.
Yeah, for white people, she thinks all of the U.S. is like LA. I guess so, right?
Part of it. The 1950s had all sorts of issues, especially as
not if it's a threat to politicians. Didn't 2 representatives get killed recently? So because 2 representatives got killed in another state that wasn't near Washington, D.C. or the District of Columbia, Trump is justified in declaring an emergency and mobilizing like military forces to do domestic policing. Make that make sense to me.
As it pertains to the treatment of, Black people in America, just absolutely disgusting. And I don't co-sign to any of that. However, the FDR era, the economic policies that were in place, they certainly didn't go far enough for socialists, that's for sure. But working class people, there was obviously a lot more union power. Workers had a seat at the table. The economic inequalities that we see today didn't exist. And so when I think about an era where things were better for Americans, I think of, the 1950s. I think of the time when most Americans, most working class people were able to afford a home. My best friend's father worked at
It just seems like myth making.
grocery store, I believe in the bakery, his entire adult life. He retired before he was 65, had a fat pension, okay? It was a unionized job. That guy burns through money like crazy. And yet he still has more. And I think that's what everyone deserves. If you're working your entire life, you're doing what you're supposed to do, right? You should be able to retire with dignity. I'm not saying you should be able to retire and blow through money like nothing and still have a fat stack of paper left. But you should be able to have that economic security that my best...
Biden was the most pro-union president in how long? I know. That will go completely under discussed. She really does say, I just want to focus on, policies and brass tacks or whatever. But if that were the case, she would actually be more complimentary towards Biden's domestic agenda, even if there's the Democratic rhetoric or, it wasn't sold to the public very well.
Best friend's father has, that economic security doesn't exist anymore. A lot of baby boomers, by the way, who got to enjoy a better economic situation, don't have enough money in their 401ks to retire. Don't have a 401k period in a lot of cases. And that's terrifying. That scares the hell out of me. All of these elderly people that you see on the streets.
The Democrats bailed out the Teamsters pension fund. LOL got 0 credit for it. They did that. And then Sean O'Brien, I believe is his name, goes and speaks at the RNC.
Right now in Los Angeles.
And she slobbered all over that guy for doing that. She was like, oh my God, he's dropping fucking truth nukes at the RNC for doing this. The
fact that even exists is the greatest injustice. It makes me sick to my stomach.
A lot of them become seasonal workers for Amazon.
Absolutely, yeah.
I talked to some friends in advance of this interview. I said, I'm going to do an interview with Anna.
I'm afraid of what you're going to tell me.
Well, it made me start thinking about a few things because some of the responses were, oh, she switched sides, something like that. And it made me think that, you've been on TYT.
No, she didn't. She just has poor analysis now. And her approach to politics is nonsensical and is completely just at the whims of whatever personal experience or grievance she's experiencing that week.
Since the beginning, you saw the rise of alt media. You saw what platforms did to our conception of mainstream and alternative media. Did the left change or did you?
I changed a little on...
Did the left leave you, or did you leave the left, Anna?
Few social issues. Economically speaking, I am to the left of the current Democratic Party. I have not changed in regard to the things I was saying on that Jacobin show that I used to host with Michael Brooks, my late friend.
Show.
All of those economic ideas, conversations, I still believe in. I actually went back and watched a few of those episodes prior to sitting down with you to make sure, like, okay, I want to really know myself before I answer your questions. But I have changed socially on some issues, right? So I think that for a long time, subconsciously, I just kind of co-signed to whatever the left in America was saying on these social issues because I knew pushing back even a little bit would lead to what I'm experiencing now, which is a lot of hit pieces about me, a lot of hatred toward me, a lot of claims that make absolutely no sense about how, you know, I don't believe in racism. I absolutely do. I think that it's actually used cynically, though, by the left to gain political power. But when you look at the left in general, yeah.
Like, who are we talking about? Like, race is invoked cynically? Like, she brings this up constantly on her take that, like, yeah, racism's bad. We're all against racism. But the real people causing racial, like, tension in America are the people drawing attention to racism, not the people perpetuating it, not the systems that exacerbate it.
Changed. And I think they've changed a lot on these social issues. If you go back to 2015, Bernie Sanders, I can't stop thinking about that sit-down interview he had with Ezra Klein for Vox, where he's talking about the notion of open borders. And he said, open borders is a Koch brothers policy. They want to exploit cheap labor. You're undocumented. You don't have any way of defending yourself if your boss is mistreating you, exploiting you, paying you less than minimum wage. That is obviously terrible in regard to the exploitation of undocumented workers.
And why does she think that, like, Bernie Sanders has only said that on, like, the Ezra Klein podcast? It's so random, for one. For two, the other thing is that, like, when he pushes back on that, one, it's always like the accusation is always starting with, like, the Democrats want there to be open borders. And it's like, one, name a Democrat that supports open borders, like, literally. Two, the other thing is that he was like, even, like, that would be like a right-wing position to do that, or like a more like neoliberal position to do that. But like Bernie is more like protectionist when it comes to trade. And the reason why he's opposed to it is like on humanitarian grounds. The reason why Republicans are opposed to open borders is on racist, xenophobic grounds that they sometimes allude to being about economics, but it's obviously not the primary thing driving it.
But it also depresses the wages of American workers. That is a fact. Bernie said that in 2015. I don't know if he would.
And this also like depends on like the industry or the region. It's going to be like highly specific. She's like oversimplifying this too much.
Still say that today. He might still believe it, but it is not in vogue.
I feel like she's talking about liberals and saying the left. She's talking about, yes, somebody said, I'm talking about people on Twitter and the TYT audience.
To say that in the modern Democratic Party, which is very much a pro-corporate party. It is not a party for workers. It is not a party that represents.
Okay, but I thought she was going to lead into saying like they're an open borders policy or like party, but like what are you talking about? Like it was total capitulation from the Democrats on that bipartisan border bill. It was the opposite of open borders. It was the least humane immigration reform that Democrats had offered in years.
Presents workers. They have abandoned workers, and they don't even know how to go back to understanding the plight of workers in this country. They keep trying and they keep failing because their identity is really just about the identitarianism at this point.
This topic of conversations around the border, a good friend of mine works in the labor movement, and I asked her off the record, you know, how should we talk about this subject? You know, now I have this platform and I want to engage with these topics in a meaningful sense. And she kind of looks around the bar, like uncomfortably to see who's listening, because it is a very uncomfortable situation where low-wage workers or people who are on the bottom of the income distribution, there is downward pressure on their wages specifically.
Yes.
And we do see that those groups are the ones that shifted most noticeably towards the Republicans. I think that people who work in, you know, elite email jobs, they benefit from it because then you have low-wage workers to deliver things to them in their fancy metropolitan apartments. But it is a very uncomfortable conversation right now. I wanted to ask you about the role of media figures. How important is it for us to prefigure the type of political coalition that we would like to see happen? Is the role of media figures to be an intellectual vanguard, to lead the charge and to try and move the center consensus towards their ideas? Or do you have to be some form of a representative of this heterogeneous coalition that you want to see manifest?
I think relying on media figures to lead the charge is a really bad idea. In fact, that's kind of been happening.
Then why are we listening to you, Anna?
I want to hear from workers over at John Deere, okay? Those workers who went on strike just a few years ago and managed to get some significant...
BTW hate this host. No, I like Josh Citarella. Anna is wrong, right for the wrong reasons, right reasons. Dux, why are you okay? What are you trying to say?
Gains as a result of that strike. I would venture to say most of them are not far lefties. There might be some liberals in there, but a lot of them are conservatives. A lot of them probably voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I want them to be part of the coalition because they succeeded. They know what it means to be part of a union and what worker power really is. And those are the very people, by the way, that would be rejected by the modern Democratic Party, and that's an issue.
Let's do a little bit of background. What kind of household did you grow up in?
It's just like, what? Like, I'm so confused by this because if you're talking about like who I agree that the Democratic Party is not nearly as pro-labor as it needs to be. But the idea that it's like the more hostile party to labor and unions in this country as opposed to the right is a joke. Especially when Donald Trump is the head of the fucking party. He was like union buster in chief his first term. You sick, Straighterade? Yeah. You can hear it in my voice.
And what were their political and cultural values?
So both of my parents are refugees, Armenian refugees. That's how they were accepted into this country. They came here legally because of a refugee program. This was in the late 1970s, early 1980s, when, you know, obviously there was this big fight against communism. Armenia was controlled by Soviet Russia at the time. My dad wanted to be able to come to America and build wealth, right? Like he loved that idea.
Yeah.
In Armenia, that wasn't even a possibility. His parents were...
Economists say H-1 visas affect tech wages more than landscaping and construction wages. That's the other thing that gets left out of the conversation surrounding whether or not immigration from like the South is depressing wages like within the United States. It's honestly kind of an outdated way to even be looking at it because we live in a globalized economy and a lot of specialized labor and jobs. You're now competing, especially when they're remote, you're now competing with a global pool of candidates. You're not just competing domestically. You're not just competing locally. You're having to compete with people in different countries that also speak English and are skilled workers that have the same qualifications as you do and can work in the United States or like work for an American company remotely from the country that they live in. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is like ignoring automation, like the idea that like you need to be more worried about like an immigrant than like a robot replacing your job. Stupid to me.
Much older at that point, and they're like, what are we going to do in the United States? And he's like, I'll take care of you. So he brought his family over and he just started working for a company. It was a welding company. It was a unionized job. He was making really, really good money. He gets...
Has Lycan made you caldo de pollo yet? No, because I'm vegan.
married, I'm born, and then 3 years later, that welding company gets outsourced. And he struggled, our family struggled. We really had a difficult time. But, you know, in regard to like what my upbringing was like, my parents were very conservative. And so there was like a pro-capitalist message within our family, you know, work hard, you're going to go to school, you get to determine what your future is. It all depends on how hard you work. There was that side of it. The other side of it was you have to be modest. You're a woman. I remember my mom would wake me up super early every Saturday morning so I can clean, like dust and clean, like a very like traditional household. My brother would like wake up whenever he wanted, watch cartoons in bed as I'm like dusting and I'm like, I hate this shit, you know? You need to get married before you have kids. I don't want to have kids. That's been like a big area of tension with my mom, even now. But you guys came to America. I'm going to marry who I want to marry. I'm going to have kids if I want to have them. If I don't, I won't. I believe in gay marriage. My parents do now as well. But
she sounds very confident about her choice to not pursue motherhood. But in the episode that she did with Blocked and Reported with Jesse Singal, she was like in tears talking about how like this is what she dedicated her life to, her career, and she didn't have kids. And she almost made it sound like I gave up motherhood so I could pursue this, and now I'm not really comfortable with, like, I'm not proud of the professional decisions that I've made. What are we watching? This is Anna Kasparian on a podcast called Doomscroll, where she's talking about her journey to being independent and unaligned.
They were very old school, where it's like, oh, that's unnatural. No, it's not unnatural. And it's totally okay. My husband's sister actually happens to be gay. And I remember my mom was worried that my dad would like freak out if he found out my sister-in-law is a lesbian. And so she talked to my fiance at the time and was like, do you think she could maybe hide that? And you want to know what I did on my wedding day? I had my sister-in-law, you know, during the reception, when like you come out as the bride and groom and the wedding party comes out, I had her come out with her wife together to kind of signal to everyone, they're married, they love each other, and if you have a problem with it, you can fuck off. But I don't want...
And that person's wife, Albert Einstein, and then everybody clapped.
I don't even want to think my parents are bad people.
I shouldn't be so like sour grapes about her anecdote. That is sweet.
Just, they were raised very conservative. Armenians are Christians for the most part, very into their faith. My dad didn't know I was an atheist until I was getting married, and he insisted on me having a priest marry us. I was like, Dad, I'm an atheist. He's like, no, you're not. He started laughing. He's like, you're kidding. You're not an atheist. I'm like, I am. He wouldn't accept it.
That's literally what my parents did.
I found a good middle ground for our ceremony. I hired, I didn't even hire. There was a really, really kind-hearted and very religious fan.
They went through a whole marriage hiding that it was a gay wedding. No, she got married. She was getting married, and she just included her sister-in-law and her wife in her wedding party to like piss off her homophobic parents who were at her wedding.
Of the show, of the Young Turks, who wanted to donate his kidney to my mom. My mom was getting dialysis, and she desperately needed a kidney transplant. I had just talked about it on the show once, and he just felt this need to help, and he contacted me, asked if if I would be okay with him donating his kidney to my mom. And I was like, I'm not going to say yes or no, because this is a super important decision for you to make. If you are interested in learning more, I gave him like information, and then I stepped back, and this guy did it. Like, he donated his kidney to my mom and saved her life. He's very religious. He's a minister. He married us. And to me, it wasn't about the religion. It was about someone who's so good, so kind, someone who I actually kind of put up on a pedestal as an individual that inspires me, you know, someone whose goodness is so sincere. So for me, having him marry us was important because I want to model my goodness after who he is as a person, you know, someone who's willing to sacrifice for others.
I mean, that's very nice.
But, you know, I grew up in that conservative household, and I did rebel in a lot of different ways. I was supposed to marry an Armenian guy. Armenians were victimized by a horrific genocide in 1915. And because of the 1.5 million Armenians who were slaughtered at the hands of the Turks, there's just this general belief that you should marry and procreate to repopulate the Armenian population. I'm an American. You're gonna move to LA, where it's like a buffet of beautiful people from beautiful places, and you're gonna tell me no, there's only one type of person you're able to marry? Hell no. I married a Cuban guy, and I have no regrets.
Your folks, for their political alignment, did they vote Democrat or Republican?
My parents had always voted.
I thought she said before that Cenk officiated the wedding. That had to have been a joke. Could you imagine Cenk officiating your wedding?
Republican. I remember the earliest memory I have of my parents' politics was when they voted for Bob Dole, who ran against Bill Clinton, which is interesting because Bill Clinton was very much pursuing policies that they at the time were in favor of, like welfare reform. I remember the big issue at that time was, all these people driving Mercedes or collecting food stamps.
Right.
You know,
Welfare
very
queens.
similar to what you'll hear today from the corporatists who want, you know, tax cuts and they want to cut social spending.
She's so close. You're so close to getting into the psyche of a Republican voter, and how even though they say they want the policies that are like the economic populist policies, the pro-union policies or whatever, they still prioritize the culture war bullshit over everything else, or they buy into lies.
So that's part of the reason why they went for Bob Dole, but...
And like, it doesn't just come down to policies. Do you take this man? Of course.
Clinton's the one who did welfare reform. None of it made sense to me. Even then, like, I remember being aware of these things, even though I was like a little child. But in the Obama era, they voted for Obama. My dad loved Bernie Sanders. My dad loved Bernie Sanders. And it made me so angry to see the Democratic Party destroy his chances of being the nominee because he would have won. He would have won. What attracted my dad to Trump, who he voted for in the last, cycle, I think was the economic populist messaging, which of course was phony, but...
What economic populist messaging was Donald Trump offering besides no tax on tips?
I mean...
Or just saying, I'm going to lower the price of groceries on day one.
Did Kamala Harris stand for? Like, what would you say would appeal to someone like my 80-year-old dad who's worried about retirement, worried about what's happening, on a very local level in regard to like the chaos, the seeming anarchy on the streets. He's like, I want someone who like brings normalcy back to some extent, but someone who actually speaks to the economic concerns we have. Kamala Harris did none of that. Trump did some of it, and he voted for Trump. He didn't want to admit it to me, but I saw his little envelope where he wrote down how much he donated to the $20 to Donald Trump.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How cucked do you have to be to donate money to a billionaire? Jesus Christ.
To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show on Patreon. On this idea of audience
For a second, I thought it was over already.
dynamics, is there something that transformed among the audiences cultivated by these channels? That with the nichification, the expansion of the Overton window, that the attention economy itself had this effect of polarizing audiences in some capacity?
I do think that's happened. I think the biggest sign that I've noticed kind of rests in how Democratic voters behave and what their expectations are of you as you're giving them the news and commenting on it. So for instance, I don't hate Trump voters. I don't hate ordinary people regardless of what their views are. I think that we're living in
You're so brave, Queen.
a terrible time where there aren't really great political options for anyone. And people are trying
Thank you for the follow, 51 Bard.
to do the best they can with the options they have available. I get the sense that I'm
The second she says that, Led Vitamin in my chat, I hate Trump voters.
supposed to despise Trump voters. Like, I have to hate them.
Right.
And if
Okay, I hate Trump supporters. I don't hate Trump voters. There's a difference. If you actively and openly are enthusiastic about Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, yeah, I probably fucking hate you. If you voted for Trump and you are not consistently a Republican voter and you can talk to this person and there's like just stupid bullshit that was appealing to them, you can probably change that person's mind or get them to not vote. There's a difference.
if I don't hate them, then there's something wrong with me. That didn't exist before.
You're supposed to hate most people? Just
I mean, considering he won the popular vote, yes, I am supposed to hate most voters.
Right.
And somehow
I mean, it works for Republicans. Republicans demonize the fuck out of Democrats, so
that is going to, I guess, turn into us winning something. I don't really understand it. I think what I have today that I didn't have in 2016 even is this deep empathy. It's softened me as a person. So if you go back and watch some of my content from 2016, I'm like, it comes across, it's like faux strength, right? You're just trashing people. And unfortunately, that gets mistaken for being a fighter. I wasn't really fighting for anything. I was just spewing vile hatred toward people who voted differently from me. And all that did was feed into the division.
And I hope I don't come off like I'm reaching for a gotcha, but how does she reconcile saying that, like, oh, I looked back at how, like, aggro I used to be towards people that disagreed with me or just voted differently? How does she reconcile that with the way that she behaves in the Piers Morgan panels where she's, like, fucking shouting down Zionists and Israel supporters, which, hey, I'm here for it. Okay, I'm here for it when she's doing that shit and she's not, posting cringe about, like, the Zog stuff. But is she not cringe? Is she cringing at herself in those moments? She obviously finds utility in being unabashedly pro-Palestine in those moments. So
visions that we see in this country right now. And I have a lot of regret about it. And what's so funny is that a huge portion of
you would get the idea that she's like fucking Mr. Rogers now, that she hasn't like raised her voice in like 2 years and she's had this transformation.
Audience we used to have, they write to me regularly to tell me, you used to be a fighter, you're not a fighter anymore. And it's like, no, I used to be part of the problem. I look back at that content and I'm ashamed of it, but they look at that content and they think, oh my God, why can't you go back to doing what you used to do? I want to I don't want to be part of the problem. And I think for a long time I was. Cenk Uygur, who's my co-host and the founder of the Young Turks, gets really mad at me when I say that. He thinks I'm too hard.
Cenk gets mad at everyone. Cenk is constantly screaming. Cenk knows one setting, one volume, and it's like all the way to a fucking 10. And she's talking about how that's not productive discourse. That's not good. Even though on her interview with Tucker Carlson, she was glazing him for like standing by her, even though he is contributing to the type of rhetoric and like polarization in some ways that she says that she's against.
Hard on myself, but
again, I'm not trying to strawman her. I'm not trying to like get at low hanging fruit. Maybe these are not contradictions. I would love to see how she like squares this circle or whatever, but I feel like I'm raising like examples of behavior that she's displayed recently that sort of contradict this ethos that she's purporting to believe in.
Think differently. I think I should be hard on myself. And in fact, I think a lot of people in left-wing media need to maybe engage in a moment of self-reflection and ask themselves, what am I doing for society? Am I causing harm? Am I doing anything productive? Am I bringing people together?
Yeah, Trump is really bad, but am I the one causing harm by being openly opposed to it?
Am I actually making good arguments that persuade people to come?
No, I agree with you. I feel like that's a fair characterization. I just don't get it. It's like, I don't understand how like she reconciles this outlook with her output. It's like you said, she picks fights with people all the fucking time. And I don't begrudge her for that. I just don't understand why you're going to come on here and be like, in 2016, I was just like screaming SJW and I was just not reaching anybody and I cringe at myself when she's still doing a lot of the same shit.
Well, come on over to our political project or our side. I don't think there's any self-reflection happening on the left at all right now, at all. I think Vivek Chibber might be one of a handful of people who's interested in self-reflection. And I think what he says about the current Democratic Party is spot on. I love his work. And I wish people, I mean, look,
okay, look at this. This is from July 23rd.
People, as they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid, dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day, as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not gonna let you filibuster, bitch. I'm not gonna let you filibuster. I'm not gonna let you filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil. Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay? Watching these images, looking at these videos, seeing all these kids desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza. And you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. I can't listen to it. The filibustering is unbearable. It's unbearable.
What is not doing the
This is based, okay? But it does not square with what she just said that she believes or how she tries to conduct herself on her platforms now.
If Democrats listened to Vivek Chibber, if Vivek Chibber was like a Democrat consultant, oh my God, like Republicans would be done.
She's regretting talking down on Trump voters for being stupid and mocking that. But she's like, the people, like this person works for PragerU. When you take this posture on this position, you are always going to be demonizing far more people on the right than you will be people like of the liberal persuasion or the left.
They'd be done. But instead, I mean, anytime Vivek puts out,
and like she can understand, like, are you talking down to that person or are you talking down to them? Are you disagreeing with their position? And are you talking down to them because you genuinely just disagree with them on something, right? So, like, I just don't understand.
podcast episode about identity politics or wokeism.
Maybe she's changed in the last 20 days.
We all see what happens on Twitter or X.
Yeah. Yeah, a friend of mine, Brad Jermel, we would talk about this frequently because we come from this background of media analysis, aesthetics, study of media theory from the art world. And this idea that I think both you and I grew up under, that more people watch Jon Stewart than Bill O'Reilly, and thus the Democrats and progressives will win forever for the next like 20 years or so. That format of having a person at a news desk making jokes about the other side was so easy to replicate that if you look at the media landscape now, it must be 10-1 conservatives versus progressives. I mean, the numbers on these things quantitatively are overwhelming.
Right.
There are many political commentators who have updated their positions over time, right? You spend enough time in the media, like you're going to shift on some issues inevitably. But those people change jobs. they change shows.
Yeah.
They have different people who pay them, which indicates that their opinions to some degree are up for the highest bidder. I can think of a few people specifically that applies to, but that is not the case for you.
Right.
You're on the same channel.
Name names, Josh. Name names.
Right.
You're a producer of the show.
Right.
And you have maybe different viewers in some cases, but it's the same.
I was about to say, it's like the reason why the right has been able to dominate the online media space as well as like independent, quote unquote, and alternative media is because of like billionaires and dark money and corporate interests that astroturf the shit out of all of these different organizations and influencers.
Same people who write the checks. Would you talk about how your political evolution has impacted your existing audience and the kind of feedback that you get from them?
I want to talk about how it's impacted the company, actually.
Okay.
So first, let me just say my decision to stay at TYT was very much an intentional decision. I refuse to be forced out of the place that I helped build. I think that I deserve to be heard by the audience. I wish that people would maybe listen to the reasoning behind why I've moderated on literally just a handful of social issues and just know me well enough to trust that what I'm saying comes from the heart and I'm not grifting. The reason why I didn't leave is also because, yeah, when you leave the company you've been at for 18 years, as you change or moderate a few of your views, it looks like a grift. It looks like your changes aren't sincere.
Right.
They're driven by a profit motive or something else. So for me, it was important to stay there to signal, no. First of all, no one's going to run me out of this place because I've had a change of heart on a few issues. Secondly, I'm not a grifter. No one is
I've moderated on some social issues.
paying me to change my opinions. Look, I sometimes wish that I was that impressionable or that easy to manipulate or that...
She's exclusively tolerant to non-Zionist Republicans now. She has no tolerance for anyone else with other diverging views. I think she would argue that you're the one that can't break bread with her because of those disagreements, even though those disagreements are all she wants to fucking talk about when she's face-to-face with any liberal or leftist, it seems.
Easy to buy. You can't buy my ass. You just can't. And it's because of who I am as a person. I can't shut up about what I actually think. I wish I could because it's gotten me into so much trouble. I believe what I believe.
You need like a soundboard drop of her being like, you can't buy my ass.
And I explained the rationale behind it. I explained why I've changed. You either take it or leave it. A lot of people have decided to leave it, and that's been really painful. But let me tell you about the very, very toxic nature of what's going on right now. Those who are upset about my changes aren't happy that those around me...
The funny thing is that, like, she would never put up with this nonsense about, like, I've just moderated a little bit on these social issues or whatever. When it comes to, like, liberal Zionists, like, she would call out any liberal Zionist that is complaining that, like, I'm progressive on everything. I'm for equal marriage. I'm pro-BLM. I support trans people. You know, like, she would never be like, all of those positions don't excuse the fact that you support, like, apartheid in Israel or support the ongoing genocide. That would never fly. But she wants people to carve out an exception for her own disagreements when it comes to certain social issues, like, especially related to, like, trans people. But it's like, can't you understand the people that are pushing for social rights and like different like civil rights movements? Yeah, they want to hold the line on these things. They don't really want to include people that like are not just disagree, but like are hostile and mischaracterize and strawman the movement in order to disagree with them.
Within the company, because there's other network shows, haven't vocally and publicly condemned me. And so there's a portion of the audience, I guess TYT's former audience, that are hell-bent on destroying the entirety of that company, ripping it apart. And the way they do it is they launch these like pressure campaigns toward other hosts.
Right.
And basically try to get the other hosts to either leave the company, which some have, and didn't bode well for them. Okay, let's just put it that way. Because they don't care about these other hosts or their careers or anything. They just care about tearing me apart, tearing the company apart. I'm not going to name any names, but I kind of got the sense that of the hosts that stayed, some of whom were really, really good friends of mine, were afraid to be associated with me. And that's been really painful because they've distanced themselves. They haven't necessarily trashed me publicly, but I'm sure they're now noticing that simply distancing themselves.
I thought, like, as far as who she's probably talking about Benny, that person that left TYT, saying that they were, like, too transphobic, and they had, like, a private debate with Cenk over, like, trans people participating in sports. Cenk was, like, obstinate. They didn't have this publicly. I can't think of, like, other people have left TYT since, but I can't think of, like, the names off the top of my head.
Isn't good enough for, you know.
But then she said, like, I'm talking about the ones that have stayed, and I can tell they don't want to talk to me. Like, maybe John Idarola, but they've done segments together. Or yeah, maybe Francesca Fiorentini.
These little tyrants online. And it's just going to escalate. And it's really up to them what they decide to do. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the remaining hosts, like, turn on me at some point. Like, I'm just used to it. But I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Like I said, I started working at TYT in 2007 when the pay was garbage because that was the only pay that was even possible. When there were pipes leaking above our desks. And we didn't care because we believed in what we were doing. And we loved the freedom to speak and say what we actually thought. And
we still love what we're doing in the Polymarket studio, TYT.
Culture very much.
And our mission hasn't changed.
Still exists on the main show. I think that the left has changed and it's become a lot less tolerant of different ideas or anyone who might be a little more critical of some of the...
So much for the tolerant left.
You know, pathologies on the left. And so that intolerance, unfortunately, is impacting some of the culture within the company. But on the main show, The Young Turks, we've been able to, like, maintain that freedom. I don't know how I found, like, the only 3 Zoomers in the country that are open-minded and are totally on board with what we're doing on the main show. But I would do anything for my team.
I don't know how I found people that are willing to do whatever for a fucking paycheck. No way.
They're amazing. They're bright. They're incredible people.
You think these Zoomers also convinced Cenk to run for president?
And we just wholeheartedly believe in class politics. I think that's, like, what guides us on the main show. I know this sounds conspiratorial, but I really do feel that identity politics is this cynical ploy to divide people so they're unable to build the coalitions necessary to win. I really do think that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Skipping forward a bit, but this seems...
Yes. Yeah. I don't know why that interaction between... That was so weird.
That.
Yes.
Yeah.
Skipping forward a bit, but
yeah.
This seems appropriate for what we've just talked about. How is Trump simultaneously both the most divisive president...
Aaron, to be fair, her new takes are losing her money because the left turned their back on Anna. Give me a fucking break. She has a new show on Valuetainment, literally called Her Take, where she's getting a fucking check for that. Is it the fattest check that she's ever fucking seen? Probably not. But Anna's net worth is probably the highest that it's ever been right now. So miss me with that shit.
That's ever existed? And the winner of the popular vote. How do those two things coexist?
Well, there's something intoxicating about a guy who says some of the most disgusting things in an era of cancellation. He comes across as strong. He comes across as...
This is a very, like, 2016 take. Like, he's so unfiltered. He's so politically incorrect. He's raw. He says whatever's on his mind.
One who's, like, above the fray, untouchable. I don't give a shit about all of these little mobs whining and crying about what I have to say. I'm going to say it anyway, and I'm uncancelable. They're unable to cancel me, right? There's something intoxicating about that among those who are sick and tired of the cancel culture that's been on the left for some time now. So I never understood this whole notion of owning the libs. Remember, like, that was a big thing starting in 2016. And I was like, what do you get out of it? This guy is total chaos. I mean, he's committing crimes, like, out in the open. You know, he's super corrupt. He, like, almost brags about his corruption regularly. Like, okay, so you own the libs. Who gives a shit? Okay, he's destroying things. Shouldn't we be more worried about that? But for the first time, I totally get it. I do. And I hate to say it, but, like, I hate the Trump era. I think it's been so damaging. And so you kind of have to latch on.
The other thing is, like, she doesn't get into why is Trump able to be as unfiltered as he is. Maybe it's because he has a cult of personality surrounding him. Maybe because any Republican that challenges him is scared to be voted out of office by their constituents or donors that oppose them because they're not falling in line with Trump entirely. Maybe it's because he's a fucking billionaire. So even if he's voted out of office, he can still have an incredible amount of influence over the American political system no matter what. He can't really be cast out because of the amount of money that he has. Like, that gets left out completely. For there to be like Trump has the fealty, like has all of the fealty that he does because of primarily because of the cult of personality that surrounds him. She doesn't want a Democrat to have that. She criticizes the Democrats that have bases that feel that they can do no wrong.
On to the few, I don't even want to say good things, but the few things.
So it's like she's like praising an outcome, even though it's like you would never support what it would take to actually achieve that outcome, right? For a Democrat to just feel so like entitled to say and do whatever they want. Because if you really like that true blue MAGA shit, she should be a big supporter of Eric Adams. She should be a big supporter of Andrew Cuomo. These are men that do whatever the fuck they want and do not care what their party thinks and are trying to currently get back into the good graces of the Democratic Party and with voters.
That make you feel like a little bit of revenge or whatever. And for me, yeah, like when I see some like gross corporate liberal losing his or her mind over something Trump said, I get a little bit of enjoyment out of it, you know, because they're part of the problem. I mean, they're part of what led to Donald Trump. They don't know it. They don't see it. They refuse to do any self-reflection to discover it, but it's the truth. And I hate those people.
Again, why does this only go one way? How come no matter how reactionary the right gets, no one ever says, you're turning people into communists, you're turning people into leftists, you're the one, the right is the one that's making people embrace Zoran Mamdani. It's always like this big question mark. Why is Zoran so appealing to young people, to educated people, to people that are more affluent? Like, why is that the case? But when it comes to Trump, all of a sudden we have this ability to like diagnose why that happened. And it's like, it's because of you. You being anybody that opposed Trump's agenda too loudly, anybody that disagreed with the right's opinions on things, anybody who was principled and stood up for what they believed in, which happens to be in opposition to everything that the right stands for, you're the one actually contributing and exacerbating the problem. I don't understand how this analysis only ever goes one way.
I think those people are the ones who led to Donald Trump. They created the perfect atmosphere and environment for a total clown like him to win. And I wish they realized it, because they're going to keep making the same mistakes unless they realize it.
Like, she started off again by saying we need to have like class consciousness. We need to have like class-centered politics. Now this analysis is like completely devoid of any material understanding of the forces that were able to consolidate around Trump and help him get to the White House, both in 2016 and then again in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, America, the past 40 years is basically a story of uninterrupted downward mobility. And now you have a guy who drives a wedge between the...
Like, she's like endlessly tolerant of voters, people that openly express and display their contempt for vulnerable minorities, anybody who's not like them, people that aren't Christians, like, but has no empathy or sympathy for people that are like just unapologetically opposed to that and don't want to put up with it.
Espouse progressive values and their elite material position. And most people just see that as an opportunity to like exact a little bit of revenge on the people who have been the beneficiaries of 40 years of economic policy.
That's so true.
Because even in the moments where they've gotten, you know, let's say there's a bump in the unemployment or the employment statistics under Biden, and there's like a little bit of economic growth, you know, a tiny blip in the uninterrupted downward trajectory of 40 years, that is just simply not enough to overcome the immense amount of resentment, class resentment, essentially, that people feel against this moral fanaticism that has taken over our society's storytellers.
Yeah, let's talk about class resentment for a second, because Senator Sanders seemed to really love Biden, and I think it's because any good thing that Biden did during his presidency was influenced by Bernie Sanders. However, his big infrastructure bill that he loves to celebrate, loves to brag about, was a major corporate handout. No one acknowledges that, and it drives me crazy. I'll give you examples. It allowed for the privatization of public infrastructure. I'm talking about highways, freeways that our taxpayer money paid for to construct that are now going to be managed privately. They're going to implement tolls that are going to totally devastate working class people who have to travel.
Okay, but what was the thing? Here's the thing. And this is something that bothered me because I thought Democrats should have just taken the majority of the credit for it. I didn't think that they needed to call it the bipartisan infrastructure bill. But again, keyword being bipartisan. Republicans also had a say in that legislation passing. what do you want to bet that the provisions that she's talking about were influenced and put in by majority Republicans and not majority Democrats?
I mean, 20, 30 miles to work because they can't afford the housing near their place of work.
Right.
Okay. All of these corporate handouts that were part and parcel of the infrastructure bill make it really hard for me to celebrate the progress we saw under Biden, because something tells me in a few years, once all of those infrastructure projects really come to fruition, people aren't going to feel like it was an effort to make the lives of working class people better. You know, it was really about, well, the corporate world needs better infrastructure in order to do commerce. So let's focus on that. And in the meantime, there's going to be all these little giveaways, privatization of our infrastructure in all these different ways that people aren't going to realize until it finally comes to fruition. And it will come to fruition. We're now hearing about how major sections of the 405 freeway in Los Angeles, or I should say California, will be privatized. There will be tolls. And it's infuriating. It really is.
We always do corporate handouts. That's how anything gets done in this country. FDR talked about doing that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the New Deal was, and like the Green New Deal as well, the entire purpose, the majority purpose of it is that you're going to create a bunch of new jobs, good jobs that are like union jobs, right? But in the private sector, and they're going to have benefits attached to them, and they're going to have good wages attached to them. The entire point is to like revitalize private markets.
I mean,
I don't know what she means about, like, I would have to look into this bill, like these provisions that she's talking about it being like, it's one thing for it to be built primarily using like, you know, a government contract that exists between a private company. They outsource the construction to them, but will the private company own it into perpetuity?
So I agree. The only thing I would add to this is that I think there was an acknowledgement on behalf of the Biden administration that the state needs to spend in order to create conditions of profitability for the private sector. And that, to me, was a little bit of a different tone than what we had seen basically for my entire life. You know, I was born after Reagan was elected. But on that topic, I want to ask you about this theory of the realignment, quote, quote, this idea that Republicans are now the party of the working class. What do you make of this theory?
The Republican Party is not the party of the working class. They never will be the party of the working class. You have Donald Trump just purporting to give a damn about workers when in reality he does not. The realignment is not seen in the power structure of the Republican Party. The realignment is seen among the voters. So if you look at Donald Trump...
Okay, if you know that to be true, then why are you fucking glazing... Why were you glazing Sean O'Brien, like the Teamsters president, going and speaking at the RNC?
Base. These are people who want a lot of what Bernie Sanders...
Because that's only worthwhile if you can actually influence the politicians in that party. But if you're already saying that the Republicans are going to be hostile to working class power, they're going to be anti-union, and they're not going to actually be a party for working people, then what the fuck is the point of that?
Was preaching about in 2015, 2016. They don't feel that the Democratic Party represents them. They look at the two options and they see one presidential candidate pretending to care about class issues.
Right.
And so they moved on over to the right. My whole argument right now is I want to find a way to bring voters together, because I think that most American voters are concerned about the same things and they want to pursue similar policies. It's just that there's a very real effort right now to keep engaging in like the division and the polarization. There's an effort to prevent these coalitions from forming. And I'm trying to get left-wing voters.
I've also never bought into this whole like, we all want the same things. We just have different ways of like getting there or whatever. I just think it really overestimates the extent to which like most people agree on things.
To understand what I'm trying to do, but they keep mistaking it as me laundering.
I have a theory. I'm blaming your Cuban husband. If that were the case, you wouldn't be so economically left, no?
Reputation of right-wing, you know, right-wingers in power. No, the right-wingers
Could
in power,
be like
they're the same
anti-socialists.
people. They've been around forever. They're the same people. They're pursuing the same cuts to the social safety net. They're pursuing the same, you know, tax giveaways to corporations and billionaires. They're not looking out for you. But the voters that fell for that trap on the right, they're not going to come over to our side if we keep demonizing them and making them out to be racists, homophobes, transphobes, bigots. I mean, these are people who voted for Obama twice.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
The constituencies that used to vote in solidarity with the interests of labor, representation through trade unions.
But they are. This is the thing. This is where like people get frustrated with her because like we don't need to whitewash anybody. Okay, you could. There was more of a case to make in 2016 that at best people were willing to overlook Donald Trump's bigotry, open xenophobia, racism, particularly towards Muslims and Mexicans. But you couldn't really say that like it was only either you were comfortable with it or you didn't like, or you actively supported it. It's kind of like one or the other. And now in 2024, if you're supporting Trump, like how can you really say like that's not just who some of these people are through and through, honestly? It's a separate question entirely how you go about engaging with them. But I think you have to be accurate in your assessment first, and you shouldn't be pretending that there's something other than what they are.
Labor parties in UK, Poland, Germany, Italy, US, everywhere across the advanced world. The trend has been that those voters have now shifted towards right-wing populist candidates. This is a difficult thing to explain, but if you can notice that trend, you literally just ask people who they voted for, plotted over the course of a few decades. You watch these point shifts between, labor parties and nationalist parties. What that means strategically, if that is indeed the meta-narrative, the larger trend that's happening, is that the left attempting to make moral arguments to liberals to recruit them to our side, to try and compromise on the most cruel aspects of structural inequality, that is a losing strategy because that coalition has never actually existed.
Right.
Whereas right before, basically our parents' generation, this coalition actually existed. The people who are presently voting for these right-wing populist parties used to be the Labor Coalition.
Yes.
That was real, and it won New Deal liberalism, it won social democracy. And as a strategy now, that means that the people that you have been convinced are your political opponents are actually the ones you need to be recruiting. And that is such a dramatic 180 from the strategy that has been deployed basically uninterrupted for the last 8 years. And goes a long way to explain, I think, where we are now. What is it that people on the right have gotten wrong when they characterize your...
Why to these people? It's like they have such like tunnel vision when it comes to like capturing voters, and it's like they almost believe that there's a finite number of voters, and the people that voted in the last election are the only people that are ever going to vote again. There's no discussion about trying to reach out to non-voters, or it's like so minuscule compared to like reaching out to MAGA. Why? There's far more non-voters to reach. There's far more people that stayed home. That's the low-hanging fruit you should be going after. Those are people that already agreed with you at one point in the not-too-distant past. If they were voting for Biden in 2020 and then they didn't come out for Harris, that's somebody you should be trying to recapture as opposed to going all the way to MAGA, who probably doesn't fucking agree with you on most things.
Political evolution in the last few years. We've heard a lot about the left, but what do people on the right say that's inaccurate about you?
They keep saying things like, come on over, the water's warm, which is very sweet, okay? Because I actually really admire the fact that the right wants to recruit people. They want to build, coalitions. And by the way, they tend to follow that statement up with, we're a big tent. And right now, the current Republican voting base is a big tent. Okay, the individuals who voted for Trump in 2016, those folks still exist, but I see them as very different from a lot of the new people who decided to switch and vote for Trump this time around. And I have been having conversations with people on that side, and they are, and the left hates when I say this, but it's true, they are a lot more open-minded in that they know I disagree with them.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson, so open-minded, so presidential. That's who she's talking about, the fucking pundit class, the people that she's been making inroads with. She's not talking to Trump voters. Name one Trump voter that you've been talking to, Anna, that wasn't a fucking media figure.
And pretty much 85% of the policies that Trump is pursuing, but they see common ground in 10 to 15%, and they're like, come on over, come on over. What they get wrong is that I think that I'm too far left on some of my economic policies. I think that I used to see myself as a political, almost like an influencer, and obviously there's propaganda that goes along with that. I wouldn't have called myself a propagandist, but if I'm honest...
Thank you for the raid, Socrates. Welcome.
With myself.
We're watching Anna Kasparian on Doomscroll, and thank you for the follow, Papa Squat.
Yeah, I was definitely more a propagandist than someone who was interested in like fully informing people about all sides and what's going on. I've changed my mind about pursuing that strategy, mainly because I have a better understanding of people who vote differently from me. And I have a deeper empathy toward all voters on all sides, including, yes, right-wing voters. I want them to trust me.
But none for the people in her replies that apparently you agree with 90% of the way.
And they're not going to trust me if I'm just a propagandist for the left. I think that the political project I want to pursue is the best political project for this country and for working people. But there isn't going to be any buy-in from Trump voters if I'm just constantly demonizing them. And,
like, let's go back and reanalyze this really, really quickly, because I think it's more insightful than people might realize.
Trust me, if right-wing voters. Empathy toward all voters on all sides.
Okay, empathy towards all people.
Right-wing voters. I want them to trust me. And they're not going to trust me if I'm just a propagandist for the left.
So are you disingenuously hiding positions that you have in order to appeal to a more right-wing base, or trying to effectively hide your power level or adopt more right-wing positions in order to appeal, like get these viewers, right? Make inroads with these people? Or do you just genuinely not want to be a propagandist for the left?
I think that the political project I want to pursue is the best political project for this country and for working people. But there isn't going to be any buy-in from Trump voters if I'm just constantly demonizing them and, engaging in propaganda. So,
and like, that's not, those aren't mutually exclusive. Like, you can be part of the left, but also your advocacy and the way that you go about discussing what your political beliefs don't actually have to include demonizing people. But you're not just talking about not demonizing people. You're talking about pandering to them. You're talking about appealing to them. You're talking about tailoring your messaging and maybe even some of your political beliefs to get more buy-in with them. That is totally different.
What I want to do...
So it's like, maybe you don't want to be a left-wing propagandist, but you do want to be a propagandist in some respect, because you are literally talking about the most effective way to market yourself to people who are hostile to your beliefs. And you have to obfuscate what you believe in order to get purchase with them.
With our show, and I've been doing it with some backlash.
How is that any more honest than just being an open partisan? I don't understand.
Also, with some people really appreciating it, is I'll take whatever the political issues are of the day and I'll cover it honestly, fairly. I will not misrepresent the side that the left dislikes. I will represent them fairly and honestly. And it's pursuing a more informative, way of doing things while also providing what I think the right solutions would be. And I think when people feel that you're not judging them or making them out to be bad people, they're more willing to listen to what you have to say, listen to what your thoughts are. If they know that you're giving them accurate information about the stories you're covering, they're more likely to trust you. And I'm really happy to see that there is some portion of our audience who identify as Republicans, but really love the show and what we have to say. They'll write in all the time and they'll say things like, I voted for Trump, but I really, really appreciate the way you covered this story. They're listening. And that creates...
They're praising you for being a useful idiot. That's what that sounds like. You're literally saying they're not actually moving closer to your positions. They're just like, I like the way that you go about... You're the good leftist. You're the one good one. You're my favorite liberal. Why? Why do you appeal to MAGA? And you're not converting them. They just like you.
It's pathways for possible persuasion. And even if I don't persuade them, I'm at least helping them understand where the left is coming from. So
even if I don't persuade them, the whole point is to persuade them. What is the point of capturing these viewers and these voters if you're not actually moving them closer to your side?
So I think one of the biggest benefits is kind of bringing the country...
The understanding means nothing if they don't actually move closer to your position and start to abandon right-wing and conservative beliefs.
Together and helping people understand each other. That's one of the main benefits. But the bigger benefit, the bigger possibility is bringing people over to our side with the class-based project that I think is going to save this country.
What country would you like the U.S. economy to resemble most?
Probably Denmark, Finland, Norway.
I don't disagree with her prescription. It should be, the majority of politics in America should be oriented around class. I obviously fucking think this. I'm a communist. But the way that she wants to get there just makes no sense to me.
I think the Scandinavian model is the right model. I think it's also...
They might kill us, but they understand our POV. This is literally some like Pod Save America shit. I'm not kidding.
The more practical model. So for those who want to pursue like a full-blown socialist economy, I don't believe that they want to pursue it because they're not doing what's necessary to win people over to pursue it. We're nowhere near it. And so I've kind of begun thinking a little more practically about things. And you look at other countries that have actually succeeded in creating a better economic system that, by the way, I mean, my favorite argument from the right, from the corporatist right, is, well, you know, you like the Scandinavian model, but those aren't socialist countries. They have private industry. And it's like, yeah, cool. And you love private industry, so why don't we implement that model here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that...
Yeah, that is a good argument, though. People that are like, those countries aren't even socialist. It's like, cool, can we have some of the not socialist country then? Can our economy resemble their not socialist economy, please?
Have way more buy-in among American voters if that's the model that you're pursuing. The other argument that you'll hear is, well, those are all white countries. You know, the population is homogenous, and so it's easier to pursue that. I don't buy that argument at all. Yes, we have a pluralistic society in America, people coming from all over the world, different cultures. I get that. I think most people are driven by the same thing. They want economic stability in their lives. Doesn't matter if you're coming from Guatemala, Armenia, Cuba.
You're just pulling a latter-day Angela Nagel and Amy Therese, if anyone knows who they are anymore. Yeah. Like, this has been done with, like, Kill Normies and shit. A book I've read that, like, it's a compelling, like, just so story, but it, like, lacks so many citations. It's really just, like, this narrative that she spins that sounds, like, intuitively true. But if you actually think about it, like, and scrutinize the claims for longer than 30 seconds, you realize a lot of it doesn't hold up to scrutiny, or it's not nearly as widespread as she thinks it is.
Cuba, you want economic stability, and you also want the government to stay the F out of your private life. And by the way, that's a note to the self-described socialists out there who seem to be super judgmental toward like the nuclear household. Shut the fuck up. If someone wants to have a traditional household,
this is more like yelling at people on Twitter.
Let them do what they want to do. I would be similarly disgusted by...
This is like the same type of rhetoric as like, and these feminists that demonize mothers that just want to have kids and be stay-at-home moms. Sweaty, you can be a feminist and you don't have to demonize women that have chosen different pursuits than you, which include motherhood. Like, just yelling at like a straw man.
Right-wingers who don't think gay marriage should be legalized, they need to shut the fuck up. Mind your own goddamn business. Let people make those intimate decisions for themselves. I don't think the government has any role there other than protecting people. But I think the government does have a role in implementing economic policies that are far more beneficial to working class people.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll add about the Nordic countries is they are indeed capitalist countries, right? They're social democratic countries. But the ways in which they won those social democratic policies is because they had, if you go way back in the history, before Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, like before these countries are even industrialized, like they are backward rural monarchies, but there are existing communist movements because the rest of Europe had already gone through an industrial revolution. So when the factories arrived, you had communists who, like, their union density was out of control. Sweden also proportionally, the degree to which their industry is privatized, but their union density is enormous, which is actually a pretty compelling argument that the more important factor is union density rather than nationalization. It's kind of like the anomalous example. But those Marxist movements won the best existing version of liberalism.
Yes, that's
very uncomfortable for people to talk about, but important to remember.
That is such a good point. That is true.
That's not uncomfortable for the left to acknowledge. I feel like that's uncomfortable for Democrats that are hostile to the Nordic model to acknowledge.
And, you know, to that point, it's not the governments of these countries that decide what the wages are going to be for workers, right? Here, we rely on the federal government, or in most cases now, state and local government to determine what the wages will be for workers, the minimum wage. That's not the case
Yeah, they have this thing called sectoral bargaining where they don't actually have a minimum wage. It's like set and constantly refined, indexed to like local economies, certain industries, and it's determined by unions primarily, like negotiations between unions and private industry.
These Scandinavian countries with high union density, the unions get to negotiate for higher wages. And that's a far better model. And in fact, even in America, you'll notice unionized workers tend to get paid more than non-unionized workers. And it's because they have a lot more power through these unions to negotiate for better wages.
Yeah. They even, particularly in Sweden, they do something called sectoral bargaining, where it's not just one
he knows.
union versus the employer, but it's all of the unions in that industry. And it's just tremendously powerful in lifting the floor of wages. If there's a young person out there who's listening to this and they're maybe posting all of this like radical stuff on social media, they're saying things like, the left is dead, it's captured by NGOs.
I'm for unions, but the union can be a detriment as well. Give me a break. Hold on. I don't agree with that, but on that, what she was saying about like, oh, the NGOs are the reason why we have like the private prison industrial complex, like that's where like the root of the corruption is or whatever. That reminds me of people that don't identify corporate power as the reason why unions have been decimated in this country, where there isn't a stronger labor movement. And they literally point to unions, or like they look at wages being depressed or not keeping pace with inflation year over year, or like buying power decreasing, and they blame unions.
Nothing is ever going to get better. What would you tell that person?
I would tell them to find the strength to fight, not in the systems that currently exist. Those systems are not going to help you. Those systems either need to be reformed or like tossed out entirely. I would say that they need to find their...
Or abolished, defunded, Anna? Guess that doesn't apply to police, though.
Inspiration among other ordinary people.
Or prisons. You're not allowed to question prisons either.
Don't make the mistakes that I made. Have empathy for ordinary people. Try to understand ordinary people that you disagree with. Understand where they come from, what their life experiences are, how they came to the conclusions they came to, and keep that line of dialogue open always. Don't let anyone convince you that there are good guys and bad guys. You should never talk to the bad guys. Those people have no interest in winning a damn thing. Those people are part of the problem. Keep your mind and your heart open. Obviously, don't let anyone take advantage of you or treat you poorly. But I think with these young individuals,
clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose,
or politically minded will probably come to realize is that the very individuals that they're being brainwashed into thinking will treat them poorly aren't going to treat them poorly. Okay? There's all sorts of false narratives out there about ordinary working people. We need to keep talking to one another and not allow those in positions of power to continue dividing and fracturing us. Michael Brooks is famous for this one statement that he made, which is, I'm paraphrasing. It's not exactly how he said it, but it's like, be kind to people, but vicious to systems or harsh towards systems. And everyone says that they love that quote. They believe in that quote, but they don't actually live that quote because there's a lot of cruelty toward people.
And you do, Anna. And you do.
People who disagree with you. And I was in that camp where I thought it was a great quote. I thought I believed in it.
Like, she's friendly with the systems that he's saying people need to be challenging. She's friendly with fucking Tucker Carlson. She's friendly with fucking Glenn Beck.
But I didn't really believe it until recently. Because being kind to people...
Thank you for the follow, Van Bean 13.
...means avoiding the demonization of Trump voters, really. Avoiding the demonization of private citizens who might have been caught on video acting poorly or being cruel. I think a lot of people are struggling right now. It's not an easy country to live in. I think about what I'm currently going through. Like, my mom is in the hospital and has been in the hospital.
Michael Brooks would hate this bitch. No, he really liked Anna. They had a show together on Jacobin called Weekends with Nando Villa. They got along, and he was like responsible for moving her more and more left. But then after his, untimely death, it just seemed like that, like, she abandoned the Jacobin show. She didn't continue doing it much longer after that. And then not too much longer after that, her like pivot starts happening. And I really do think that he was such a big influence. Like, she's very like, again, like, personal experience means a lot to her, and she's kind of just like at the whims of like the media that she's consuming. Like, multiple times over this one conversation, she's referenced like, oh, this guy Vivek Chibber, like, I love everything that he's saying. She's like very, very influenced by these like thought leaders. And so when Michael Brooks left, it's like what filled the void was not other leftist thinkers or whatever. If anything, she found herself at odds with different leftist commentators. Obviously, like, you're never going to be able to fill Michael Brooks' shoes. He had something very, very special. But I just feel like she started to, like, that curiosity just kind of went with him. And now I guess she's like finding it in like some of these like leftist social, like anthropologists or whatever, but she's also finding it among the right.
Hospital since April 10th, struggling with cancer. She needed a bone marrow transplant. I was her donor. That process worked out, but there were complications that are now keeping her in the hospital. And there are days when I'm just very negative and I've gone through a lot and I like want to lash out. And I just think about what it would be like if someone caught me on camera as I'm in the middle of lashing out and saying things that I don't even believe, but I just want to like, get it out. People are going through
empathy for like the racist Karen, but no empathy for like a trans person that's being like domineering or like uppity, quote unquote. I don't know. That's how she described them, right? Advocating for themselves. Okay.
A lot in this country where we have a broken healthcare system, where there is almost
like, why not view those activists and the people part of those communities in the same way? Like, again, you have this like endless amount of empathy for this like version of like the white working class that she's fetishizing, even though she's never mentioned like white people specifically. You're talking about the majority of the Republican base. It is going to be a lot of white people. Okay, for one. But two, like, I just don't understand how it's so selective.
No path,
just like endless accommodation to these people for their reactionary beliefs, but none for the people that just are unapologetically opposed to those things.
Financial mobility, people can't afford housing. We have a drug epidemic with nearly 100,000 people dying on our streets every single year. We're all trying to make sense of this mess that we're living in. So if you believe in what Michael said prior to his passing, then you need to live it. And you need to be kind to people, regardless of their faults, regardless of their poor behavior. I think everyone has the opportunity to get better, but we live in a system that makes it nearly impossible to do so. So genuinely be kind to people. Don't look down, look up, because these systems happen to be the issue here. Really like holding people back.
Dutch was glazing Michael Brooks just a few days ago. It's weird to see centrists cheering Brooks as if he would agree with them. I mean, it's the same way that like you see Republicans quote MLK as if Republicans today, we're part of that political era, wouldn't have been anything but fucking hostile to him. I think the reason why is because like Michael Brooks was he was very kind. He was very empathetic. He was very grounded in his criticisms. But I do find it not ironic, because obviously there has to be some overlap between Hutch's politics and like Michael Brooks, but I just don't see how they wouldn't be beefing. Michael Brooks would absolutely be outspoken about the genocide in Gaza. This idea like that he wouldn't be, and that him and Hutch wouldn't be beefing right now is like hilarious.
And I think that we fall for their propaganda all the time, and that propaganda inspires people.
And like Michael Brooks was ruthless with his criticisms about Democrats.
Fight each other rather than fighting the system.
Anna Kasparian, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening. To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show.
Cute. Okay, I've pulled this up. Let me see if I can't find like where it is. This segment where Chapo Trap House talks about the Pod Save America boys are reviewing like their book on like how Democrats can win more political power. And there's a point in this where they're talking about like how do we reach people on like Fox News or whatever.
Just because they actually care about loyalty. These not even that.
It's like the transcripts don't work.
To kill old people was the
taking over command at the back.
Ways in which Google or Facebook becomes a checkers to comb the platform. The only solution is
Chapo guys are so annoying. Well, disagree, but the point of this is that they read from the Pod Save America, like their book on like again how to amass political power, how do Dems win, and it's like what Anna is talking about, even though she's like I'm economically more left than like the average Democrat.
To fight back. Multiple studies show if it comes from the New York Times.
Twitter is like granny's like
conspiracy theories are there,
but none of them are changing their opinion.
Oh, here it is. I think maybe.
Man, we gotta make that $1 billion idea.
Yeah. Okay, if you don't like that, try this. Play a different game. Ultimately, the right strategy is to nullify the idea of objective truth. On issues like climate change, healthcare, tax policy, Republicans simply can't win an argument on the facts. So instead of changing their policy, they try to change the facts. Democrats could look at the relative success of Trump and try to play his game. That would be a mistake. Cynical conspiracy theories are their home turf, which we wouldn't be good at. And our
Thank you for the bits, Clearwatch.
supporters who still trust objective news sources wouldn't be fooled. Instead, we should swerve in the other direction and abandon normal political spin to ensure that our statements, positions, and analyses of the other sides are factually bulletproof.
Who gives a shit?
This is so...
This is not like the part. I'm trying to think of the part where like Obama was like, they literally quote Obama being like, oh, I wish I could talk to people who watch Fox News. Even if they didn't agree with me, at least they'd understand where I was coming from. It was like literally what Anna was saying.
Matter is just telling a story that you said enlisted in this. You can't convince that person otherwise.
We know none of this works because
you create all these questions. They think there are no villains. They think there are just like good and bad.
Combat what these people think because it's not literally about whether he was born in this like great manism. People. It's not that they're just it's impossible to take them head on because the
Virgil read earlier where he was like, you know, even though Obamacare, we made sure that like, oh man,
Talking about like how Obama, like them being like rigorously factually accurate is not going to be the thing that can defeat Trump because a lot of the appeal of Trump is not grounded in some factual analysis or in any way tethered to reality. It's a lot of like myth making and people just buying into lies.
So
all of our bugbears.
Predator monster. He got his.
Okay,
here's where they talk about Fox News. I think.
And it didn't do anything to a whole lot of people.
Let's go back in time. The next chapter is about the Pfeiffer's big bugbear during the Obama years, Fox News.
Fox News.
I call them
all of our bugbears.
I call them faux news, and I insist that you all do that as well.
Here are just a few tidbits from this chapter. This is about the foundation of Fox News. A TV network that would cover issues from a different perspective is a good idea and a healthy one for our democracy. That sort of network may be what Rupert Murdoch and Roger Ailes had in mind when they started Fox News more than 20 years ago, but that's not what it is anymore, or ever was, really.
He was a fucking... He was a Jabba the Hutt sex predator.
Fox News had good intentions at the start, according to the Pod Save boys.
Monster. He got his...
Fox News lost their way.
Teaching Richard Nixon how to be racist in a way that would get him the most votes. What are you fucking talking about?
How do they do America is already great for Fox News? Like their worldview is so holistic that it's like everything used to be good until
every
Donald
institution
Trump.
is good until Trump showed up.
This is exactly what we're talking about, the inability to identify an enemy. And he's like, crazy conspiracy theories, that's their home turf. And like I believe it when Dan says that he couldn't do that, but how fucking hard it would be for some enterprising Democratic Party or political opposition, if you hate Fox News, to, I don't know, uncover the fact that it's just an abattoir of sexual coercion and abuse maybe 10 or 15 years earlier than the last stories we've read about it. How hard would it be to turn up all the stories about how Roger Ailes forced himself on women and then literally bleeds out of his penis because he's slightly hemophiliac?
Forgot about that.
Look it up.
Why? I don't want to look it up.
Described as raw hamburger meat by a woman. Why not just put his disgusting face every time you talk about Fox News? Talk about Roger Ailes and have a picture of his decaying, decrepit body to go with
Jabba
it.
the Hutt sex predator monster to describe fucking Roger Ailes kills me, dude.
That like there's one of those insufferable Oscars. Just call Hollywood the rape town. Call Fox.
Let's see.
For that,
well, you don't have to for Hollywood either.
Yeah.
Well, here's some of the things that they have to deal with. Fox News promoted widely debunked conspiracy theories in order to raise questions about the integrity of Obama's victory. Most notable was a certifiably insane idea. The Obama administration was covering up an effort by a fledgling black militant group called the New Black Panthers, who had been dispatched to scare white voters away from the polls. Another favorite Fox fable was that a little-known housing advocacy group called Acorn had helped steal the election through various.
This was like James. This was literally like Project Veritas shit that the Democrats like fell for. Or like not fell for, but like capitulated to.
Motherfuckers hung them out to dry. A Democratic Congress killed Acorn and probably cost Hillary the election, considering how thin the fucking margins were and how one of their big things they did was fucking voter registration. They're scared of their own fucking shadow because of some ginned up bullshit with a guy dressed like a pimp, a fucking trust fund rapist in a pimp costume. Got them to fire Sherry Sherrod and fucking defund Acorn. You fucking cowardly pieces of shit.
Unfortunately, this is a thing that actually happened.
This is
my God. Matt's rage levels are reaching unprecedented heights.
No, I mean, I said when we were planning on doing this episode that I had probably the most controversial take I would ever have on the show.
Oh boy,
I like the Hill. Okay, yeah. Give me fucking Felipe. These fucking cockroaches work in a comms department for 30 real people. They're fucking freaks. People yelling at them, but they also knew that they couldn't say Maron. Then Mark Maron's like, another stab in the back by the only. My God,
They won't even-
die.
What should be right at the end of this like 23-minute segment? You guys have to come on this journey with me because I know it's in here somewhere.
They won't even let a young.
I just can't I can't search through the transcript because the only option is for like fucking Vietnamese for some reason. Literally, Vietnamese auto-generated. There's no English auto-generated. I can't even like change it.
Iran should have nuclear weapons on their.
Because it's somewhere there.
Passion.
Anything. Oh, I worked against those guys, but at least they had honor and loyalty. Yeah, they fucked over people who weren't in the family. But Obama won it
Every night, whereas he's
Drinking s'mores between these.
Yes.
One, talk to Fox News viewers. Just don't do it on. Here's the advice. How to.
Okay, here it is. Here's the advice.
Now.
Yes.
Okay,
Wow.
here's how to beat.
powerful.
Here's the advice: how to defeat the Trump propaganda machine. Talk to Fox News viewers. Just don't do it on Fox.
No, never do that. Waste of time. Fucking just headbutt a fucking wall.
Electorally,
Anna Kasparian. This is literally, again, talk to Fox News viewers. Okay, check. Anna Kasparian agrees with this.
Doing
and
that.
morally, Democrats cannot afford to cede these voters to the Republicans.
they have to.
I am resistant to any strategy that says we give up on a third of the country.
No, you have to.
Oh, that's a good strategy.
Wait, of course.
That's Anna Kasparian being like, no, we can't give up on these MAGA voters. We can't give up on these people. Like,
There's two fucking parties. If you only have to
even if it would mean potentially picking up more Democratic voters that sat out the last election that could absolutely be won over or convinced to go back to the polls, or picking up non-voters, more importantly.
At a third, you're fucking golden.
If you get 2/3 in return, that would be pretty good.
we gotta peel off a third of this third.
Does he think he needs 100?
Like, could you imagine the right being like, we need to try to get Zoran Mamdani's supporters. We cannot lose this block. And instead of just like cutting their losses and being like, we're probably never going to get people that fucking vote for Zoran, okay? We don't need to try to pander to them. We don't need to try to reach them.
% of votes?
That's what they want. That's what a big pen is. We want 100%. And if there's one person saying, I don't like this, then it's like, what can we do for you? How can we serve you better today?
What about the over a third who doesn't vote? Just nothing about winning them over at all.
No.
It's like, no. How can we racistly accommodate you?
All right, we need to combat Fox News by going around Fox News to communicate with their viewers through interviews on local TV and Facebook. And Democrats can and must campaign in those rural areas.
Okay.
Democrats need to give these
Not
voters
rural.
a chance to see them
Mostly
first in person instead of only getting to know them through the
Yep, they're not, like Matt, he said under his breath, they're not rural. A lot of it's suburban. Like, she was talking about this with Tucker Carlson about like just all of this bloviating about like this idealized like non-existent unicorn, like the like rural voter, even though, again, like, and she was like talking shit about like people that live in the cities, even though it's like, one, that's where the majority of Americans are concentrated to begin with, and two, this is like, you're still talking about suburban areas for the most part. Like Appalachia and all that like constitutes a very, very small percentage of the voting base.
Funhouse Mirror of Fox.
All of those local TV channels that they're talking about,
All owned by the Sinclair.
all owned by Sinclair. Almost all of them. They're even more right-wing and propagandistic than Fox.
Yes.
And, you know, and again, this is the direct result of the deregulation by the FCC that's been going on since the fucking Clinton
Yep.
administration.
Hey, you remember their own fucking grave.
Yeah, you remember those things you had, the FTC and
The Fairness
FCC?
Doctrine.
Yeah, what if you used them?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What a crazy world.
Barack Obama would often say that if he could just meet every person in America, much like he was able to campaign in Iowa in 2008, it would change the tone of politics.
No.
People would see that he is a good, honest person trying to do the right thing. Maybe he wouldn't get any more votes than he otherwise would have gotten because there are legitimate, sincere differences of
That
opinion.
seems like the most important
But
element.
people would know the real Obama, not the Fox News
There
caricature.
are at least
Anna Kasparian literally said that. Hold on. We're gonna go back and fucking check that against what she said. Audience. Let's see. Here.
And I'm really happy to see that there is some portion of our audience who identify as Republicans, but really love the show and what we have to say. They'll write in all the time and they'll say things like, you know, I voted for Trump, but I really, really appreciate the way you covered this story. They're listening. And that creates pathways for possible persuasion. And even if I don't persuade them, I'm at least helping them understand where the left is coming from. So I think like one of the biggest benefits is
tell me that isn't exactly the idealistic bullshit that Obama and the Pod Save boys are peddling in their stupid fucking manual.
Is kind of bringing the country together and helping people understand each other. That's one of the main benefits. But the bigger benefit, the bigger possibility is bringing people over to our side with the class-based project that I think is going to save this country.
Okay, again, we're going to compare it against this. We're going to go back just a little bit.
This is the direct result of the deregulation.
Those things you had.
Barack Obama would often say that if he could just meet every person in America, much like he was able to campaign in Iowa in 2008, it would change the tone of politics.
No.
People would see that he is a good, honest person trying to do the right thing. Maybe he wouldn't get any more votes than he otherwise would have gotten because there are legitimate, sincere differences of opinion.
You know, they say, oh, you know, I'm not changed. I voted for Trump, but I liked how you covered this story.
Like the most important
But
element.
people would know the real Obama, not the Fox News caricature.
And then what did she say? But at least they understand the left's perspective. They know where we're coming from on this.
15 million people in America who think Obama sucked dick in a limo.
But even if they didn't, if they still voted for Hitler Jr., what fucking difference does it make?
Okay, this is how the chapter ends.
Identical. I was just talking about this earlier today. Cenk, Anna, like they go on and on about how they're like, they think, you know, the Democratic Party is corporatist. They're like constantly capitulating to the right and corporate interests in ways that they don't need to. They need to adopt a more populist agenda. And then their strategy for how to achieve that is functionally no different than what your average centrist Democrat wants to do, or literally what Kamala Harris did in 2024. Moderate them, and Hillary in 2016. Moderate the message, try to pick up former Republican voters and get them on your side by doing, you know, meeting them in the middle on issues like immigration. Dropping the social justice shit. It's different when they do it, though. Just give me a fucking break, man. Okay. All right. Quick show. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me yet, you should go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed to me, you should, and then turn on the bell. That way you can know when I go live on YouTube, if that's where you prefer to watch. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch, get access to an ad-free experience, as well as a bunch of different emotes or gift subs throughout the chat to help other viewers have the same lovely experience. If you want to like the stream on YouTube, that would help push it out to other people. You can also go through my old VODs, which I timestamp, that we can skip around to any segment that I talk about in a VOD. You don't have to watch the whole thing, hours and hours, to see where I talk about whatever topic interests you from that VOD. Yeah, I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube chat. And now we're going to do Candace Owens. I've lost count, probably quadrupling down on the fact that Bridget Macron is a man. On Piers Morgan.
The entire world and caused a global leader to get on a plane and beg
right. Slow down, Candace. Slow down. Can't go that fast. Why does it do this? I hate this bug so much. I can set it back to normal, but it's still at 2x speed here. So, all a lie. Candace Owens versus Piers Morgan on Macron, plus Democrats debate future. Harry Sisson is on this. So, why does she care so much about this? No fucking clue. I mean, it gets her a bunch of views and clicks, so I have to imagine that that's the primary influence. Clout, money, clicks, attention.
Series has gripped the entire world and caused a global leader to get on a plane and beg President Trump to shut me up because I'm just sitting there going, la, 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 she looks like a woman in a wig. I received a phone call from Trump himself. He said he was very confused when Mayor Macron took him to the side of a car, wanted him to get in touch with me to make me stop speaking about his wife. They contacted that UK firm and had them go out to find a crisis PR team in America ahead of my series. You really are asking people to defy their common sense in this moment.
I admire your balls. I mean, it's probably the wrong term to use given the issue we're discussing. $300,000 to charity. I say she's a woman. Are you prepared to take that bet?
I'm 1,000% prepared.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
So insane.
Stadiums in red states, by the way. That should be something that Democrats would want to latch onto. Part of the reason we're in this mess is because of Democrats like James Carville.
Because she's going to talk about affordability and the issues that actually matter to people, not this like whole made-up, culture war issue, and extends to the national scale. Do you think that if J.D. Vance ran...
What do you want to bet that that's about trans people?
Simply on trans issues, and you have Gavin Newsom... talking about affordability. Do you think that people would actually vote for J.D. Vance in that election?
James, you said last week that Democrats have to let this trans stuff go. What is your reaction?
My reaction is up to athletic governing bodies. I'm just not into the 400-meter dash at the girls' track meet.
Cannaboo, is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi?
In 2026, certainly the issues are going to be the cruelty of grabbing brown and black immigrants in Home Depot parking lots. That's not what America voted for.
Well, the massive lawsuit filed by the Macrons against Candace Owens is extraordinary and unprecedented on many levels. This is the world leader suing a US citizen for defamation in a US court. And the US citizen is not a legacy news brand or a business mogul, but a successful podcaster, which is a measure of the shifting balance of power in media. President Macron and his wife Brigitte accused Candace Owens of relentless worldwide bullying and a campaign of global humiliation over the repeated claim that Brigitte Macron is a man. Macron has tried other methods of warning Candace to drop the issue, including, she says, asking President Trump to call her directly, which he did. Well, so far, the main impact of the lawsuit...
Is there any reporting on this? Did Trump call Candace Owens? It's a French news outlet. Candace Owens says Trump told her to stop investigating Brigitte Macron. The right-wing pundit claims the president said, "She looks like a woman to me." This was reported August 5th. So she said it on Tucker Carlson, apparently.
Has been to bring the Bridget claims to an even bigger audience, with prominent coverage everywhere from NBC to CNN and the BBC. But many legal commentators reckon it's Candace Owens who ought to be worrying. So is she? Well, in a moment, I'll ask her. But here's a reminder of how we got here.
I think you're a man. I think it's beyond obvious that we're born a man. You may want to split hairs about, well, I'm really a woman. I feel on the inside. I'm a woman. An insulting wig that you're wearing. It's ridiculous. It's like you're laughing at us. What I'm saying is that you were born a man and you will die a man. It is very clear.
I think she's guilty of defamation. IMO would vote that way for sure. The important thing to prove is not the defamation in this case. It's like the maliciousness.
Brigitte Trogneau existed. It is very clear that she was, in fact, the sister of Jean-Michel Trogneau. And I think that if I am guessing what took place here, Jean-Michel Trogneau took Brigitte Trogneau's identity at some point. It's plausible that...
Insulting wig, what in the fuck? I'm not reacting to any of this because this is not my first foray into Candace Owens' like transvestigation of Brigitte Macron for whatever reason. So none of anything that I'm hearing is new, but you must be new here.
Brigitte Trogneau got sick. That the real Brigitte Trogneau got sick and perhaps had a dying wish to help her brother. It's very early on, but I know that the process is supposed to be the pain, that they want to drag this out. I can't see them wanting to make it to discovery. I just don't see that happening. I think they'll fake kill Brigitte first. Like they'll be like, oh, Brigitte passed away from stress because of what Candace did.
Well, the host of the Candace Show, Candace Owens, rejoins me now. Candace, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Piers?
I'm good. Are you a woman?
I am, in fact, a woman, and I certainly would never sue someone to prove to the world that that is a fact. I would probably be laughing.
Well, how can you prove to me you're a woman if I don't believe you?
I wouldn't have to. You could do 18 hours of a show saying that I was living as a man for 30 years. And the easiest thing for me to do, obviously, would be to just release pictures of me living, yearbooks.
Which she has. They have released pictures. And then these fucking people say they're fabricated, they're lies, they're made up, they're not real photos, or she's being deceptive in some way.
Me on the cheerleading team, me pregnant, me with my children, raising my children. Long before, if I ever got to the point where I thought that I needed to launch a lawsuit, I would probably just release a few photos if we're playing devil's advocate here.
But ultimately, the easiest and quickest and best way to prove to me that you're a woman, and I'm not disputing that you're a woman, I think you probably are. I know you like to cast doubt on people's gender and sexuality, so I'll just leave it floating, hoping that someone in the internet world grabs it and makes me tons of money with is Candace male or female? But my point is this, you would be able to prove it to me by taking a simple sex test, right?
The scandal makes us confront the question, is it transphobic to be offended at being accused / mistaken as trans? I mean, I think that's not the only thing that she claimed, though. But I also have that question, like, is that something that you can prove is malicious? Like, if you're going around saying somebody is gay when they're not, is that maligning them? Is that how, is that going to factor into this? Because it's like, shouldn't necessarily be inherently a negative thing to say that somebody is the gender that they're not, but it's also just not true. There are some things that are defamation per se. Like, if you call some people like a pedophile or whatever, it doesn't matter that you didn't do it, even if like the harm was small, just doing it in and of itself is an offense. But in this case, it's like confounding with the fact that she says she's like a pedophile, that she said like she accuses her of multiple things alongside saying that she's not actually the gender that she says she is.
You would just say, here we are, here are the results, here's the sex test. That's the best way to do this, right?
Actually, because we were in communication with her legal team long before she launched this website, we never asked for something that deep. We literally gave her a list of 21 yes or no questions and asked her to just answer it on the record. Also offered to fly over to Paris and interview Brigitte to get her side of the story. Before we even launched the first episode of the Becoming Brigitte series, we were in communication and offered them a chance to rebut. And they came back and said, we don't have to submit anything to prove that she is a woman, and we don't want to answer your questions.
I feel like the better thing that Piers could have done to flip it on her is not saying, prove that you're a woman. He should have said, prove that you're not doing blackface 24/7. Prove that you're actually a black woman. Prove that you weren't a white child that has been living in blackface like Rachel Dolezal for the majority of your life. It doesn't matter that you have black parents. You could have been adopted by black parents. That wouldn't make you black, right? Like something as absurd as that, to say, like, how do you even disprove it?
Published those legal letters. It's the reason why people that watch
without having to be like incredibly invasive to somebody like you shouldn't have to fucking justify it to.
Series are just not believing the media when they pretend that this was like, oh, Candace wanted the blood of the first lady. No. Also,
well, the Macron's relationship is all sorts of weird. They started dating when Emmanuel was 15 and Brigitte was like 40. Yeah, I don't deny that, which is why I think it's fucking stupid to go after her for this conspiracy theory shit when there's plenty to go after her for related to her inappropriate relationship with Macron. But I still think that like there are higher standards than just like, they didn't actually, apparently there's no evidence that they actually did anything or like she sexually abused him at that age. You know, we can speculate. You can even assume like it probably did happen because they were so close that like his parents moved him to a different school. Like she had kids from a previous marriage that were around his age. But I still think it's probably defamation because it's never been proven in a court of law. There's never been any like cases against her like that you would be able to get away with saying like she is a pedophile without getting in trouble when you're like her size.
So she's not suing. Obviously, my series was based on a book.
Candace could provide pictures of herself as black when a child. Rachel Dolezal could not. She could have just been in makeup. That's fake. Or those photos could be digitally altered. How do we know that she's actually black? Maybe Candace sent us Photoshop pictures.
Becoming Brigitte that I did alongside the journalist who worked on this story for 10 years. She's not suing him for defamation, but she is suing him for cyberbullying, which is really, if you read through the lawsuit against me, they are misrepresenting the things that I've said, taking them out of context, and pretty much smearing me in the process by pretending that we asked something extraordinary by saying we won't run this entire series if you can just show us a few photos of you living in this 30-year period.
Right. I think photos can be easily manipulated. We know that in the modern era. I just think a sex test is definitive. And the reason I'm asking you this is because I'm assuming, and maybe I'm completely wrong, maybe I'm the deluded one here, I don't think so, but I'm assuming the only reason that Brigitte Macron and her husband, who's the president of France, are coming after you personally in American courts for defamation is that they know all they have to do to completely refute your entire conspiracy theory, which is what they say it is they just have to prove she's a woman. If she's a woman, and she's had 3 children, miraculously, and I know I've seen your slightly torturous explanation for how she's managed to secretly have 3 kids, and it wasn't her, and she's a man, but I've seen what you've said. But ultimately, if she proves she's a woman, which is very easily provable...
Candace is like smiling like a fool while he's saying all of this.
Your whole case just implodes, doesn't it?
Well, Piers, it sounds like you're on our side. It's been 10 years of the press saying that she was born a woman. She's sued people for cyberbullying. She's sued people for speaking wrong about a document. And yet the easiest path would have just been to simply release photos from 30 years of your life. That is why this is unbelievable.
I guess there's no photos of her pregnant, or she would say that that's fake. Or like what she wants is like footage of her giving birth and them actually showing the child like crowning to prove it.
You're also, I think, largely misrepresenting my series. You showed only clips of me discussing things after the lawsuit, but you didn't actually show anything from my series. I don't think my series has gripped the entire world and caused a global leader to get on a plane and beg President Trump to shut me up because I'm just...
Right, it's like, chill, Candace. This has not gripped the entire world. It's gotten more attention than I would have thought otherwise, but it's not gripped the entire fucking world.
They're going, la, 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 she looks like a woman in a wig. No, it's a very serious subject, actually, Piers. And if you watched even the first episode of the Becoming Brigitte series, you'll understand there's an entire network of pedo criminals that are surrounding the Macrons. They have had multiple scandals regarding pedophilia that have just engulfed his presidency. And they are going after journalists. And to be clear, these were mainstream journalists, not far-right podcasters or however it's being presented in the media today, that were simply trying to do a biography on the First Lady. They were supporters of her.
It should be It should not be so hard to prove unless something is up. That is so fucking stupid. Male Rights USA, you're pissing me off more than usual in chat tonight. She has provided evidence. She has provided her birth certificate. She has provided photos of her when she was a child. She has responded to this claim in comprehensive ways. Every single response of hers just ends up feeding into the fucking conspiracy theory more and more and more. They always shift the goalposts. They always say it's fabricated, it's not real, it's like misrepresented in some way, or it fits in somehow with her being a man and it's her impersonating in that photo. There is no evidence that they could show. They will always shift the goalpost. They arrived at that with no evidence. They're not going to be moved off of it with evidence.
They were feminists. They wanted to basically glorify her as the president's wife, and they fell down a dark hole. Condé Nast journalists, by the way. They fell down a dark hole because they felt suddenly that they weren't able to get any answers to their basic questions. This was a mainstream issue in France. And so I think you do yourself a disservice when you misrepresent it as if I'm just like sitting here going, la, 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 she's wearing a wig. Show the real excerpts from the Becoming Brigitte series. It's incredibly compelling.
No, I saw that.
Even you could ignore that it's strange. It's strange. Like 30 years of it. Why would you go through all this effort when you could just drop photos of 30 years of your life where you allegedly had 3 children? Where are your children, by the way?
Allegedly had 3 children.
Wouldn't your children come out peers and defend you by just dropping pictures of their childhood with you? Do you know her children won't do that and yet miraculously?
What would that prove? What? That they were standing next to a man in a dress, right? Why would photos of her with their kids prove anything? You want to see proof that she actually gave birth to them and not just like adopted them, right?
Those same children do
Candace,
drop photos of their father.
All right, Candace, let me present another series of explanations for what's happened here. Sure. I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, all right? So let me put that caveat at the start here. Maybe you're right, okay? I don't think you are. I think you've been hoodwinked by these journalists who have gone on a complete fantasy trail of nonsense.
I mean, she's not just been hoodwinked. She is the hoodwinker. She is the liar here. She is the conspiracy theorist here. She is the one propagating this.
Suggest Brigitte Macron never had 3 children, is a man. It's all a lie.
Because she is also added to different things. She's not just like repeating claims that have been made, because that claim has like existed before Candace Owens, obviously. But she's not just repeating them verbatim. She's like come up with other things that like as part of the conspiracy theory.
And all the stuff that you've been doing on.
How could she prove she's a woman? She can't. Not. It's like it's unfalsifiable.
Your channel and getting huge traffic for and making tons of money. So if you're right, it's been a magnificent display of fearless journalism exposing a bombshell revelation about the First Lady of France. I absolutely make no bones about that whatsoever. But if you're wrong, as I believe, I genuinely believe you're wrong, then it leaves 2 avenues of explanation for why you would pursue this so aggressively. One, you've been duped by these French journalists. And secondly, worse, that you kind of know it's not true, but you've ridden the wave of conspiracy theory about it because it's been so lucrative and it's got...
Listening to the deranged conspiracies of Candace and the trans investigation is insane. How does one get to this level of hatred and arrogance? Having a lot of free time and consuming alternative media like the Candace Owens podcast, Tucker Carlson, Nelk Boys.
Around the world, like you've been saying. And I think that is why they're suing you, because ultimately they know that you've been amplifying this massively more than the journalists had in France, getting way more global traction. And it boils down to one simple fact, not photographs, as you keep trying to distract me with, but a sex test. If on day 1 of this case, she just produces an actual sex test report that says she's a woman, you're going to realize in that moment you've been completely duped. What do you do then?
Also, it's like, who the fuck cares? Like, even if it was all true, who cares? It's not a crime to be transgender.
Go to getjacked.
Like I said,
code Piers.
Okay, Piers, I'm not concerned about it because, like I said, it's been about 10 years and Brigitte could have done that at any moment. She's been in multiple lawsuits, involved in lawsuits, trying to shut journalists up. I mean, you really are asking people to defy their common sense in this moment. They know what has happened here. They know that we went to Brigitte before we started the series to get Brigitte's side of this. We were in contact with Brigitte's lawyers, the same ones that filed this case. We asked simple yes or no questions. We were not requiring a blood test. We were asking, can you confirm this is you in this photo from the childhood that has been produced, ironically, by a woman who was charged for forging documents. That woman's name is Mimi Marchand, and she was the first couple's PR person until she got in too much trouble.
She is lying. Her team isn't responding to Macron's team. Yeah, that's my understanding as well, that they've not been in communication. The other thing is that, like, not since that she's been, like, served with the lawsuit. I watched a Legal Eagle video where he talked about how, like, one, this isn't uncommon for people, I thought it was more uncommon than it is for there to be defamation cases that are adjudicated in U.S. courts, but the person that brings forth the lawsuit is from another country, and that she's doing everything that a lawyer would advise her not to do, which is taking interviews, which is talking about the case, potentially incriminating herself further.
For being a gangster and forging documents. They refused and declined to answer those questions. So, like I said, you are asking people at home to suspend their common sense and to truly believe that rather than answering yes or no questions, rather than maybe at first going after the author of the book, Xavier Poussard, who is a Frenchman.
This type of line of inquiry is basically like when did you stop beating your wife? If you really don't have anything to hide, it should be easy for you to disprove this thing that I'm baselessly claiming and alleging.
For defamation, that would be the first thing. Why don't you launch, at least at the same time, both of these suits? I'm going to go after Candace and Xavier Poussard.
The real bad thing here is that Bridget had an inappropriate relationship with a minor, but they seem to care less about that for some reason. That's secondary to the fact that she might be trans. The more important to these people.
They are instead only going after me for defamation and not the person who sourced this entire quote unquote rumor. There is, let me tell you,
they've gone after other people.
Too many people who have watched this series. Okay,
and also gee, what's the difference between you and a small French journalist quote unquote that works for a fucking tabloid versus you that has millions of subscribers and has gotten millions of viewers? You literally said, in her own words, this story has captivated the world. No shit, they're going after you. You get more views.
In your show,
you have more money as well. You have more to lose.
You know that you are not actively presenting.
That's a calculation they made. I think it's a mistake. She doesn't have more to lose. She only has more to gain.
What has happened here, but also Piers.
Bisco, did you fuck that dog? Exactly. There's no winning.
I think you are better than defending a pedocriminal network, right? And that's the biggest piece of the story is how many people around them have gone down, publicly admitted that they were pedophiles and were involved in this campaign in the beginning. Even if you removed the allegation, which I believe from the bottom of my heart, like I said early on, I would stake my entire career on the notion that she was actually born.
What career, bitch? You don't work, you're not a reputable journalist. You don't even work for the Daily Wire anymore. You are literally just a fucking YouTuber. You only profit off of this shit. You're not risking anything. You have so much to gain from this.
Jean-Michel Trogneau, I believe that, right? And I'm willing to go through this because it's an important story about government deception. But even if you suspended that, you are right now defending a government that lied even about the beginning of their quote-unquote love story, in which his parents removed him from school because of this creepy 40-year-old teacher who found a 14-year-old student to be sexy or attractive. This is
okay, true. So focus on that, Candace, the thing that's verifiably fucking true and has been demonstrated. Why do you have to focus on these lies?
Everything that's happening right now in France is wrong and it is perverted. And as a mother, I will stand up to...
Okay, true. Base, we love slandering the French. Everything that's happening in France is wrong and perverted.
This, and I am confident that we will emerge as the winners of this because in America, truth is an absolute defense against defamation, and I am telling the truth.
Yeah, it is an absolute defense. And I think there are perfectly legitimate questions about how their relationship started, the massive age gap, and the rest of it. I don't dispute that for a moment. But, as you say, in a defamation case, it ultimately comes down to truth mattering. And it seems to me this whole case is going to be resolved in a very straightforward way because the obvious way to prove that you're wrong and have been systematically lying about it, if you've been doing it deliberately or otherwise, but telling a lie about her, which has obviously caused an enormous amount of hurt, is if they just produce evidence she's a woman. Do you accept if they do that, your whole case disintegrates?
Of course it would disintegrate. Well, first off, no, they would have to prove the actual malice standard in America, which would mean that we knowingly knew this. We went to them with questions and they refused to answer. That is very strange. You're saying you're a victim now because this series came out, and yet you had the power to stop the series when we came to you and said, we're not interested in telling any lies. We actually want to get to the truth of this story. And we asked very simple.
Okay, people are not compelled to respond to your queries. And if they don't, you can't go on to lie about them. You cannot go on to claim unsubstantiated rumors, allegations, speculations. You can't go on to frame them as fact, even if they don't respond.
Questions. Did you ever live as a woman named Veronique? I believe yes.
I can't ask somebody if they're a pedophile and then say the fact that they didn't get back to me is indicative of something and then go on to call them a pedophile.
Brigitte Macron, before taking on the identity of Brigitte Trogneau, lived as a woman named Veronique. Why wouldn't you just answer that question and say no? If it gave you so much grief that this rumor was out there, why not respond to that effectively in the 10-year period?
What would Candace have to do to get the Alex Jones treatment? I feel like it's inevitable. I'm guessing you mean inevitable for her. I mean, if she loses this, maybe, because she could be facing a lot of money and damages that she'd have to pay, but she could always appeal. There's lots of different ways that she could, it could settle out of court.
period that you had the time to respond to it. Okay, Brigitte is not a victim. Far from it, I believe Brigitte is actually somebody who has victimized Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron is pathetic. He's absolutely pathetic for letting this go on for so long. You could easily dispel these rumors. And like I said, we were asking for photos from a 30-year period of Brigitte's life. We were not asking for blood. We were asking for simple answer, yes or no.
This is not like a man in a dress. It's just a French woman.
Show us some photos of you raising your alleged children. They failed to produce that and now are pretending that they're victims. And
Yeah,
of
but
course,
they're under
it's
no
backfiring.
obligation. Candace.
Right, they're not, but
under
don't
no
then complain and
obligation.
say you had to file a lawsuit. They contacted us, Piers. You're under no obligation.
Do you think Candace could lose this in course? Yeah, of course.
We didn't reach out to them. They reached out to us first.
Hang on. They say they made it crystal clear to you that all your claims were wrong, right? That your basic premise that she's a man is wrong. They said they told you that before. You went ahead anyway. You carried on. Even when they launched the lawsuit, you carried on saying the same stuff, right? And it's a massive play on your part. Listen, I admire your balls. I mean, it's probably the wrong term to use, given the issue.
Well, just a French woman savage. It's the truth. Like, Candace Owens literally does not understand that, yes, women in France just kind of look like that.
You were discussing, but I admire your balls, right? Because you're going for it and you're doubling and trebling and quadrupling down. But ultimately, your entire reputation is now directly linked, it seems to me, to whether Brigitte Macron is male or female. And if she proves she's a woman, where does that leave you?
If she was going to prove she was a woman, she would have done it over the last 10 years. And like I said, they came to us first and we said, we will not publish this series if you answer questions. Okay. So they were on the offense in that moment. I didn't go to them and go, I deserve a response to this. They had their lawyers email us speaking about this question. And so I have been completely honest and transparent with my audience. This matters to me because I'm a mother. And there are too many people around them that have been charged with pedophilia, many who have admitted that they were pedophiles, not even just pedophiles, incestuous pedophiles, people that molested their children that are surrounding them. Even the lawyers that they're dealing with are lawyers that defend pedophile and incest, preferring it to as happy incest when children are molested by their fathers. That's their current lawyer who has attached himself to this case in France, Eric Dupont-Moretti. Everywhere you look, you see a story regarding incest and pedophilia that surrounds this couple. I have presented that to the public. And if you are going to pretend that they have not lied, Piers, a couple of weeks ago, when Brigitte smacked Emmanuel Macron on camera on the plane, the Élysée Palace answered and said that it was Russian propaganda and that it never happened. They lie all the time. And it's very easy to lie in France, where they have
the statement that they made to the New York Times is that it was horseplay and misconstrued. Do with that what you will. I have no opinion either way.
Against speech and laws against cyberbullying, and where journalists are afraid. It's not so easy to lie in America. I'm glad they brought this to my turf because now the French people are watching and cheering, knowing that this couple has lied to them from the very beginning. They are due for an exposure. And no, I do not believe that she is going to be able to now or willing to suddenly prove that she is a woman when she could have done that for the last 8 years.
Okay, tell me about the phone call from Donald Trump in which he tried to get you to drop all this.
Yeah, certainly. I received a phone call, and to be clear, this was on the very same day that Emmanuel Macron visited the White House, ostensibly to discuss Ukraine and Russia. I received a phone call at first from a third party saying that,
Have you seen the Tony Lepidus impression of Candace and Tucker interview? It's brilliant. No, link it. I don't know who that is.
Was told was that Emmanuel Macron, who was negotiating in good faith regarding an end to the Ukraine and Russia war, which would have required his signature on some EU stuff, was holding up stuff because he wanted Trump to speak to me, to get me to stop talking about Brigitte Macron. Again, very odd measure when we already said that we would stop speaking about Brigitte Macron. If you had simply answered our questions, you could have stopped this. And then the next day, or maybe it was within 48 hours, I received a phone call from Trump himself. He obviously was not following the series. He is not someone who I think watches a bunch of.
Trump doesn't care either way. He just wants you to stop. He just wants to kiss ass to other world leaders.
Podcasting shows, but he said he was very confused when Emmanuel Macron took him to the side of a car and brought this up, asked him if he knew him, asked me to stop speaking about his wife, wanted him to get in touch with me to make that happen. Again, that's an extraordinary effort for a state leader to get on a plane and speak to another state leader to shut up a podcaster in America when all you have to do to dispel the rumors is to tell the truth and answer the questions. It's so easy.
Okay, I've never heard of this person. This is a very small creator. This better be funny. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens reveal dark secret parody.
Ruled by Macron with an iron fist and a violent intelligence force. Quite evil. Not as evil as the CIA, obviously. But I also feel like people like Macron are not really the ones holding power. I feel like there's somebody out there just pulling the strings in some way. Yes. And again, this is all out there on Wikipedia. You should check this up for yourself. Don't take my word for it. But these men are so pathetic and weak. They're not even like real men. Well, I think that's perfectly true. I don't know anybody that would ever say, I think, that Macron is in power. Is be like, what? What are you even saying? No, I don't know anybody that actually thinks that. This is all just part of a bigger master plan that was set up by Sigmund Freud, who is a satanic, demonic pedophile. I mean, he's so disgusting.
This is more like a Trump thing. He's kind of got the Tucker like inflection and accent down, but
later went on and worked for the CIA and set up a whole bunch of law firms that were just designed to shut me up. Well, I don't think anybody would actually dispute that. I happen to know a lot of those lawyers. Some of them are evil, yes, okay. Some of them, I like some of them.
Like if I was closing my eyes, I would know exactly who he's trying to parody with the Tucker Carlson one.
By foreign governments to shut us up. They tried it with me. They failed, obviously. And I feel like the irony is that it only makes you stronger. Oh, absolutely it does. It just cleanses your soul. And then they just call you a lunatic or deranged because you refuse to stop. These people are so sick, they're literally satanic. Deranged? So what are they even saying? Hey, everybody, if you're one of those people that is...
Okay. Not bad. The Candace needs work. The Tucker is not bad.
It's so easy to do that. I would never let it get to a point where I had to sue
what did you say to Trump?
Podcaster in France. Well, I told him in the short run while they were having those negotiations that I wouldn't say anything, which is why we didn't report on it for, I think it was about 4 months or 5 months later. And that.
So you kowtowed to the president, even though you said this is urgent public information that needs to get out so we can expose the Macrons and their like pedophile ring or whatever. You put that on hold because Trump asked you to. Very cool.
And afterwards, once they were done having those discussions, I would reach out again and tell the person that I was going to speak about it publicly on my platform because obviously I believe in free speech.
Aaron, if Candace is proven right about this, will you have more respect for her investigative journalism in the future? If Candace is proven right about this, I will literally sever my right arm on stream in Minecraft. That's how sure. That's how much I know that she's not going to be right about this.
I mean, it's a fascinating situation that you've got a world leader coming after a podcaster. That, on its own, is fascinating. But it's because you have such a big following and because they believe, from my understanding, that unlike the French journalists, where they were getting a small amount of traction, but not very much, it's only when you embrace this wholeheartedly and began to do this as a big series on your very popular show and channel, that at that point they realized this was going around the world and they had to do something about it. And they've launched this unprecedented act. I just can't, I mean, look, again, I might be wrong, but I cannot imagine a scenario where the president and the first lady of France launch an action like this unless they are 100% certain that they are right, that she is a woman.
Okay, then can you answer why? Because you're saying it's because I'm big. They've gone after small journalists, right? They just lost in the upper courts against the initial journalist that brought this forward for defamation. If you lost this on your home court, why would you take this loss?
That's not true. It's a misrepresentation of what happened there. What actually happened is that they weren't able to prove malice, but they're still appealing that. But the claim, it was not that like they didn't prove defamation.
Overseas. That doesn't make any sense, right? There had to have been some evidence presented, which they only presented an expired ID, which is completely ridiculous, an expired voting ID. So you're telling me that you're not going to go after, you lose in the journalist on your home court, but you take this now overseas because I'm a bigger journalist. And to be clear, Piers, Xavier Poussard, they did launch a legal action against him on the same day they launched a legal action against me, okay? But they're not suing him for defamation. They are suing him for cyberbullying. So I got all of my information sourced from Xavier Poussard's book. I did a presentation on Xavier Poussard's book, and yet you don't go after Xavier Poussard for defamation, and he lives in France. Why is that? The answer to that question is because Xavier Poussard has been on the offense against them. He won in the courts to have her sake croire.
You turn into grass. No, I'm sick. I'm not going to blow my nose on stream.
Sacred Heart is where Brigitte Macron allegedly went to school in high school. He won for them to release we would call it in America, a yearbook, which would have had a photo of Brigitte Macron in it. The school is refusing to give it to him. So the court would have to at first acknowledge the actions that this brave journalist brought against Brigitte Macron to expose this story before they would acknowledge her actions against him. They are being very cunning in how they're dealing with this. They launched this lawsuit because they failed in their first defamation effort. So they thought if they launched an even bigger lawsuit as a PR move, and to be clear, Piers, this is not all they've done. We have evidence that they hired a crisis PR team here in the United States before I launched my first episode of Becoming Brigitte. When they were in communication with us back in January, they used a UK firm and they contacted that UK firm and had them go out to find a crisis PR team in America ahead of my series. Why would you do that? It's completely crazy. You're in contact with us. You have the power to stop this series.
Because whether or not it's, regardless of whether it's true or not, it would be bad publicity either way. Duh.
All right. If, as I believe, you are completely
That's like
wrong.
the least compelling, like, piece of information part of this it supposedly would, like, vindicate her.
And you end up losing this case. Would you accept that everything you've been doing...
Like, you could easily mobilize that same point in the service of saying, see, this is how you know it. They're really scared of what I had to say because I got a crisis PR firm to deal with the fallout that my series created.
Establishes to the world she is a woman, that everything you've been doing would constitute, in that eventuality, a very cruel, vindictive campaign of bullying against a woman, challenging
I want to be
her
very clear. I would have
as a
never
woman.
done this. Like I said, I was not interested in being the crusader against this because I went to them and I said, if you answer these questions, we will not run the series. I'm only interested in truth. I only went after this story because I was shocked by the
Candace Owens, famously only motivated by nothing but the facts.
criminal network which surrounds them. It's shocking. Okay, there are real children being harmed right now in Paris, and there are real citizens that are being gaslit about these circumstances. I don't know many people who can say all of my homies are pedophiles, but it just keeps happening by accident. This is a very big story in France, and the people in France.
I mean, you know Trump, right? So you know at least one.
Behind me for a reason, Piers. Like I said, this would not have been a globally impactful series if I was just up there flipping my hair saying, well, it kind of looks like her wig is bad. We presented a lot of evidence. Xavier presented a lot of evidence. And I believe in my heart of hearts that she is not only a groomer and a creep for the relationship that she began with Emmanuel Macron when he was just a student and 14 years old in that play, but also that they are liars that are leading this country, France, down the drain, truly. I believe it's in my heart that Brigitte Macron was born a child, actually not a man, but born a male named Jean-Michel Trogneau.
Born a child? Wait, what?
France, down the drain, truly. I believe it's in my heart that Brigitte Macron was born a child, actually not a man, but born a male named Jean-Michel Trogneau. And everything that they have done has only further led me to that conclusion because they are not behaving as though truth is on their side. You don't try to silence journalists.
Well, last time we discussed this on Uncensored, I bet you $150,000 that you were wrong and that she's a woman. On X, when we discussed this further, I doubled it. This is for charity, to $300,000. You haven't accepted that yet. So right now, $300,000 to charity. I say she's a woman. Are you prepared to take that bet?
I'm 1,000% prepared to take that. I actually didn't see your tweet, or I would have accepted it live. So we can totally accept that bet.
Okay.
I believe
$300,000 on the line now, on top of the fucking lawsuit.
Brigitte Macron is a male, and that they will.
I mean, to avoid, she shouldn't be doing interviews in the first place because she's facing pending litigation. But if you're going to do that, you kind of have to take these bets because how else are you supposed to demonstrate that you truly believe this and it's not with malice?
Be presenting any evidence to the contrary because they would have done it already.
Okay, Candace, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. I think you're completely wrong, but we shall see. I think the great thing about this action is we're going to get to the bottom of this extraordinary story. Thank you very much indeed for coming back on.
Extraordinary.
I'll be back to get my money, Piers.
We shall see. I'm very confident. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my...
Don't want him to finish the end of that sentence.
Trump's approval ratings are not in great shape, but US conservatives will take some comfort from the fact that Democrats have never been less popular. All major pollsters have the party at record lows. They've no leader, and the public doesn't seem to like any of the people who would like to be.
Democrats at this point are historically divided. It is a complete and utter mess. It is messier than a hoarder's basement. What are we talking about here? The national early poll leader, 25% plus. Normally, that's where Democrats are. Biden was at 25% plus in 2020. Hillary Clinton was in 08 and 16. Gore was in 00 and 04. At this particular point, there is no one in the Democratic race for president who's polling at 25% plus. The water is quite warm. If you're a Democrat potentially thinking about running in 2028, jump right in because at this point, there is no front runner.
Well, we're now a year on from the brat summer and 9 months on from the presidential election. But the Democrat currently being talked about the most is Kamala Harris. She's announced she won't run to be governor of California, perhaps because she still has one eye on a loftier office and she's back with a new book.
I mean, there's a lot of personal stuff in the book. I mean, poor Dougie.
You're blowing the lid off of Doug? What's going on?
For example, my birthday's in October.
Yeah, very true. The most important political events, brat summer and the 2024 election.
Election's in November. You see where I'm going.
I couldn't even bring myself to watch this interview.
Doug Dougie kind of dropped the ball on my big birthday.
He didn't get you anything?
Oh, you have to read the book.
Can't wait to read that one. Well, Democrats are still deeply divided over which way they should turn. Do they move back to the centre with the measured liberalism espoused by luminaries such as James
They shouldn't,
Carville?
but they will.
Or do they plough on with the radical populism embodied by the likes of AOC, Mamdani, and a new wave of digital-savvy Democrats seeking to dethrone their failing forefathers? Well, let's ask them. To debate all this, I'm joined by legendary Democrat strategist James Carville, Democrat influencer Harry Sissom, the new wave Democrat running for Congress in Illinois, Kadabu, and the former Republican congressman and presidential challenger, Joe Walsh. Well, welcome to all of you. A very stellar panel to discuss the state of the Democrat Party.
And Joe Walsh is like a never Trump Republican.
Carville, in all your life, have you ever known the Democrats to be so unpopular? And if not, why? Why are they so unpopular?
Well, they're very unpopular because they're unpopular among Democrats because they lost an election. That is why people belong to a political party. However, I'm forced to point out that since the election and every special has been held, Democrats have won. So people are voting for us. I really don't care what the Gallup party favorability is. As long
Who
as
set up this webcam for Pappy and helped him call into this fucking show? It feels like elder abuse having this guy on the panel.
we win elections. And by the way, Piers, we're going to win elections in Virginia like big. When I say big, I mean like really big. We're going to win in New Jersey. And we're not going to have a party leader until we have a presidential nominee. It just doesn't, it can't happen any other way. And boy, do we have some talented people thinking about running for president. I think the future is just fine. Thank you.
I mean, it's interesting because Kamala Harris was unable to name a single person, or didn't want to, that she thought was part of this extraordinarily exciting group of people that could lead the party.
Christ. Link this.
Are you prepared to name some names?
I could name 7 names off the top of my head. All right, but then y'all named 7, and there's 3 more I didn't name. I have never seen a political party at a point in my entire life in politics, which is like 50 years, that has more talent than the current Democratic Party has. And that is a pretty much acknowledged fact among people who cover national politics and pay attention to national politics closely. And I don't think...
Well, give me a name.
You know, I mean...
Marvel's such a piece of shit. Yep. I mean, like, his strategy for, like, fighting back is, like, the Dems should do nothing. He literally said that. Like sitting ducks or something like that. Yeah, James Carville tells Dems the best way to beat Trump is to roll over and play dead. This was February 25th of this year. Veteran political strategist James Carville says the Democrats need to step back and let President Trump and the Republicans fail. Democrats should roll over and play dead to allow Trump and his party's actions to crumble beneath the weight of their contradictions, Carville said in an opinion piece published in the New York Times on Tuesday. So basically, don't actually give a shit about your constituents. Don't actually try to oppose his very unpopular agenda. Don't actually fight or resist. Just let him, you don't know how bad you look sweaty. Just let them do whatever the fuck they want. Don't oppose them. Yep, that certainly won't piss people off. That certainly isn't that's who we're listening to right now.
Vice President Harris, Whitmer, Bashir, Shapiro, Moore, Warnock. I don't know if Harris is at the same talent level that these people are at. I'm talking about sheer, raw, naked political communication skill. I have never seen better.
I kind of get that. This is what people voted for. I fucking don't. One, it's not even entirely what people voted for because, I think you're a fucking moron if you didn't see that the mass deportation program was obviously going to be unconstitutional, was not going to follow through with due process, was going to target non-violent, just ordinary immigrants or residents, people with green card holders, all of that. But that was not how it was pitched to Americans. People were told, people genuinely believed it was just going to be restricted to violent criminals. And then Stephen Miller gets in office and he's like, no, you guys should be going to Home Depot and just getting anybody off the fucking street. So it's not in many ways people were duped, right? But even if that weren't the case, when Republicans never do this, they're never oh, yeah, just let Obama pass the ACA because then voters will see how bad it is and they're going to vote for us. No, they oppose it at every single fucking stop.
Then I see right now waiting in the wings to run for president. And to not acknowledge that,
James, all due respect, James,
but
all due respect.
Go ahead.
When the
you
first
have
name
respect. Just do it.
That's why I like you.
Just do it. You don't need to
when the first name you... I get it. Well, let me do it without respect then. The first name you gave me was Kamala Harris, right?
Of course, Piers finds his like boomer humor and like endearing.
I watched her on Colbert, and I witnessed two of the reasons actually why the Democrats are in such disarray, and also why late night television is in such disarray in America.
I don't
the
think
second
Harris was
part
the first name I gave you.
It was.
I thought Whitmer was the first name I gave you.
No, you said Kamala first.
If she runs, that's fine. She's one of any number of people, and maybe she'll be better if she runs in 2028 than she was in 2024. But I would not consider her, in terms of expert communicators, in the top tier of current Democrats.
No, but that's the point. She's the first name you gave me, and she's a complete and utter dud.
I don't know if she was the first name I gave or what order I gave. The name.
The DNC has played hog like a fiddle, and the first time he stepped 1 inch out of line, they got rid of him. I mean, it's because he challenged, like, it's not even just because, like, he has corporate interest behind him. It's because he's challenging the old guard.
Hey, how stupid is that?
She would not inspire me.
I gave you 7 names.
She would not inspire me.
I gave you 7 names.
Yeah, she wouldn't inspire me. She wouldn't inspire me to open a bag of chips. And she was a total disaster in the last election. It's why Trump won.
Look, Trump won because...
It's like I have so many criticisms for Harris, but I usually don't like to hear, like, I don't want to hear it come from, like, Piers Morgan and his, like, reductive analysis or whatever, because objectively he's, like, leaving out the fact that she had to. Those were not, to me, like, the only, like, fatalistic errors with their campaign. It's also ignoring that, like, they had to scramble and, like, throw a campaign together in, like, just a few months when Trump has been campaigning, like, not only in the public eye for almost a decade, but campaigning for, like, 2 years.
Democratic Party, the country wanted change. They didn't want Biden to run. Biden didn't get out until July 21st, and Harris refused
like,
to say...
the bigger thing to falter her with is, like, she and other Democrats should have pressured Biden to step aside.
Where she changed.
Like, much, like, not run again.
Exactly right. But I admit that 2024 was... I lay it right at the foot of the Democratic Party. But I don't know what that doesn't have anything to do with going forward, the fact that we have all of this talent, and all you want to do is talk about Harris, which doesn't make any sense.
Because she's the first.
Look at the staggering people we have out there. I don't know.
I know he, like, literally brought up Harris in this.
The first name I mentioned wasn't mentioned 7 names. It doesn't matter what order. I said I could mention 9, but this is a stupid argument over if it's the first or the 10th name I mentioned. It doesn't. I don't understand what you're talking about, Piers.
Well, I'm just saying that if the first name you give me is a complete dud, it makes me think that maybe there isn't a great plethora of brilliantly intelligent candidates who are going to ignite America.
I think there is. And I think you're fighting the truth.
Okay, well, we'll see. Look, the proof, as always, will be in the pudding.
He's like a character. Somebody said like a Nickelodeon character. I think it's more. He's like a Courage the Cowardly Dog, like adult.
Let me bring in Kadaboo here. Look, you're one of the new wave Democrats running the Congress in Illinois. What does that mean? I mean, how are you going to galvanize America away from what Trump does very successfully, which is messaging, and secondly, has a core of common sense? People may not like him.
I mean, fear-mongering, yeah, that works.
They may not like the rhetoric, but when he starts talking about he wants people to pay lower taxes, he wants fewer foreign wars, he wants a control.
Pretty sure that Kamala lost because lefty Twitch streamers didn't collectively endorse her. True. Only Hasan had endorsed her. We'd be talking about President Harris right now.
Old southern border. He wants a better immigration system. You know, a lot of Americans, as we saw at the last election, nod. And when he says, you know what, and also we're going to have no more men in women's sport, most Americans go, yeah.
Trump's messaging is blaming Black/brown people for everything and immigrants, who are primarily those people. But can't leave that out. Can't be ignored. And Piers is like, there's a grain of truth in that.
That's common sense. So what are you going to do which will tackle that Trump, away from the rhetoric?
Common sense just means making unrealistic promises that voters are so vague that voters can project whatever they want into them, or nobody's going to actually expect you to get them done, and will make excuses for you when you don't follow through on them. Like, oh, he's going to end it on day one. He's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one. Then when he fails to do that, oh, he didn't literally mean day one. Come on, you guys.
The core of common sense that runs through what he says that resonates with people. There's a lot going on with...
How many fucking ads, Piers? Jesus.
Yeah, one of the things we saw in 2024 is that when people's material needs aren't met, they want solutions. And even if those solutions are bad, as I think Trump's are.
Okay, literally, like, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. We seeing it? You see this? Y'all seeing this? Eustace, is that his name? I can't remember his character's name. Eustace and Muriel. That's still accurate.
They're at least not being gaslit about their economic situations. And I was really interested to hear Mr. Carville's names that he mentioned, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is packing stadiums in red states, by the way. Like, regardless of what you think about her, that should be—
What do you want to bet James Carville's not a huge fan of AOC or Bernie?
That Democrats would want to latch onto. That she didn't even pop up in those names is kind of ludicrous to me. I think part of the reason we're in this mess is because of Democrats like James Carville that have been pushing an old playbook.
Girl seems cool. She's running for Congress, isn't she? Yes, and her name escapes me, even though I'm sure they just said it.
Is outdated, that are sticking to these ideas.
She's running for some public office. I'm not sure what it is.
Trying to run things through 5 different pollsters before you put out a message doesn't resonate with people. Trying to move to the right when the center should be housing, groceries, and healthcare for everyone. And with
cut something
left over, that's what the center should be. And somehow we're saying we should move even further to the right of it, when our grandparents would think that's the center as well. And it's time for Democrats to recognize that the
real smeared Bernie a million times. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Playbook is thrown out the window. We need people in power that understand the right, that also understand messaging, and they're not ashamed of their views.
All right, Joe Walsh, look, there's obviously a lot of debate going
on. Kat Abogazala? Is that how you say her name?
Between Democrats. That's why I got everyone here, actually, to talk about this. It is a fascinating moment in time for the Democrat Party. But I'm not hearing yet what the Brave New World is that is actually going to be a successful election play in a general election. I've got no doubt that, as with all opposition scenarios, that the Democrats will win well in local, state governors and so on. Of course they will. Everybody does. But when it comes to a national election in 2028, I would be really concerned if I was a Democrat right now about, well, where is this talisman or taliswoman who is going to ignite this party? It won't be AOC. It cannot be somebody who has her views or who has...
Why? She literally just cited data demonstrating that she's one of the most popular politicians in America, or at least hated.
That voice, frankly. It can't be her. It definitely can't be Kamala Harris. It can't be somebody ancient like Joe Biden who can't string a sentence together. I think it should be somebody like a Bill Clinton, somebody who's a centrist, really, with common sense views.
A sex pest?
Liberal sensibilities, but in the right way. But he doesn't sound like a screaming socialist lunatic.
So like a third-way ghoul. Okay. Brilliant, Piers. Thank you very much.
A lot of that, Piers, but I also agree with Kat on a lot. Look, as someone who, former Tea Party guy, I became a Democrat 8 to 9 weeks ago because this is an unprecedented moment in American politics. My former party is a fascist party, but you're right, Piers, they won. So how do Democrats beat that? I think Democrats need authentic people. They need candidates who are authentic. I could give a damn what their communication skills are. Kat's right. I want a Democrat who can look in the camera, look at a bunch of people and say, this is who I am. This is what I believe. I don't give a damn if this pisses you off. And Piers, I don't care whether that person comes from the progressive wing or where I am, the more moderate wing. Democrats need a populist. They need a fighter. Trump, is a pretend populist, but Democrats have been AWOL during this populist moment. They need a fighter, Piers, wherever that comes from.
Well, they do, but Harry Sisson, they also need, I think James Carville himself said last week, you've got to, as a party, you've got to park the trans stuff. You can't keep telling Americans it's fine for biological men to compete. Well, Kat, you can roll your eyes, because I know the Democrats love to think in their quaint little way that nobody cares. Trust me, they care, right? When they hear
I am the only woman on this panel.
Hang on.
I am the only person here involved with recreational sports, where I play with trans people, by the way. I'm the only woman on here that'll probably have a family.
And you will be ignored in this conversation. He is not going to give a fuck, even though, again, this argument relies on limited data and anecdotes for the most part. We are not going to be paying attention to this anecdote from this woman.
Next decade. I am the person that you are talking about that
trans was ranked 22 of 22 issues in Gallup polling of most important issues. Yup.
Be concerned about this, and I'm not, because this is a manufactured issue. It's a manufactured issue.
This is the problem. This is why you won't win elections.
How much?
No,
that's just not true.
That's why you won't win.
People under the bus.
When you deny science and biology, you will not win an election. I can absolutely take that to the bank for you.
You are
will
so
not win
obsessed with
as
this
long as you keep trying to.
Wow, this is what Anna Kasparian wishes she could say, but she won't just say it with her test.
As long as you keep trying to tell.
You're saying that this is hurting women and girls. Can you name 5 WNBA players?
I'm saying if you hang around with your progressive mates, you hang around with your progressive mates and you all boast about how many trans athletes you know and how it doesn't have any impact on women's sport. And then we all watch the Paris Olympics and we watch a biological male who had been banned from the World Championships for testing positive for male chromosomes beating up a young female Italian boxer so badly the boxer quit after 40 seconds, and that biological male wins gold.
I have no idea. Who is this again? Like, what was their name? And this person was like, are they a woman?
Information at this point. There are plenty of athletes that have Michael.
Like, I can't keep up with all of their fucking, like, you know, grievances. This is like their version of like Leah Thomas. Yeah, Amon Khalif, exactly.
Phelps is basically his entire body is made to swim. Like the fact that you're talking about common sense.
Michael Phelps is not a good example because Michael Phelps seems like hostile to trans people participating in sports. He's made like statements about like, oh, it's not fair or whatever.
And then every single time you want to talk about things, you bring up trans people when they're just trying to live their lives is ridiculous. What we actually need to do.
It has nothing to do with them living their lives.
Material needs. That is what's happening right now.
So
we need to be using material needs are wrong.
Let me respond. I have nothing but respect for trans people. Always have said that publicly, loudly, and proudly. I want trans people to have the same rights to fairness, equality, and safety that all of us enjoy. Right? I've always said
separate but equal when it comes to sports, though.
This. However, at the moment, what's been happening in the last few years is the trans rights lobby has been aggressively eroding women's rights.
The trans rights lobby, you know, all those wealthy trans people, their huge amount of influence.
Fairness, equality,
I am a woman
safety.
who likes
and that's
women's
when I have a big problem.
sports.
And if you want to run something in America, you want to be an elected official. If you're going to run on a ticket that nobody cares and it doesn't,
She was intersex. Amon Khalif, I don't even think that was true. I think the federation or board that was claiming that she was intersex was like Russian or had not necessarily based that assessment off of like accurate data related to her or something like that. That's what I remember.
matter, I'm telling you, you will lose. And your party, if they have a leader that also believes this bullshit, is also going to lose. It is as simple as that. Let me go to James. In fact, let me go to Harry on this. Harry, where do you sit? I mean, are we at the stage where I can ask you what a woman is yet or not?
Well, I just think this conversation, I agree with, I just think.
We have to look into this now because people are talking about it. So she is my age, damn. An Algerian professional boxer who won the gold medal in the women's 66 kilograms boxing event at the 2024 Summer Olympics. Following Khalif's victory over Italy's Angela Carini during the 2024 Olympic Games, misinformation surfaced on social media about her gender and eligibility to compete. False claims that Khalif is male were fueled by Khalif's disqualification from the 2023 Women's World Boxing Championships, organized by the Russian-led International Boxing Association, or IBA, after she allegedly failed unspecified gender eligibility tests. This is what I was referring to, like, they say like there was ambiguity surrounding her gender, but what they're citing is this, again, like this Russian Federation that can't be independently verified, and they don't disclose what criteria she was failing to not be eligible to compete as a woman. The International Olympic Committee, or IOC, and its Paris boxing unit stated Khalif was eligible to compete in the Olympics and criticized the IBA's previous disqualification as sudden and arbitrary and taken, quote, without any due process. Khalif was born female, and no medical evidence that she has XY chromosomes or elevated levels of testosterone have been published. That's that, unless somebody has any evidence that negates anything that was true here. This is this woman. That was what I understood the entire time.
It's so meaningless. Like, I think if the Republican candidate in Kat's district would run solely on trans issues, Kat would love it. She'd be so happy because she's going to talk about affordability and the issues that actually matter to people, not this like whole made up, culture war issue, and that it extends to the national scale. It absolutely is manufactured. Piers, this is so disingenuous. Piers, listen. In 2028, do you think that if J.D. Vance ran simply on trans issues and you had like a Gavin Newsom talking about affordability?
It's all but made up. I think that like it's too strong a claim to say it's made up or whatever, because you can find individual instances. The thing to say is that it's blown completely out of proportion. We are talking about an issue that should be adjudicated not only at like a state level, but probably just at a municipal level. And it affects so few people. This is not a priority for Americans. The 2022 midterms bore that out because the Republicans that tried to run on that as like the centerpiece of their campaign did not win their elections. It is something that voters feel strongly about, but that doesn't necessarily translate to it being a priority when they step into the voting booth. I apologize. I was wrong. No, it's okay. There was a lot of disinfo surrounding that woman.
Do you think that people would actually vote for J.D. Vance in that election?
Nobody's going to run on just trans issues. But if you think that Donald Trump...
Okay, Republicans have literally done this.
Exactly.
Well, hang on.
Wait,
Let me respond.
We're trying to talk about affordability and common sense. You're talking about
Let me give you my considered. Let me give you my considered answer, Harry. Right? I think Trump won for 3 reasons. I think 1, the economy. I think 2, immigration. And I think 3, the culture war stuff that you guys love to play down, but also love to fuel. So when there's a Sydney...
It's less that like Trump won and it's more that Biden lost and Harris lost, if that makes sense.
Sweeney ad comes out, you all throw your toys out the stroller and make it a huge story. But actually, people care about this stuff.
Nobody,
they do
I don't know a
not
single
want
Democrat.
trans athletes in women's sport.
I don't know a single
But here comes Sydney Sweeney. Yes, people care about this stuff. Also, let's move on. You know, Democrats are out of touch with working class people. Anyway, our next topic is is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi?
About this. I'll come to in a moment. But you're so wrong, you guys. And if you think this is a winning proposition...
Pierce, I don't know a single Democrat on your Sydney Sweeney thing who actually is angry at the ad. You know me. We've talked before. I love Joe Biden. I'm as Democratic
I've had them on my show.
I couldn't care. Well, then they're not represented with the Democratic Party.
Spitting blood.
Then Pierce, listen to me when I say this. They are not represented. They are not representative of the Democratic Party. You talk to your average.
These are like, oh, he's like driving me crazy. He's like making these like small missteps or whatever. There's like not a single person that would defend it. His whole thing is to point to the one person that gets outraged or angry about it.
On the street, you ask them about.
You have to just say it's not a priority. It doesn't fucking matter. Can we actually change the subject and talk about something that's more substantive than just fucking Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad?
Sydney Sweeney jean ad. They're on their way to work. They don't give a shit. They couldn't care less if she's wearing jeans in an ad.
This is why you guys are so wrong. Harry.
Wait, I'm saying, Pierce, I'm saying the opposite of what you're arguing right now. I'm saying I don't care about the ad. I don't care.
Harry, you're wrong. Let me tell you why I think you're wrong. Respectfully, or not respectfully. You can play the James Carville.
Like they'll move the claim from like people care about this to well, you should care about this. It's very, very subtle, but it does happen over the course of these conversations where you can demonstrate like this isn't really like. This is a terminally online thing. It's a boutique issue where it's not something that would ever motivate somebody to go out and vote. And it's like, well, it's indicative of a problem. Doesn't it say something that I thought it could be?
Thing of saying,
no, I like the respect, Pierce. I like the respect.
I think this. I think it's a number of things. If it's J.D. Vance in 2028, he'll run on economy and immigration, probably fewer foreign wars, all the things that made Trump popular. But he'll also run hard on the culture war stuff if you lot are still running on absolute nonsense.
Pierce, let's cite our friend James Carville. It'll come down to it's the economy, stupid. Donald Trump in 2020 tried to run on culture war issues. There were Republican senators in 2020 who tried to run on culture war issues in their states, and they lost.
Is Russia committing a genocide, yes or no? Are you a Peace Corps viewer?
Because the economy was failing. The economy was failing the average hardworking American. So if J.D. Vance in 2028 wants to run on the economy and immigration, he'll lose because people are outraged by what inflation going up, people being kidnapped off the streets by masked agents. And if he wants to throw the culture war issues in there,
we're 3.5 years away from that election. I would wait and see. I'd wait and see how that plays out. James Carville, I'm going to James. Let me get hang on, Joe. I want to go to James. Yeah, Joe. Quickly.
No, I was just going to say quickly, I agree with Harry and Kat on the issue, but Pierce, I agree with you on the politics. Look, I used to be a culture war fighter on the right. Republicans throw out this stuff and Democrats never fight back. And it matters. And it did cost them. It all matters. The transgender issue matters. And the great irony is most Americans are where Democrats are, where you are, Pierce, on the issue. Transgender Americans should have full rights. Let them live their life in peace. And we embrace them all. When it comes to transgender women in sports, man, the competition's got to be fair. Period. That's where most Americans are. Democrats need to fight that fight because most Americans
where we have most of our data about transgender.
Yeah, and by the way, the idea.
Yes, please answer this question. I'm answering this question. You are promptly getting banned. No, I do not believe Russia is committing a genocide in Ukraine. I could be swayed on that if you give me convincing evidence.
Democrats do not.
And the
idea that Democrats do nothing.
That there is not a physical benefit. Like this is
our
U.S. military. This is just data from the U.S. military of soldiers who have transitioned.
It's nonsense. Of course, men have. Okay, so let me take your argument to its logical extension. Why don't we make the Olympics gender neutral? One gender. Anyone can enter any race. You up for that?
I think there should be plenty of gender neutral sports, frankly. I mean, I love doing that in kickball leagues.
No,
I'm pretty good at it.
Sorry, you're just saying you just said there's no physical advantage for men. So let's have gender neutral Olympics where you can be male or female and it's all in one gender neutral sport, right? Would you do that for the whole Olympics? Yes or no?
Sure. I'm not in charge of the Olympics, but
he's like, I don't give a fuck, dude.
You've just literally ensured that no women would win an Olympic gold medal again, with the possible exception of equestrian and I think one form of shooting. Other than that, no women ever win an Olympic medal ever again. Thank you, Kat Abu. Brilliant. What a brilliant.
You could have gender. That's not true at all. You could still have a way that you have this where you have to have like equitable distribution of like each gender participating.
The Olympics are going to be gender neutral, says Kat Abu. I'm not voting for you in a million light years. James Carville,
I don't think you live in my district.
You said last week. You know what? If your district could hear you talking about gender neutral Olympics, they think you were insane.
Piers is like so bad at the pearl clutching sometimes. Like I can tell when his heart's in it versus when it's not. And this just seems like one of those things where he like is just being completely performative about it.
James Carville, last week you said. Well, look, let's go to old James, as you ridiculed him, but actually one of the smartest guys in American modern politics for the last 40 years. James, you said last week that Democrats have to let this trans stuff go. So listening to two young Democrats here, making it clear they don't think it's a problem. And by the way, we should have gender-neutral Olympics. What is your reaction?
My reaction is that's up to athletic governing bodies. I'm just not into the 400.
Even this old boomer doesn't really give a fuck. He said that at the beginning. He's like, this is not even like a issue we should be focusing on.
Me to dash.
Did he think he was going to back him up?
Track meet in Minnesota. Okay, that they set rules and whatever they are. And I think they ought to be men's sport. And I think they ought to be women's sports. I've come to really love women's basketball. I think it's even a fast-paced game, but I don't think. I think
he's a Caitlin Clark enjoyer.
Men and women's basketball, but I really don't spend a lot of time worrying about this. It's not a very big issue in my life, and we had 10,000 sports governing agencies in the United States. And they can figure out the fairest way to compete. But I want to make a point. The people that are going to decide the direction of the Democratic Party are going to be people that vote in the primaries in 2028. And I think that they have a really good record when they're given a choice, which they were not given in 2024, of picking pretty strong candidates. So I am not at all that worried. And you're right, if AOC is very talented, she wants to run, she should run. I'm telling everybody, all of you should run. And then And
then when she runs, he's going to talk shit about her like he did with Bernie, right?
The voters, not the commentators, not the consultants, not the columnists, Democratic voters are going to decide the direction their party's going to go in. And I'm very, very happy with that conclusion.
Let me tell you, I have more chance of becoming the next president of the United States than Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. And I'm not even American. That's how low the chances are.
Definitely not true.
He
wants that to be true, but definitely not true. He'd love if she got elected. It would be like the same way that Trump is good for media. AOC getting elected would be good for right-wing media. They would have no shortage of outrage content to produce.
Voters to decide.
There are Republicans watching this. There are Republicans watching this going, great. So the Democrats are going to go for a far left progressive loon ball.
There are Republicans in Idaho that are going to a stadium to listen to AOC.
Can I just
hacking stadiums in red states?
Yeah, James.
Can I just clear something? I said everybody's going to run, and the Democrats go shoot. Now, I'll tell you, if you think the party's so bad, I will give you 5 points in the Virginia governor's race and bet you $1,000 right now. I'll bet you $1,000.
I'll bet you $1,000.
And the Republicans are running.
I'll bet my whole Social Security check this month, Piers.
They're running on trans stuff. They're running on that. Let's take the bet. $1,000. I'm laying 5 points. You want it? Are you on?
I've got a better bet.
Thank you for the follow.
You're not on?
No. I've got a better bet.
No, I want to bet 1,000.
Hang on. Let me respond.
Let me respond. 1,000 of Virginia governors plus 5.
I will bet you that if they go for a progressive left candidate to run the party, then you will get flatlined in 2028. And I'll bet you 10,000 you get flatlined if it's progressive left.
Don't talk about flatlining with this guy.
Listen to me.
Are you trying to jinx it, Piers?
The Democrats have never elected the most left-wing person running for president. So I'm not worried. But you're not going to bet me on Virginia. You're talking about the most unpopular, dead political party that exists in Western political history, and I'm giving you 5 points. And you're not going to sit here and say, okay, James, you're on for $1,000.
No, because I think what
right
happens
now,
in between general elections is I'm not taking that bet.
You're
not
going to take the bet?
$10,000. A progressive left
dead flatline, some morbid conversation.
That can't win the election.
I'll do 1,000 pounds and lunch at Scott's, okay? Because I'll be able to.
Actually, that's quite
but
tempting.
Right now, I'm offering you the bet. I'm giving you 5 points.
All right, you know what? I'll take it. 1,000 pounds and lunch at Scott's. Done. I'll take it, and I get 5 points.
And a Republican plus 5. Okay, we're on. We got a bet.
Okay. So Joe, let me bring Joe back in. I've been watching what's happening with Mamdani in New York, and it's very interesting to me because he's a pretty dyed-in-the-wool socialist.
Think we're gonna have as much heat for Mamdani as we do for AOC, even though Mamdani is literally further left than AOC.
With a track record of saying ridiculous things like defund the police and all the rest of it. And yet he's storming to apparent victory to be mayor of New York City.
They can't deny his aura.
What does that say about where voters are right now?
Look, it says a lot.
He has so much undeniable riz that he actually forces them to reckon with the fact that he is so popular with voters, and they have to ask why.
Where voters
they can't just say they're fucking crazy.
Are in New York City. I mean, again, Piers, I'm a Democrat only 8 weeks. You could call me a conservative Democrat. My God, Mamdani won the nomination in New York City. Hell yes, the party needs to embrace him, enthusiastically embrace him, show this freaking country and the world that Democrats understand we're a big tent. You know, Mamdani may not be able to win in Tennessee or Kentucky. Joe Walsh couldn't win in New York City. This fear that Democrats have to embrace.
Joe Walsh probably could win in New York City. Eric Adams won. Rudy Giuliani won. Why does he think he couldn't?
Mamdani is what's really going to piss their voters off. We should embrace him, just like we.
Jillian went on CNN and ended up arguing about slavery. I mean, Jillian, like, from her take, please link. We
should embrace more moderate Democrats in other places as well.
But here's the problem with that, I think, is that the trouble with Mamdani is he's a good communicator. He looks the part. He sounds the part. I can see a lot of things going for him. But when you actually get into his public statements on the record, some of the stuff he said about the police, that alone to me makes him disqualifying as a serious
not the voters.
I mean,
Pierce, not disqualified.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Not to Democratic voters.
I love how you know her as Jillian from Her Take. I mean, she's not Jillian from The Biggest Loser anymore. She is the host of Her Take. That's how she's credited in the Her Take description box I noticed last night when I was doing my timestamps.
New York City.
I was in New York. Well, I was in New York last week. I was in New York last week when the mass shooting happened, and the NYPD.
The mass shooting.
Reacted with incredible speed and incredible courage to stop that being a hell of a lot worse. And there you've got the guys who are
bootlicking from Piers, of course.
He's been saying terrible things about the NYPD, about defunding the police, about they're racist, they're homophobic, they're this, they're that, and the other. Imagine if you're in the NYPD right now and this guy's going to be your mayor.
Based.
Piers, he didn't say any of that last week. He said things in the past.
Yeah, he said that years ago. That's the other thing.
And let's hope, and I believe he's learned from them because he's going to represent the whole city, including the police officers. He's 33.
It's not just like, let's hope. He's clearly abandoned that if he has moderated on that position. You can say you think it's disingenuous or just to appeal to voters, but he's obviously, if he's done it, he doesn't feel that he can win running on that.
Years old, he struck a chord. I have confidence that he's going to learn on some of these issues as well.
Okay, well, we'll say, Cannaboo, is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi?
Sorry. My last name is Abu Ghazaleh, by the way. I don't know.
Abu Ghazaleh. For once, they're like botched, auto-generated captions are actually helpful with remembering how to like pronounce her name for the future.
Oh, this has been a lot of discourse.
Have I been saying your surname wrong? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Abu Ghazaleh.
I do apologize. I've got it written down wrong here. My apologies.
Yeah, Mamdani's gonna destroy the fucking NYPD. Meanwhile, this is Mamdani.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of discourse on this. I am really more focused on the campaign trail right now, but it seems like a lot of people.
But do you think she's a Nazi for doing an advert for American Idol in which she says that they say she's got great genes?
I don't think it's a great look. I don't really know much about her political opinions. Especially the statement that
apparently she's a registered Republican. Apparently she's a registered Republican. It emerged this week. Yeah,
I wasn't that surprised. Apparently. I had heard things about that, but frankly, I just this is another one of those like culture war issues that I think that American Eagle, that statement that they put out was really weird, especially the 1488 coincidence. But I'm a lot more
I don't know what they're talking about.
Concerned with things that are affecting people right now. And that's housing, groceries, and healthcare being completely
what was the coincidence you're talking about? Sorry?
There was one part of it that apparently had like 14 words and 88 characters, which may have been a coincidence, maybe not, but it's not a super great look for American Eagle.
Well, what are you getting at? What are you suggesting?
1488 is a notorious neo-Nazi dog whistle, but once again, could be a coincidence.
So they're all Nazis.
See, why even get into the weeds? How did she get baited into this?
I literally did not say that. I am just, you asked me a question and I said I don't really care about this that much. I am more focused
but here's
on
my problem again, Kat. Here's my problem again. Until you stop calling absolutely everybody you don't agree with Nazis.
Just say it's like if she wants to be like agnostic on it, just say it's clearly like manufactured rage bait. We have no idea what the strategy was that went on behind the doors and like closed doors of the American Eagle like marketing and creative team, but it's clearly working because we're talking about it right now. That's the whole point of it.
I literally did not do that. You were just putting words in my mouth.
You did. You literally did that. In fact, Joe Walsh was shaking his head because he knew what you were about to say. Unless I'm mistaken,
I pointed
Joe,
out a coincidence that other people were talking about.
With
I am
promoting
literally,
a ridiculous conspiracy theory that American Eagle and Sydney Sweeney are Nazis. It's ridiculous. It makes you sound completely ridiculous.
I didn't say that. I just said that like it's a weird coincidence and I think it's not a great look. But once again, I don't really care. We have petitioning starting tomorrow.
Well, you care enough to say it's not a great look, and they were.
Yeah, because you asked me if Sydney Sweeney is a Nazi like 5 times in a row, and once again, I don't know.
Because I imagined, like any sensible human being, your response would be, "Of course she's not." Harry Sisson, is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi?
No.
She probably should just say no. Yeah.
No, she's not. She did it.
No, I'm not tapped into this topic.
Harry, do you have any problem about people talking about their great genes?
No, I don't care. Like if I just don't care. Like I don't think Sydney Sweeney's a Nazi. I respectfully disagree with Kat on the 1488 thing. You know, I'm not one for things like that. I just think this whole thing is stupid. I just don't care.
It's so stupid. And once again,
that's
this is not to say
what I
that,
love
like,
is I didn't.
It's on
what
purpose.
I love is I didn't know anything about the 1488 thing until she said that. And she said it because she wants people watching this to think maybe they're all a bunch of Nazis. And that's the problem.
Like, because she was being honest that, like, yeah, I've, like, taken 2 seconds to look at this while scrolling through Twitter, but you're already losing because you're engaging with it. Just don't even, like, take the bait.
Democrat Party is you see everything through the prism.
Yeah, she wasn't even agreeing with that. She was just saying, like, I don't know, that's, like, not a good look, right?
If you don't agree with somebody, they must be Nazis or white supremacists.
Piers, I don't think you're a white supremacist or a Nazi.
What a prick throwing her under the bus. This is Harry fucking Sisson. He will do anything to get a leg up.
I disagree. Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying that as like, I don't think that anybody up here that's a Democrat thinks that everybody we disagree with is a Nazi. You and I disagree on plenty of issues and we have respectful conversations and they're always very insightful. And that's the case for many people I disagree with. I think you have to stop buying into these small, loud minority groups in the Democratic Party who happen to be the loudest. And they say, oh, this person's a Nazi, this person's a Nazi. Your average.
He was answering his question about what 1488 means. I know, but you can't even like, she shouldn't have even given the thing about like, oh, the press release, like, apparently had like allusions to 1488. Like
Democrat is not thinking that your average Republican's a Nazi.
Because you have to preempt what he's going to use from that point. Because he'll be like, oh, I thought you didn't care, but you know this detail about it. Like you can't even like give any ground on it.
We can respectfully disagree.
Yeah, you know, Piers. By the way, Piers, just to back up what Harry said. And I used to do some of this. The right is great at this. Here, Piers, you're right that Democrats often step in the culture war stuff and they don't defend it and they don't fight. But this Sydney Sweeney thing, really, there might have been a few folks on the left who got bent out of shape about it. But this was not a defunct.
You should have just said, I know nothing about it. Yep. Be like, my time is spent like campaigning and trying to figure out how to get healthcare to people. And like, that's what I'm focused on doing. I don't know anything about Sydney Sweeney or her ads or whatever.
The police moment. This was the right jumped all over this, and they were actually the ones really kind of pushing that the left's making a big deal out of a gorgeous young woman in a pair of jeans.
To distract from the Epstein files, might I add.
Well, maybe, but if it did, it was successful. James Carville, how are Democrats actually going to win the next election? Give me a blueprint for success.
Well, of course we got. First of all, remember the Bud Light controversy. Boy, that cost everybody a lot of votes, didn't it? The Democrats are going to win the next election very simply. At this point, this is the most unpopular administration we've had in maybe American history since.
This is true. So why are the Democrats so poorly opposing them? How is it that they are still polling worse on some critical issues than Republicans?
Since polling, we have not lost a special since the election. You're going to lose 1,000 pounds, and you're going to lose a 200-pound lunch at Scott's. That's almost guaranteed. And as opposed to force-feeding Democrats a political nominee, Democrats are going to actually pick their own, and we're going to have a really good 2028. We're going to win the House back in 2026. There is a reasonable chance, and when I say reasonable, I mean something over 35%, that we win the Senate. So I am not at all in any kind of a doom and gloom scenario, and I think that the party is healthy. I think there are a lot of different factions. I think they're all going to present a candidate. Maybe some will have multiple candidates. And I think Democratic voters are going to choose wisely in 2028. That's what I really believe.
Okay, Joe?
Look, I think, Piers, a lot of this is Trump. Look, in 2026, certainly the issues are going to be the cruelty of grabbing brown and black immigrants in Home Depot parking lots. That's not what America voted for. That cruelty is going to hurt Trump. And we haven't even touched upon the economy. I mean, Trump's wackadoodle tariff bullshit it's beginning to impact people's lives. So there's a great opening here, Piers, for Democrats. Piers, you're right. Democrats need to confidently jump into it and go after it.
Yeah, I think there are lots of ways the Democrats could be smart about the way they go after Trump. You know, for example, on immigration, if I was a Democrat running for office, I'd be saying, look, I think the president's done a great job on the southern border. Let's just give him credit. I actually think also that most Americans are very comfortable with deporting undocumented people in America who commit crimes. Okay, we can all agree on that. But what they're not comfortable about, and the polling supports this, is grabbing people in Home Depot who've lived here 10 years, who've got children here, who have jobs, who pay taxes, who contribute to the economy. So there are quite straightforward battle lines you can do here. Right. But, I also think that I wouldn't underestimate Trump in terms of the next 3.5 years. The tariff war, it could work. I had a very smart economist in the Financial Times on saying, the jury's out.
Thank you for the follow.
It could work. The stock market is higher now than it was before the so-called Liberation Day. So no one's quite sure how this all plays out. And on the foreign stage, I find it quite refreshing that we have an American president who is against war and wants to bring peace everywhere. I hope he's successful. It's refreshing to hear it.
Oh my God, the way he just takes, the Trump. This is why I really just try to watch. The debates that I watch from Piers Morgan are usually related to Israel, Palestine, and Gaza because I can't handle the fucking both siding that he does and all the glazing he does for Trump, all the ways that he covers for him, trying to paint Trump as a fucking dove.
So again, if I was a Democrat, I'd say, I agree with President Trump. We want to bring an end to the war in Gaza, an end to the war in Ukraine, and an end to American troops fighting in foreign wars. I think that would be a very winning thing to do, whilst also picking your fights and criticizing.
A very winning thing to do.
In all the different ways that are so easy to do. Kat, let me give you one last chance to not sound like a lunatic. How do you think the Democrats can win?
Okay, see, when he's like this, it's okay, she did not sound like a fucking lunatic, dude. Now you're just desperately grasping at straws. You could have just taken your W and gone home or whatever, but he him having to twist the knife like that, it's all right, Jill.
2028.
Action, not just words. I think we need to be meeting people's material needs. That's something I do with my campaign. We use our campaign resources to reach voters and help them right now. The amount of money that is going in to make a liberal Joe Rogan in a lab that could fund so many clinics, it could stock so many food banks. We need to be using our resources to fill the gaps that Trump is creating right now, not only because people need it, but to show that it's not, people lost faith in politics, and understandably. It feels like there are so many promises, none of them are kept, and there is so much that we can do in this moment, currently, right now. I can't overstate that enough, that we're just not. And paying for consultants that haven't won elections in decades, putting...
Thank you for subscribing, regular guy 1312.
All of our money into ads that are not being used in the most effective way. We could be doing that to feed people and clothe people and make sure that they have homes.
Oh, you didn't just subscribe on YouTube, you subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much.
The most effective political ad of modern times, according to the New York Times, in terms of the impact it had on voters, was the Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for you. So this issue that you don't think anybody cares about, the New York Times, the liberal Bible, determined it was unbelievably
The New York
effective.
Times, the liberal Bible.
And I would also say in relation to Joe Rogan, rather than trying to find a liberal Joe Rogan, why don't you just do a bit of history and realize he was a liberal? This guy was a Bernie Sanders fan. The party alienated Joe Rogan.
I mean, it's probably more accurate to say he was a populist, right?
And pushed him towards Trump.
Or the fact that Joe, that wasn't that one pre-Spotify deal, and two, Joe Rogan agrees with the last person they fucking talked to. So
because the woke left was so insane. They did the same with Bill Maher, nearly. He didn't go as far as Joe Rogan, but he certainly became very critical of the Democrats. And the same with me, right? So you got people
no, we've lost Bill Maher, you guys.
Were naturally liberals who just have nothing in common with the woke left ideology because it's so insane. Yeah, that's why I keep saying, come back to the middle, sound normal again, play out common sense for the American people.
My middle, though, is that everyone has rights.
Well, hang on.
Everyone can afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over.
I know it all sounds great. Give them all free housing, groceries, and so on. I know, you've got to pay for it. Unfortunately, that's called socialism, which never works. But you could get Joe Rogan back if you're smart. Harry, last word to you. How are the Democrats going to win in 2028?
I think it comes
If it was because of COVID, maybe.
down to two things: authenticity and affordability. I really appreciate taking lessons from our enemies. Donald Trump in 2024, his campaign was affordability. He was talking about inflation. He was talking about grocery prices. He was talking about things like that. So we in 2028 have to be laser focused on that. I don't think we should dive so much into Trump the man. I think we should talk about the repercussions of his policy. I think Joe and James were articulating the tariffs and how they're having an impact on people. Really dive into that stuff. Hit him from that front. Don't just say Donald Trump sucks, because we as Democrats agree. And then authenticity. Have someone who actually cares, actually believes in what they're saying, and has been fighting back against what they perceive to be Republican attacks in whatever office they happen to hold at that time.
Yeah, and actually maybe reserve calling people Nazis for when they're actual Nazis. That would be my little offering as well.
I'll hold off on that one.
Thank you all to my panel. It's actually a really interesting debate for the life and soul
Good thing no one here called her a fucking Nazi.
and heart of the Democrats. I think America needs a good opposition, needs a strong Democratic Party.
He hates Greta Thunberg. He hates Meghan Markle. He always has a strange hang up with the young women. Yep, that's why he had all this heat for fucking AOC, but he had none for Mamdani.
I don't like seeing the Democrats in such total disarray. But sometimes you've got to shake it all up to shake it all out and find out who the next hero is going to be. It's going to be a fascinating thing to watch. I appreciate you all coming on. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proud.
Oh, always fun when we're doing a Piers Morgan panel. Okay, give me a second. All right, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me yet, what are you doing? You should follow me. That way you can know every time I go live, which is basically every day at varying times. You can also subscribe to me, get access to an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes or gift subs throughout the chat to share the experience with others. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me and hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live on YouTube. You can also search through my past VODs, which are timestamps, so you can skip around to whatever segment you want to watch with ease. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _ on everything. And next, I got a little bit distracted during this because I wanted to find that Jillian Michaels, Abby Phillips thing. I can't find it anywhere on YouTube, but there is a Twitter account that has clips. So we're going to take a look. Where she defends slavery, apparently. Let's see where this starts. So what are we talking about? Elton John?
But when I say I don't think about politics when I think of the Kennedy Center honors, it's because usually when the honorees are announced, you don't see the president doing a press conference at the Kennedy Center. He's not on the stage hosting the thing. He's sitting in a box and he's waving and laughing and clapping. And George Bush did it. Donald Trump did not do it. Barack Obama did it. Joe Biden did it. Presidents have done it, and it has come and gone, and people don't think of this as a political thing. They think of this as a celebration of American art.
There are people in there that can't stand him and reject his endorsement. It's not partisan at all, actually. I mean, you said yourself, you've got country singers and Gloria Gaynor, who's associated with the gay community. I mean, there's absolutely...
We don't know what Gloria Gaynor's politics are, just to
be
super
but the
clear.
Rolling Stones hate him.
anything
Elton John hates him. They've come out and said, we hate him. We reject his endorsement.
But when I say I don't think about politics when I think of the Kennedy Center honors.
Okay. It's about imperialism. Let's hear Jillian Michaels give her takes on imperialism.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
Like, he forgives
He's
me for
not
saying
whitewashing
that.
slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No.
Okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you
can't tie slavery.
Let's talk about the fact.
Slavery
in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery?
Oh my God, Jillian's actually doing this shit.
Thousands of years old.
White people were
Do you know who?
Like, I've never understood why that's supposed to be a compelling point. Like, only 2% of white people own slaves. You know that, right? Like, okay, what were the other 98% of white people fucking doing?
It was the first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised
This is
that
an
you're trying to
extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate
Wait, is this the Biggest Loser, Jillian Michaels? Yup, turned political commentator for some reason, even though her take, which is the Valuetainment show that she hosts with Anna Kasparian, Lindy Lee, and Amy Dangerfield, she easily knows the least out of any of the fucking co-hosts on that panel.
who was the beneficiary of
She's like constantly just like learning on the fly, and half of her contributions are like, I made this stupid assumption about this thing that I didn't completely understand or read, and then I read a little bit more and it turns out I was completely fucking wrong.
slavery and
I'm
who
not.
was not.
What I'm trying to tell you
in
is
the
that
context of American history. In the context of American history, what are you saying?
I don't think that stat is even correct. No. I don't think it's correct either. But even if it was, it's like that's still an indictment because that means that there was slavery, even if it was concentrated in just a few people, but like you didn't have a lot of opposition mobilized. Thank you for the follow.
Is incorrect by
what I'm
saying that
you
it was white
cannot-
people oppressing black people.
Every single thing is like, oh no, this is all because white people bad. And
All Jillian had to say on that show is, whoa, this is so crazy. I had no idea. See, this is when, even though she knows the least, she's in a safe space when she's on her take, okay? That's her home turf. She's with her girls. They're not going to call her out, okay? She feels like, yes, I can admit that I'm an idiot here, and I'm not going to look like a fucking, like, she thinks she's not going to look like a moron, but here she will confidently argue for things that she doesn't know fucking anything about.
It was white people oppressing black people.
Every single thing is like, oh no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like
Teaching about slavery is you teaching that everything white people do is bad, apparently.
For example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door,
what exactly,
the first thing you see...
Jillian, what are you talking about? Jillian, this is a Wendy's. We don't have time to litigate all of this. Oh, but Jillian has all the time in the world. And what, precious few moments we have together, Abby, we must fight on this point. She will die on this hill.
This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex, it's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological women in sports? No, but why is this in the Smithsonian?
Jillian has never heard of intersex people, apparently.
So it's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And
think
it's totally partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate
Of
all of this.
course we don't, because then you're going to lose the argument. Everything is racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
I mean, that is an amazing quote. XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes. That's just sports.
It's like, I can't believe you're trying to suggest, that slavery
just to
is
be
a good
clear,
thing.
you brought up race.
No,
this was a conversation about the arts, and you brought up race. It isn't. You brought up.
But the whole
hold
point
on,
of this is that the issue
you brought up slavery, and you brought up the
actually
question
didn't.
of whether.
You did.
You brought up
And
the
my
question of
point-
whether or not slavery in the United States is about race. The answer is
No, I didn't.
yes.
Of course. I
Slavery
did not say
in
that.
the United States
don't
is
straw man
about
my argument
race.
because that's not what I said.
So what are
she
you
brought
talking
up
about?
slavery, and what I was talking about is that this isn't really about that. When you make every single exhibit,
It's not about race, but also it is about race. It's not about race as far as who they decided to enslave, but it is about race as far as who teaching slavery about demonizes, and that's white people, apparently. The biggest victims in all of this.
about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all.
White imperialism?
Problem. So when you're talking about Cubans leaving Cuba and you make it about white people back.
It's so nice to watch her fucking crash and burn the second she does a mainstream media appearance and she's outside of the right-wing echo chamber, that hug box, where she's just relentlessly and endlessly affirmed and allowed to fucking yap. She's getting bitch slapped with reality that, you don't know anything, you're a fucking moron, and why you host a political show is beyond me.
That's not accurate.
Can I just say, zooming
That's
out,
my point.
on
All
the-
right,
on
we're
the-
going to move on
I
from
was
that.
saying
Go
on the
ahead.
art.
And then they talked about other shit, I guess. This guy's been on Valuetainment as well. They got multiple Valuetainment guests coming in. Okay. Let's see. So we did Anna Kasparian on Doomscroll. Candace Owens, Piers Morgan, obviously. Let's do fucking Hasan GQ profile. But really quick, want to show you guys this tweet that I saw that was fucking weird. From Ryan Macbeth. So, what is the Hannibal Directive?
Hannibal Directive. What is the Hannibal Directive and why are Hamas supporters so adamant about it? And this stemmed from a video I did just yesterday where I showed all the burnt out cars that came from October 7th. And people said, no, there's no way a bunch of terrorists could have done damage to all of these cars. This had to have been Israeli Apaches.
So this tweet says, surely it wasn't the Apache helicopters raining fire on any vehicles that moves. It had to be the AKs, no debate at all. Anyone who thinks otherwise is Hamas. This is a tweet with 8 likes. Thank you for the raid, Kid Not Kid. Welcome, you guys. We're going over this bizarre Ryan Macbeth video that I saw earlier today.
Firing missiles at these cars. So 3 things about that. Number 1, about 5,000 terrorists attacked Israel on October 7th in 3 waves. That is the equivalent of 2 brigades of infantry. Number 2, I did a whole video about this because I actually analyzed the attack footage that Hamas posted on its own Telegram.
And this says, inside the Hamas operation order from Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, which is the code name for the October 7th attack.
Channels. They were posting videos of people blowing up cars on their own Telegram channels. So after October 7th, there was this fake news narrative that developed, which has since been debunked, that Israelis were shooting at their own people through something called the Hannibal Directive. And I think this started through this.
Okay, so he goes like the Hannibal Directive, like this is not a real thing that exists. The Hannibal Directive, also translated as Hannibal Procedure or Hannibal Protocol, is the name of a controversial procedure used by the IDF to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. According to one version, it says that, quote, the kidnapping must be stopped by all means, even at the price of striking and harming our own forces. It was introduced in 1986 after a number of abductions of IDF soldiers in Lebanon and subsequent controversial prisoner exchanges. The full text of the directive was never published, and until 2003, Israeli military censorship forbade any discussion of the subject in the press. The directive has been changed several times, and in 2016, Gadi Eisenkot ordered the formal revocation of the standing directive and the reformulation of the protocol. Ryan is CIA. I know he works for Newsmax. 2 versions of the Hannibal Directive may have existed simultaneously at times, a written version accessible only to the upper echelon of the IDF, and an oral law version for division commanders and lower levels. In the latter version, quote unquote, by all means, was often interpreted literally, as in an IDF soldier was better dead than abducted. In 2011, IDF Chief of Staff Benny Gantz stated the directive does not permit killing IDF soldiers to prevent abduction. In the case of abduction of Gilad Shalit, invocation of the Hannibal Directive occurred too late to have any influence on the course of events. Israeli newspapers, including Haaretz, ABC News, and the UN's Commission of Inquiry have pointed out that during the October 7th attack, the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive to be used. The IDF was ordered to prevent at all costs the abduction of Israeli civilians or soldiers, possibly leading to the death of a large number of Israeli hostages. But I guess a Hamas supporter wrote this Wikipedia article, according to Ryan Macbeth.
Newspaper called Haaretz, and Haaretz is kind of...
And yeah, Haaretz reports on this. IDF ordered Hannibal Directive on October 7th to prevent Hamas taking soldiers captive. There was crazy hysteria, and decisions started being made without verified information. Documents and testimonies obtained by Haaretz reveal the Hannibal Operational Order, which directs the use of force to prevent soldiers being taken into captivity, was employed at 3 army facilities infiltrated by Hamas, potentially endangering civilians as well. So keep that in mind. Haaretz is effectively like Israel's like the New York Times. It's like their paper of record. And I realize it's considered to be like more far left than the average like Israeli is ideologically.
And Haaretz is kind of like the Israeli equivalent of the Weekly World News. But
according to Ryan Macbeth, Haaretz is only as credible as a fucking tabloid, which is not true. And you can disagree with you can disagree with their editorial board. You cannot like some of their opinions or conclusions. You can have issues with the way that they go about conducting their investigation, but they do have high standards. It's just wrong to say that they are, like according to Media Bias Fact Check, bias and credibility, left bias, high factuality reporting. These media sources are moderate to strongly biased towards liberal causes through story selection and or political affiliation. They may utilize strong loaded words, wording that attempts to influence an audience by using appeal to emotion or stereotypes, publish misleading reports, and omit information reporting that may damage liberal causes. Some sources in this category may be untrustworthy, but this is not one of them because it has a high factuality reporting. Detailed report, left. Factuality, high. Moderate freedom in Israel because there's a censor. Media type, newspaper, traffic popularity, high traffic, high credibility. As opposed to, what did he compare it to? The Weekly World News. So let's see if they have one. So we're comparing Haaretz to like The Onion, basically, as far as credibility goes. This is a serious comparison to this guy.
Nobody actually takes them seriously. Now, the whole Hannibal Directive thing, essentially...
And that part's more true than he realizes because, yeah, again, there's a left bias with Haaretz. A lot of Israelis are not leftists, in case you didn't know that. So, no, they don't like Haaretz.
Seriously. Now, the whole Hannibal Directive thing essentially means that if you are an IDF soldier and you see one of your buddies being carried away by a terrorist, you just start shooting. Like, maybe you hit them, maybe you don't, but you just start shooting because them being captured would be worse than them being shot by you. Now, let's kind of unpack this here. So, these people who support Hamas terrorists are openly admitting that Israel believes accidentally killing your own people is a better outcome than being captured.
Yeah. That's not like a thing that, quote unquote, Hamas supporters conjured up. That is a documented directive that Israel has used and did use on October 7th. And that was reported by not just Haaretz, but the ABC News and the New York Times. They did not interpret the same set of facts the same way that Haaretz did, but they reported on the same underlying facts. So is the New York Times now as reliable as like the National Enquirer or whatever?
By the people that you support. This is kind of like wearing a t-shirt that says, I eat ass. This isn't the flex you think it is.
Like, he's not even criticized. I thought he was going to criticize, like, the narrative that, like, yeah, there's people that believe that on October 7th, the majority of the casualties, that, like, Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups did not intentionally target civilians, which is not true. Or they say that, like, oh, yeah, a lot of people died, like, atrocities occurred that day, but that the majority actually came from, like, Israeli fire. Sure, that's also, like, a conspiracy theory that I see, but that's not what he addressed here. So he's just acting like it's not true, or like this is like a thing that they made up and not documented. Haaretz is Israel's oldest daily, respected globally for in-depth reporting. Rated high for factuality by media watchdogs, it's boycotted by some politicians for its criticism of government policy, hardly the same as not taken seriously. 100% true. This is somebody who has an Israel flag in their Twitter thing. Indigenous rights activist, decolonizer, Zionist Israeli Jew, Dr./Sir Hive Witness, Pod Ping creator, lives in Israel. Okay, they say, great video, but slightly dangerous and miscategorization of Haaretz. It is much more like the New York Times, however, it has become even more ultra-far left and anti-Israel. It is barely read in Israel except by the foreign press, and it has afforded massive significance it absolutely should not have. It will platform the worst Israel-hating voices, and it is ground zero for BB derangement syndrome. As a result, it is the go-to source for all the neo-Nazis and Israel haters I see. Unfortunately, it can't be dismissed quite so easily as the comparison you made, even if it actually is less reliable than a U.S. supermarket tabloid. And the name Haaretz, Ha being the definitive article, so it means the land. Notice not the land of Israel, just the land. So you have even, like, again, somebody who is clearly pro-Israel, maybe even pro-BB, probably, saying, like, yeah, you can't really attack, like, the credibility of Haaretz because that you just sound like a fucking moron, dude. Haaretz has credibility, whether you like it or not. You should just criticize the underlying reporting or the individual story, but trying to discredit the entire news outlet that is Haaretz is a fool's errand. So sick of this fat fuck. Okay. I didn't say it. Somebody else did. It's just so disgusting. Like, really, it is. To just, like, lie so brazenly. At least somebody quote tweeted. Where's the, And he's also going to meet Bibi. Meeting Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight. We'll try to get one question in. Where did this pro-Israel shift come from? I thought you had a more nuanced middle ground stance on this conflict between these two countries, but it appears that ain't the case. I work for Newsmax. You could stop there and you would already know enough. They paid for my ticket to Israel to go cover a story and interview people, and that's what I did. I just hope they send you to Gaza next. There are innocent voices there, drowned out by the politics of this conflict. Journalists aren't allowed in. The journalists there now, what are you talking about? Yeah, but they're Palestinian journalists or not. He probably wouldn't be allowed in. What question do you think he asked him? Like, why are you lying about starving a captive population, maybe? Very cool. Ignore the Iranian bots. Netanyahu is one of the most heroic leaders of the last 100+ years. Yeah, spoiler, it won't be what is the Hannibal Directive? He already debunked that. He doesn't need to ask about that, obviously. So, case closed. Fucking disgusting. Iranian bots. Apparently, you have to be an Iranian bot to disagree with this man. Or disagree with any Israeli narrative, apparently. Ryan Macbeth was never in the middle ground on Israel or any war for that matter. You're telling me that a guy who is a Newsmax correspondent isn't neutral? No way. Actually, before we do the Hasan GQ article thing, let's watch while we're still on Israel. Let's get mad. Let's get mad at Pete Buttigieg. Unfiltered on JD Vance, Trump and Democrats. I missed this because I was not here. So Pete Buttigieg, former South Bend mayor of Indiana, 2020 presidential candidate and transportation secretary, sits down with John Favreau, Pod John, to discuss how much of the status quo Democrats should aim to restore, if any. They want to win in 2026, but the party needs to change to effectively message around Trump's broken promises and what Pete thinks of JD's rapid ascent. I said vapid. Freudian slip. Rapid ascent to power. And the values he has abandoned along the way. It's almost like he never had values in the first place. Last I saw of him was debunking the liberal bot hysteria about Project 2025 by control effing abortion ban. Holy shit. I love open source researchers, you guys. The only Ryan Macbeth video that I've seen that was good was when he did, woke, I think, end wokeness. Who is end wokeness? This video is good because I think he has enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that it might be Jack Posobiec that runs the account. This one was good. Other one fucking sucks. Then they ask a listener question. So let's see. If I search like Israel, maybe it'll come up because they did not timestamp it like I thought they would. No, I don't want comments. I want from the transcript. There we go.
That there's not terrible unintended consequences when we go to build something or do something, and at the same time have it be nimble enough that things actually get done.
You can literally see when he switches into APAC mode, it's like he has a gun to his head. Well, he is a recipient of a significant amount of APAC money, but that's not the only thing. He's just like popping on that McKinsey accent because Pete Buttigieg is a McKinsey bloodsucker. He did this for a fucking living, which is spin stories before he entered public service.
One issue that's increasingly dividing both parties is the war in Gaza. More than half of Senate Democrats just voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bombs and guns to Israel. A lot of them are longtime supporters of Israel. Would you have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if America...
It's a yes or no question, and I think we're already starting off in a rough way if it's, I think we need to insist.
American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And
operative word being if. Notice how much weasel language he will employ throughout this entire answer. It's all talking about like this in hypothetical terms, as if it's not well documented by now. And like he just said, even pro-Israel supporters can't deny that there is starvation and famine going on in Gaza right now.
Weaponry that is going... I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going...
If it's going...
to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience.
To things that shock the conscience. Like, we're not going to put a quote, like, why use that language? Why not talk about, things that are illegal? And we already have laws that forbid us from doing this, like the Leahy laws.
And look, we see images every day that shock the conscience. So much of this is complicated, but...
We see images every day that shock the conscience, okay? Who's responsible for that? Who's to say? Because why? So much of this is complicated?
What's not complicated is that if a child is starving because of a choice...
Here's what's not complicated. If a child is starving, hypothetically, of course, if Israel were starving a child, if that were to happen, it would not be difficult to begin the conversation where we start thinking about maybe withdrawing weapons if that were to happen in a morally unambiguous, like just word salad.
Made by a government, that is unconscionable. And I think especially...
Like he'll do anything to say that is illegal, just unconscionable.
Including voices who care about Israel, who believe in Israel's right to exist, who have stood...
The most important thing to include, of course, when in a conversation about starving Palestinian children that are being starved by Israel in the United States, because we're complicit in that, we do have to always make sure to include and center people that care about Israel's right to exist, a thing that literally does not exist in international law, and people that care about Israel first and foremost.
With Israel in response to the unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th, I think there's a reason why...
And we can speak unambiguously about October 7th. We can say what again?
The unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th.
Unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th. Don't disagree with that. What are the qualifications for that? How about I say, well, if there was unbelievable cruelty and terrorism on October 7th, then I would oppose that. You should have no issue with somebody phrasing it that way, right?
I think there's a reason why so many of those voices are speaking up now, too, because this is not just something that is on its face and in itself a moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
How do you think?
I know that you thought that the biggest victims in all of this were those impoverished Palestinian children that are dying of famine that is completely man-made and completely preventable, did not need to happen. But the biggest thing, most important thing to think about is how that makes Israel supporters feel. That's the biggest casualty in all of this, right? The morale of Zionists.
A moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
Don't be talking smack about my boy Pete. If your boy can't even stand up unequivocally and unambiguously for starving Palestinian children in a developing country, why the fuck do you think he would stand up for you? He doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't even give a shit about anything except money, clearly, because that's motivating this answer for one. But he can't even, literally the most vulnerable population that you could possibly think of right now. And he can't just condemn it. He can't just unequivocally say, that's wrong. We should be against that. It's illegal. It's all sorts of fucked up. And it's Israel's fault. It's America's fault as well. Why the fuck would he stand up for you?
You think the next administration should handle our relationship with Israel? Do you think it should change based on what Netanyahu has done the last several years?
Well, certainly Netanyahu can't be the only voice or the only compass for what should happen in the U.S.-Israel relationship.
He can't be the only one. We can't leave out Smotrich. We can't leave out Ben Gvir. We can't leave them out in the cold. They need to be included in the conversation.
And no matter how strongly, or especially because of how strongly you might believe in Israel's right to exist and defend itself, you don't have to make excuses for the choices that Netanyahu is making, especially because they are often made not only in the name.
So you don't have to do what you're doing in this very instance? Pete, are you admitting that everything that you've been doing up until this answer has been just that? Thank you for the follow.
Of the Israeli people, but in the name of a U.S. alliance. I think that...
left someone out, because they don't just claim to be doing this in the name of Israelis. They claim to be doing this in the name of Jews globally, endangering them, speaking for them, even though, Jews globally are not on board with everything that Netanyahu wants to do. They're not on board with everything that the state of Israel wants to do. Those are two completely unrelated populations, but Israel claims to speak for them all.
We, as Israel's strongest...
And of course, in the name of the U.S. alliance. Again, yet another casualty of this famine is another dent in the crust of the United States.
Ally and friend, you put your arm around your friend when there's something like this going on and talk about what we're prepared to do together. It certainly cannot be what we see.
When your friend commits a famine, you know what you do? Apparently, you just put your arm around them and you're like, oh, don't do that. Bad. So fucked up of you.
Right now, from this administration. It cannot be...
We're prepared to talk about you engaging in crimes against humanity. I'm here for you.
Certainly cannot be what we see right now from this administration and this president talking about beachfront property in Gaza before he's prepared to talk about human suffering in Gaza.
Do you think it's time to...
So that's the only issue here.
Certainly cannot be what we see right now from this administration and this president talking about beachfront property in Gaza before he's prepared to talk about human suffering in Gaza.
If that even exists, apparently. If that were happening. If morally unconscionable things were happening right now. Maybe wait. Maybe, hold off on the conversations about the beachfront property. It's a bit insensitive.
Do you think it's time to recognize a Palestinian state?
I think that's a profound question that...
Also, notice he never answered the initial question. It was a yes or no question. Should we discontinue arms to Israel? And he said, I think that's really complicated. And here's another question related to Israel. I think that's very profound.
I think that's a profound question that arouses a lot of the biggest problems that have happened with Israel's survival, Israel's right to survival.
Whoa! You say statehood? Did I just hear you? Palestinian statehood? Why did you just call for the annihilation of Israel? That's out of left field. Why would you even suggest that in this conversation? According to Pete.
In the diplomatic scene, and many of the people who have taken that step historically have done so for different reasons than what we see happening with European countries. I think we need to step back and we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that there is a real two-state solution and that no one, not even the likes of Netanyahu, can veto the international community's commitment to a two-state solution where you have Palestinians and Israelis living with safety, with security, with rights. I believe that can happen, but we have to actually show some commitment to it.
We were talking earlier about...
Just I get lost in the sauce that is his non-answers, man. One more time, just word salad.
Many of the people who have taken that step historically have done so for different reasons than what we see happening with European countries.
So I support statehood, but for the good reasons, not for the reasons that these other bad people supported statehood. It was different when I supported it.
I think we need to step back and we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that there is a real two-state solution and that no one, not even the likes of Netanyahu, can veto the international community's commitment to a two-state solution where you have Palestinians and Israelis living with safety.
There needs to be a real two-state solution, but of course, if a real two-state solution were to actually be enacted, he would be the first person to fucking oppose it, because we can't have that now, can we? If you were actually interested in accepting the international consensus, this would have been resolved years ago, but America has never been interested in that.
Security with rights. I believe that can happen, but we have to actually show some commitment to it.
We were talking earlier about...
Let's not be hasty now. All these people just want to rush to, create a state. For these stateless, this conflict that's existed for, checks notes, over 100 years. Yeah, whoa. We can't have our parties agreeing on something, God forbid. Absolutely nobody that might run for president in 2028 is going to openly attack Israel. It's shitty, but they won't attack allies. So what you're saying is absolutely nobody who wants to run for president in the Democratic field can tell the truth. Israel is worthy of criticism and attack right now. That's where the base is. That's where American public opinion is. That's where independent human rights orgs are at. So, yeah, 2028 not looking good if we can't even call it the truth. No, there's a genocide, but you can't draw attention to the genocide because that would be unpopular to do. All right. Let's do...
Welcome to another episode of...
No, quiet, Coleman Hughes. Hasan GQ article. Palette cleanser. Look at this man. Hasan Piker thinks America might be cooked. This was published earlier. This was published like 12 hours ago. Martial law, canceled elections. Dude, I hate so much. This is even permeating into the Western press. Why is canceled being spelled with one L? Canceled has two L's in it. I hate how it looks. The combative leftist streamer Hasan Piker predicts an ominous possible future for the U.S. He's fighting back the only way he knows how, by raging against Trump, Israel, Democrats, and the wannabe bad boys of the manosphere, in between beefs with his ops and gym sessions with his boys. So it's written by Kiernan Press Reynolds, August 13th, 2025. Here's how Hasan Piker starts each day. Working out, shooting the shit. It's Monday at 8:30 a.m. and we're in the backyard of a house in West Hollywood. You mean a mansion? Why are we whitewashing Hasan Piker already? When there's a makeshift private gym with benches, pull-down machines, and dumbbells galore. This is where the 34-year-old political influencer keeps his thirsted after body fit. I wonder if I'm going to like the tone of this article. Joined by a few other neighborhood characters, including a guy who works on Pod Save America. Our friends who we just watched. His Bernese beefcake Kaya tussles with a few other golden brown dogs. As Piker burns through a 70-minute workout, exhausting himself in the process, he strips his shirt off. An army of girls and gays, not to mention admiring looks maxers, would kill to be where I am now, next to Piker as he pants in a pair of neon shorts with black Calvin Klein boxers poking out and sunlight glinting off the sweat beaded on his chest hairs. Very descriptive. Piker's trainers fibbed to me about how much he's been bench pressing. 300 pounds? Before the real number comes out, 175. His personal best is 285. Exposed. The conversation among the 7 men and women grows increasingly unhinged. Jokes about semen retention exercises morphing into a discussion about which Hollywood plastic surgeon is least likely to kill you. What is this, LOL? Modern journalism, baby. Brought to you by GQ. The new meta is ballerina cups. Women only go for A to B to C cup max. Piker muses at one point. Meta is a gamer term derived for state of the art. Nick Fuentes is gay, he says at another, echoing a common attack on the far-right streamer. He definitely likes catboy porn, he adds, referring to an infamous incident on one of Fuentes' streams, which we will not detail here. Why? We went into a pornographic description of Hasan's body. We draw the line at talking about what happened on Fuentes' stream? Please, please. What is this? What are these editorial choices? Groans, gossip, and athletic guidance fly from all angles. Good Haas, get taller. Face down, ass up. Towards the end, Piker starts describing how a chicken wrap he's been loving recently is very fibrous and bottom-friendly, leading another gym goer to tease him about his diet. Have I been having anal sex? No, Piker responds. I've always had nice poops. What is this article? Piker has no filter. That's one reason he's the hottest left-wing political commentator online. His quote-unquote management team consists of a single guy named David, so he basically has no leash and answers to no one. Every day, tens of thousands of people watch him dissect. Well, I mean, this isn't true. Just because he doesn't literally have a bunch of people employed around him or whatever doesn't mean that he doesn't kind of like answer to people or isn't subject to the same forces that any other content creator is. Every day, tens of thousands of people watch him dissect the news for 7 hours on Twitch. A typical stream involves him scrolling frenetically while clicking on links sent by his fans in chat, reacting to the latest viral clips and headlines, dishing with his viewers, and viciously sparring with haters. America Deserved 9/11 is one of his most infamous wisecracks. When Rush Limbaugh died, Piker played a clip of a dancing crab in celebration and vigorously bounced around his room. Do they link this?
Geez, 5 months already.
Conservative pundit, media personality, person most responsible for your grandparents getting brain cancer. A routine agitator of racial agitprop.
Rush is dead.
A person who has said that the NAACP is responsible for riots. A person who hasn't necessarily spoken too fondly of others when they have died, including Kurt Cobain, even. A person that most Zoomers are not even acquainted with because, you know, a person who's responsible for an entire boomer generation getting brainwashed by conservatism.
I've never seen this clip.
Conservatism. The man, the myth, the legend, Rush Limbaugh is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Hips! 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 I'm not seeing enough movement. Now, I will get back to the personal news part of the broadcast in a brief moment. I just wanted to give you this, get it out of the way. I know a lot of people wanted to talk about the most important news of the day. So I will get all the Zoomers acquainted with the man, the myth, the legend, Rush Limbaugh, as we celebrate his life and his many accomplishments as he rots in hell, if there is a hell to begin with. Imagine being
Rest in peace, bucko.
Devastating. What a hypocrite. Hey, thank you, Over Reaper, for the 20 gifted subs.
Damn. Good timing. This is an immersive experience, so if there's more hyperlinks, we have to watch them as we read the article, okay? I've never seen that clip. That's funny. So Piker played a clip of a dancing crab in celebration and vigorously bounced around his room. Piker's one of a new breed of streamers like Aiden Ross and Sneeko. Oh, God, I'm sure you loved being thrown in alongside these two fucking people, who are shaping the worldview of kids who never watch MSNBC or read the New York Times. In this online mirror world, Piker is the himbo gateway drug. What's this? Hasan Piker, a himbo gateway drug to the left. This was penned August 1st, 2025 by NPR. Introducing a legion of kids to progressive ideals like Medicare for All. And then there's Gaza. Young people across America are calling what they see as Democratic politicians' complicity in a U.S.-backed war that is more and more widely being called a genocide, okay, as Palestinians starve. All this passive voice, all this couching. Republican support of the war has been taken as a given, although MAGA Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has broken rank, and she actually has called it a genocide. Piker has opposed Israel's offensive since the start. It is the online arena where the most progressive but also most right-wing ideologies are taking hold now. In this unshackled world animated by constant beefs, Hasan is hated by both the right and center. True. And if you get really far into it, you can find people on the left that hate him as well. Like true left. I don't mean libs. Where are we? Oh, he's a demigod and a demon, a crusader for good and a parasite on society, an empathetic hero and a so-called terrorist sympathizer. He claims the FBI might be surveilling him. I mean, it's just so crazy. He was detained by DHS. DHS literally wrote a press release. This is a government document on Homeland Security. DHS debunks fake news narratives about law enforcement during Police Week. Lies for likes. Influencer claims he was targeted for political beliefs. Claims that Hasan Piker's political beliefs triggered a CBP inspection are baseless. This is not true. They did confirm it in other news reports. CBP officers follow the law, not agendas. Upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply to any traveler. So, yeah, is it really that crazy for him to say that the FBI might be fucking surveilling him? I mean, they fucking detained him, right? Haters say they want him dead, as political experts sound alarms about authoritarianism. This is the New York Times, they like citing NPR. April 22nd of this year, hundreds of scholars say U.S. is swiftly heading towards authoritarianism. He's fighting back one expletive and brain rot-filled live stream at a time. After the gym sessions, Piker, Kaya, and I load back into his black Mercedes-Benz and drive to his place, a large townhouse with a Suzuki motorcycle in the front and a slender pool in the backyard. Piker dips for a second to freshen up, leaving me to explore the house. Fan art litters the walls and TVs, hats, open paren, Trump, Pence 2020, Jesus is my boss, Korea veteran. I remember one time, this was years ago, I was watching him react on, at home. I was on my TV, I was watching him react to 90 Day Fiance or something. No, it was MasterChef with my sister. And my mom came in and she was she saw him wearing the Korean veteran hat and she was like, why is he wearing that? Was he a veteran? And Zinn containers are scattered around. A set of shelves contains a slew of books, including Noam Chomsky's Profit Over People, Neoliberalism and Global Order, Tony Tulatmit's Incel Epic Rejection, and numerous volumes of Marvel, Naruto, and Death Note, manga and comics. He isn't beating the socialist who owns commodities allegations. The snark. But his house feels more like the product of a nerd who would write anime swords and free public transportation in his Hinge bio than it does someone obsessed with luxury excess. Piker suggests, it is a total average male living space. It's what you would expect if you give a 34-year-old guy with his interests and his proclivities money. Piker suggests we chill in his studio, which is even more chaotically cluttered than the rest of the house. There's a shelf stacked with rare World of Warcraft collectibles, a basketball, and a vinyl record of rapper Osama Sun's Jump Out. One corner contains a colossal Labubu doll encased in plastic. Hey! Mine's not focused. It won't focus. Mine's not colossal, though. Because those are hundreds of dollars, and I don't understand why people want the big ones. The smaller ones are cute. Thank you for the follow. Behind it, there's a cutout of Bernie Sanders' classic diva pose at the inauguration, and a poster of Barack Obama with Queen Elizabeth II. Cameras and mics flank an intricate recording setup that could pass for the bank of security devices at a Westfield mall. Piker, who's put on a black merch t-shirt for the streamer Valkyrie. They misspelled this. Did you see the KSI blackface Labubu, the 24-karat gold lady made? Did she mean to step into that controversy? Because I did see that. Did you see the crazy right-wingers who are claiming Labubu dolls are the reincarnation of ancient demons? These are the same people. Never forget. Candace Owens, Lil Nas X, demonic. These are the same people that said Nike was partnering with Satan by doing this collab. And Candace Owens was the one who I remember spearheading that charge. Piker, who's put on a black merch t-shirt for the streamer Valkyrie, sits across from me and slurps over a nice coffee. As we talk, I sense that Piker wanted to hold the interview here so he could keep an eye on his screens. His stream doesn't start for an hour, but the chat's buzzing with fans impatiently waiting for him to log on. He's remarkably energized for a guy who just finished a punishing workout and spent the previous day playing basketball with influencer Ludwig Agren and other friends. This is why they say don't exercise right before going to sleep, right? Because it does increase your blood pressure. It increases your You get endorphins from exercising. Like, it wakes you up. If you're not out of shape, and he's not out of shape, obviously. So you wouldn't expect him to be exhausted. His team lost the first game, but came in clutch later on. This is so weird to see this, this vernacular kind of just casually inserted in this. There's something about it that's just strange. It's not as clunky as I thought it would be, but in moments like that, it definitely sticks out. Apparently, she was like, I'm British and I live in Spain and I had no idea about blackface. White people are fucking crazy, man. I had to show these nerds what's up, he says with a laugh. By the way, for anyone looking to get buff and clutch games like him, here's Piker's supplement stack. 1 espresso shot pre-workout, 4 creatine pills, fish oil, quote, I don't eat seafood, zinc, ashwagandha. I don't know if it works, I just take it. Cool. Minoxidil and finasteride. I am technically on HRT, hormone replacement therapy. I have DHT blockers for hair loss that I've been taking for years now at this point. He has all the money in the world for a hair transplant. He doesn't need to take fucking finasteride. Piker grew up in Turkey, and he's from Turkey. Don't they do hair transplants in Turkey? Isn't that what they're known for? Why would they even list this? I don't know, for the fucking snark, for the hell of it, because it's a meme article. Piker grew up in Turkey, I guess because to make him look frivolous, right? Piker grew up in Turkey, developing his leftist worldview against the backdrop of Prime Minister and eventual President Erdogan's regime. I'm not going to try to even say the first names. He moved to America, rushed to frat at Rutgers University to impress girls, and nepo babied himself into working for his uncle, Cenk Uygur, who owned the left-wing news network, The Young Turks. Piker went full-time streaming in 2020 and has since become the most popular political creator on Twitch with over 2.9 million followers. Okay, but whatever about the followers, it's about the engagement. He consistently gets good engagement. Bernie Sanders, AOC, and numerous other celebs have hopped on his stream. It's just okay, other GQ articles. His work ethic is terrifying. In 2020, he claims he spent 42% of his time on camera, more than 10 hours a day. I'm an addict, he says. I've been an addict my whole life, so everything I do, I get addicted. Twitch streaming, working out, eating healthy. Piker describes his career as a protracted and so far largely unsuccessful effort to pull the Democrats to be more radical, to be actually progressive. While he's beloved by many leftists, he's often reviled by liberals. And this is italicized. The centrists whose views are largely reflected by the party's leadership. This became especially clear after the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. You have a guy like me, name is Hasan, and I'm saying, no, you don't understand. Israel is still very much the responsible party for October 7th, for 75 years of brutal occupation and apartheid. They're brutal to include the likes and any verbal graffiti that may have come out when he was giving his verbal responses to make him sound like a fucking a himbo. And people were like, oh, you're a terrorist. And that hasn't really gone away. Last year, Democrats first invited him to, and then ejected him from the Democratic National Convention after he interviewed some delegates who were, backing up a bit, it didn't help that one of your most notorious clips is you saying, fuck it, dude, I'm saying it. Insert spicy comment about 9/11, to say the least, while also being a Muslim. But yeah, this didn't help. Last year, Democrats first invited him to, and then ejected him from the Democratic National Convention after he interviewed some delegates who were part of the undecided group protesting Israel's war in Gaza. It's a little bit of an oversimplification to say, ejected him, because I think what happened is that they gave him a media space, and then they wanted to give it to CNN or somebody else, and so he was asked to leave. But from there, he wasn't kicked out of the DNC. He just decided to leave and not stay. Yeah, after he interviewed some delegates who were part of the undecided group protesting Israel's war in Gaza. I just see it from both ends on that issue. He says, you're getting hate from the far right and you're getting it from the liberals and the centrists and the institutions. So you just have nothing. You only have your community. You only have your grassroots backing. But in recent weeks, with videos of starving Palestinian children flooding social media, more Democrats are speaking out against the war. Yeah, because they have no fucking choice. Piker won't give them credit for that just yet. I'm used to Democrats operating in this incredibly cynical way, he says, so I'm not surprised by this about face, if you can even call it that. Many people aren't even doing it about face. They're mostly just ass covering. True. This is 100% fucking true. They literally just cannot defend this. They cannot deny it anymore. The Western press is now covering it. They have to say something. And you see what spinelessness fucking looks like when you see Pete Buttigieg addressing this or whatever, still couching it as if it's hypothetical. If that's happening, then it's bad. Piker's also quick to call out his peers in the manosphere, saying that social media has putrefied into a hate-filled hellscape worse than the subculture that gave rise to Gamergate, the coordinated misogynistic attack on women in the video game world that was an ignition point for the modern reactionary right. What do you want to bet Brianna Wu has tweeted about this in the last 24 hours because it was mentioned in this article? This rage chamber is thronged by far-right figures like Andrew Tate, white supremacists like Fuentes, and outwardly apolitical podcasters and streamers like Nelk and Aiden Ross, who fawningly interviewed Trump ahead of the election in 2024. I call it vice signaling. These guys, whether they're real villains or not, are presenting themselves as bad people, and people like it. Piker says, nobody likes cancel culture, but goddamn, that shit was keeping motherfuckers in check. Of course, Piker himself is an edgelord too, eager to breach taboos just on behalf of progressivism. For example, he proposes Nuremberg-style trials for those in media he sees as taking part in propaganda apparatus for the state. He says he told the Nuck Boys straight up that they should be tried. Base? Drew? I mean, you give an uncritical interview to, like, modern-day Adolf Hitler. You should at least be tried, no? But, Piker continues, there are far more consequential, far more noteworthy figures that deserve to be put on trial than, like, the fucking Nelk Boys. The 30-year-old Nelk Boys. Specifically, he says New York Times columnist Bret Stephens. Piker may also be, and I'm pretty sure Bret Stephens was also a huge fucking champion of the Iraq War. Piker may be the product of an often irony-poisoned online space, but his defense of the Palestinians is pure and deeply felt, as it is among large swaths of Gen Z. Not just Gen Z, American public as well. So he was incensed when Stephens recently wrote that there is no genocide. This is an opinion to balance out the fact that the New York Times had let a genocide scholar produce an op-ed on their masthead saying, like, I'm a genocide scholar, this is probably genocide. They had to counterbalance that by following it up with, no, Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza by Bret Stephens. Thanks for shitting out that opinion. Literally 3 days after, like, a Jewish Israeli, a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar wrote a New York Times editorial saying it's definitely a genocide, Piker says. Bret Stephens came in hot and was like, no, actually listen to me instead. Somebody who's a pundit, not a scholar. On July 15th, Dr. Amir Bartov, a professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University, wrote a Times op-ed headlined, I'm a genocide scholar, I know it when I see it. A Stephens column, no, Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza, followed 1 week later. Piker may see mainstream media as propaganda, but he blames prominent online figures for actively suppressing criticism. He says many creators keep silent to avoid retribution. They're fearful of the mass doxing and hate raids they'll incur from some of the top content creators in the space right now. Name names. Name names, Hasan. Piker is, for that reason, paranoid, and justifiably so. But I thought he answered to no one. Sinking back into his chair, he says that years ago during a live stream, he was swatted. Someone had anonymously sent a SWAT team to his house. He was, quote, arrested, handcuffed, and had a gun pulled on me. Helicopters, he recalls. I heard something outside, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's dudes with AR-15s going, get the fuck out. I wish this was on stream. I'm surprised they didn't, like, hyperlink to it. Piker, it was widely reported, was also recently detained by Border Control when he returned to America from France. He says he was interrogated about his politics, especially as they relate to President Trump and Gaza. The incident led him to cancel a trip to Cuba, probably to see Castro's grave, right? Fearing that it could be used as an example of him visiting a state sponsor of terror, which it absolutely could have been. He's certain he's being surveilled by government entities. Oh, okay, so like him saying that did relate back to this. That makes sense. I've had a few brushes with federal law enforcement, mostly around the death threats that I receive, Piker says. But in those conversations, they elaborate further that they're very knowledgeable about who I am and what I do. Is this the FBI? I cannot confirm or deny, he demurs. But didn't you say, they claimed earlier in this that he like for sure said the FBI. Okay, might be. They couch it. While he's unfiltered and earnest while streaming, Piker has managed to keep his off-stream activities secret, refusing to air out his private life with friends or paramours the way that many of his peers do. So when I first arrived at his home this morning, I was surprised to find his mom, Ulker, an art scholar, just chilling in the living room. She complimented me on my shirt and asked what it referenced. When I told her Drain Gang, the experimental Swedish music collective, Piker went into hysterics. During our... They don't elaborate. They're going to elaborate. During our interview, I try to squeeze out whatever intel I can about Piker's romantic life, which is feverishly gossiped about on Reddit. I asked point blank if he's dating Valkyrie, the massively popular gaming streamer, and he looked freak out. Oh, come on. Please don't put that in the article, Piker says. Oh my God. I just want to keep certain things private. I don't even want to fuel speculations. Think of me as an asexual being. Of course, they included that. Think of me as an asexual being. Okay. He plans on settling down eventually, shielding his family from the noise generated by his fame as much as possible. It's definitely something that I want. I would just keep it private. I would keep my child potentially if I were to have one offline. Hasan is ace confirmed, indeed. The desire to safeguard his inner sanctum makes sense, given how many influencer overlords have Piker in their crosshairs. Maybe his most deranged beef this year was with Ethan Klein, the popular creator and former co-host of their old joint podcast, Leftovers. The feud started over Gaza. Both call it a genocide, but Klein has called Piker a terror sympathizer, and Piker in turn has called Klein racist. The spat spiraled into online mayhem, sucking everyone in these creators' orbits into a vortex of toxicity. What is this? Garbageday.email. All right, let's talk about the Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein feud. Read to the end for a very troubling work schedule. This is by a guy named Ryan Broderick. I don't know what this is. This links to like a personal blog that I'm guessing is a friend of the author of this article. Klein, quote, will call you a token Jew after this interview comes out. Piker warns me. I did pay you $7 million to do this interview. $7 million? Is this a dog whistle, Hasan? Because that's awfully close to $6 million, which is the number of people that died in the Holocaust. Hasan Piker, yet again, with the fucking microaggressions. Some have accused Klein of having a psychosexual obsession with Piker. Many people are saying this. He talks about my body and the way I look a lot, Piker says. I don't know why. Maybe it's low-hanging fruit for him. He was always a funny guy. Well, don't give Ethan any new ideas. He could come up with that all on his own. I believe in Ethan. I don't know why. Maybe it's low-hanging fruit for him. He was always a funny guy. It's like strange for him to do that. It is crazy work to go after Hasan for his looks. He was always a funny guy. He thought he was never a big looker or anything. It wasn't part of his brand, so I never thought he cared about that sort of thing. But maybe after he lost the weight, his personality changed a bit. I genuinely don't know. It would have been funny if he like fueled speculation about him taking like Ozempic in this. Last time I talked to Ethan, he was fat. I mean, he still had his issues, but at least he was seemingly more empathetic. Fat, but empathetic, at least. The Klein fight reveals just how insular and incestuous the world of streaming is. These beefs and online personae are the substrate from which Piker, the streamer in person, springs. He texts with AOC sometimes, sure, but his close friends aren't campaign strategists and professional politicians. They're the creators he plays basketball with, like Ludwig, Buddha, and video game speedrunners like Point Crow, and the influencers who co-host his podcast, Cutie Cinderella, Will Neff, and Austin Show. You could visualize the streaming world as a series of lunch tables or a loose cluster of collaborators like the AMP Collective and the FaZe Clan. This world of influencers is its own Hollywood, with a district case of A-listers and cult faves. Piker recently attended creator Tara Yummy's birthday party at the Roosevelt Hotel, a weird collision between old and new school celebrity, where FaZe Adapt and Jason the Weens sidled up next to Miranda Sings and Love Island contestants. Why is Colleen Ballinger getting invited to this shit? Wasn't she canceled? India Sleaze documenter Cobra Snake shot the photos. In LA, Piker likes to hang out with the Roomies, a gamer lifestyle streamer house run by people like Valkyrie Fusely and Tina Kitten. When he's in New York, he socializes with professional media world friends like Adam Friedland and the other cheeky stars of leftist pods Chapo Trap House and TrueAnon. Piker's thoughts are so frenetic that I can't help but probe him on anyone and everything, like whacking a pinata to see what falls out. He denigrates Asmongold and ContraPoints, praises iShowSpeed and Joshua Citarella. Hey, name drop, Doomscroll podcast, who we just watched earlier. Straighterade, I just checked the H3 transcript and Ethan did claim the 7 million was a Holocaust reference. No, he fucking didn't. Link me. No, he didn't. That's insane even for him. No, he didn't. That's insane. I was joking and I haven't pre-watched like any of this. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's insane. See, I said I believe in Ethan Klein. You know, why am I even having this reaction? I'm telling on myself. Clearly, I doubted him.
Jewish?
I like
what you do?
I like the response.
Okay, what's this? What's this? No.
Bonzo.
I did pay you $7 million to do this interview. $7 million? Is that a reference to how many people died in the Holocaust?
No, I don't.
That payment is highly exaggerated.
Oh my God.
Maybe I misread that. I thought that was the author's reply to.
This is beyond parody.
No, that's Hasan making
other
a
way around.
joke about fucking paying Jews off. He goes, so let's clear this up. I'm not calling this guy token Jew.
Dude.
I'm once again analyzing Hasan's own words.
Yeah. Analyzing Hasan's own words is when you say him saying, I paid you, as a joke, I paid you $7 million to do this interview, is some cryptic allusion to the Holocaust to microaggress upon Ethan Klein specifically. That's just him doing some literary analysis, you guys. That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. Oh my god. Where were we? Let's see. He denigrates Asmongold and ContraPoints. Oh, T. Oh wait, no, we knew this. He probably responded to ContraPoints, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Why did I think that for like he wasn't gonna comment on that, you know? Yeah, but he didn't denigrate her. What the fuck? And maybe he did it again privately, though. Maybe that's what they're referring to. IDK, how Ethan still has a crew. He's a millionaire. Pretty easy, no? Those people rely on him for like a job. Praises I Show Speed and Josh for Cinderella. Says the fact that I watched the surrealist YouTuber J-Reg, name drop, holy shit, means I'm fried. I test him on a scatter spray of media heroes and villains. Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel. Baby-brained, LARPing as educated people. Even William F. Buckley would make mincemeat out of these guys. William F. Buckley is the founder and like editor-in-chief of the National Review, which is a far-right rag. On one of his 3 desktop computers, he pulls up a long-winded X thread in which Yarvin called billionaires a censored version of the N-word. Amazing. He didn't actually say the N-word, which is kind of funny because I thought the point of wanting to kill cancel culture was so you could say the N-word as a white guy. He tells rich people that they're fucking gods, and rich people love hearing that from a guy who's maybe read one Nietzsche book or something. J-Reg can now say he was in GQ. Nice. I know, right? Red Scares, Dasha Nekrasova, and Anna Kachian. I don't think about them at all, but they're annoying. What an amazing sentence. That's also not true. He's like called them fascists before. And kind of dumb. I don't think they like me too much because I'm progressive and not a shithead. His beef with them is so funny. It comes off as like so petty for some reason. I don't think about them, but they're dumb and they're annoying and they don't like me. And I think it's because I'm, you know, progressive, but I don't think about them. Zoran Mamdani. Big Z's the man. He's great. He's going to implement woke Sharia in New York. Very excited about that. All the buildings have to face Mecca. That kind of good stuff. Drain Gang. I can't believe you told my mom that. One of the main things people criticize Piker for, besides the whole champagne socialist thing, which is overblown, okay, is taking criticism poorly. Piker acknowledges this while also criticizing the criticisms of how he takes criticism. I get they're trying to be like cute, but what a horrible sentence. Still, he seems to realize he's made mistakes in the past. He cites ReactGate, the backlash he faced for putting content on stream while stepping away from the camera for extended periods of time. This is so crazy and so niche to talk about on fucking Gentleman's Quarterly, he says with a... I forgot for a second that GQ stands for that. Holy shit. He says with a chuckle, I did not respond well to that at all. I immediately apologized and said I would never watch the critics' videos again. But then people kept hammering it over and over. And after a while, I was just like, all right, well, fuck these people. Now he only watches YouTube videos from people he knows. I don't even know if that's true. But, I mean, you could say it's probably transformative, right? Yes, indeed. Yeah, just to remind everybody of the man who's going to install woke Sharia in New York. This is actually a photo of Zoran Mamdani. As obnoxious as his methods can be, Piker clearly has genuine convictions. Remember what the web was like back in the 2010s when YouTube was overrun with mini Ben Shapiros and wrecking blue-haired SWJs. I think they made a mistake. Compilations. Now there's a cluster of progressive influencers who Piker proudly calls Hasanabi heads. He co-signed Shonda Black, Chris Kunzler, JAAM, and Overzealots. Hey, Overzealots got a shout out in here. Apparently, he also shouted out Mike from PA, but he didn't make it into the article. What a shame. He still has me blocked on Twitter, by the way. He's also trying to mentor new establishment Dem influencers like Dean Withers and Harry Sisson. I told Dean personally, 1, stop with this liberalism shit, cut it out, become more leftist, and 2, try to do things that are not just debate focused, he says. They're not listening to me, so who knows? I mean, YouTube is still dominated by the right, though. It's just like in a different way than how it used to be. Some would argue that if the Democrats were smart, they'd go all in on leftist populism and subsidize a Piker-led creator boot camp to help beat back Trump 2.0. God, that would be fucking insanely cringe and like horrifyingly like backfire. That would not work. But Piker has no faith in liberal politicians. He thinks Kamala Harris, who currently leads in many polls about prospective Democratic presidential candidates, has no shot in 2028. He's 100% correct. She's a fucking loser. He's not even convinced there will be elections in 2028. I mean, it's moving in that direction pretty hard. All it takes is one big event for Donald Trump, who's been salivating at this, to be like, it's martial law time. I mean, this is literally happening, right? Piker says, first, they will take out or erode some of these constitutional protections, whether it be due process, birthright, citizenship, and the First Amendment. Then they'll rebuild the legal system to their advantage in a way that suits their white nativist agenda. See, this is what, like, I'm so glad that Hasan does not downplay the threat that is, like, Donald Trump. I feel like the majority of, just because, like, again, he doesn't, like, praise or, like, suck off and glaze Democrats as much as people want him to. I feel like he has never downplayed the threat that Trump proposes, MAGA proposes, the right. The majority of what he covers seems to be, like, I don't watch him, but it seems to be him covering Republicans and, like, talking shit about them. As he prepares to start up his stream for the day, Piker says, I wonder what this is doing to my brain. This is a gesture at the many vectors of anguish and evil in his life. The always-on work schedule, the paranoia he feels about his private life being overrun, the doxing and the swatting, the volume of vitriol he receives daily from right-wingers demanding that the government arrest me because I'm a terrorist and that Twitch banned me. I wonder to myself if his fitness and diet regimens are attempts to counterbalance the stress he puts on himself. He said in the past that he eats exactly 1.1 pounds of roasted chicken breast with low-carb pita, meze, and sauces for lunch every day. Still, he thinks the Make America Healthy Again movement is full of fucking charlatans. True. With all his faults, he's still not good. Yeah, I would probably say that. I'd say so for sure. He seems genuine to me. What is it? Medicare for all, TRT for all, Ozempic for all, HRT for all. That's my argument. Piker can't get lost in thought for long, though. Our interview made him late to start streaming, and his viewers are antsy as fuck. Piker pops a Zin and attempts to film an Instagram video to announce the stream. Fuck, he roars after the app shuts off midway. He shoots it again, then launches the stream, blitzing through the news. Sydney Sweeney white supremacy ad, Texas Democrats fleeing to avoid arrests, white women posting Nazi salute selfies on X. A viewer sends him a link that turns out to be a Grindr audio clip. I don't know if I can show this. What is this? Piker mumbles. You are fighting for the people in Gaza who are starving for food. The audio clip begins, but you forgot about me. The need that I have for a cock in my mouth. Piker goes silent for 10 seconds. That'll be it for today. Some things are better left unwatched. Soon I get up to leave. I walk out and Piker is left alone, rambling at 3 screens. That is fucking adorable. I was watching that live when that happened. He didn't catch a ban for that? I mean, like, I don't know. Even like me reading that, as soon as I read that, I was like, should I have read that? What do we think? Little snark. Apparently he didn't like this. He didn't like this article, maybe. But that was just like a tweet that I saw. Hold on, let me see. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is where I saw it. Low key, that GQ article sucks booty, LMFAO, what the fuck? At least Hasan likes it. I get what he means, though. It's GQ, and they're both humanizing him by quoting him word for word. This is what I said, yeah, like about, I didn't see this follow-up or whatever, but like inserting the fact that he said like and like or whatever to make him kind of sound more amateurish, I guess. And sharing his politics in a snarky-ish tone. Yeah, they're like taking the piss out of him. I really hated 2 parts of it, and it really soured me on it. I think we all know what parts, but he's right that it isn't some sort of hit piece. What is he referring to? He said he mentioned you, but you didn't get printed, rip. The interviewer definitely overstepped boundaries in some areas. It was a lot of fluff and definitely an invasion of privacy. I mean, I don't know. Is it an invasion of privacy to like list what the like his workout stack or like the supplements that he takes, or like to ask about his personal relationships? Couldn't you expect that? Or like, I guess maybe isn't it on him to be like, oh, this is off the record or whatever? You can't say like, don't print that, because that can still be on there. Does Mike from PA block you on Twitter? Yes, he does. Because I pointed out a clip of him saying that he did not vote for Kamala Harris, and that pissed him off. I said it was irresponsible or something like that. I said it was irresponsible to do that if you weren't going to tell your audience that you also should like vote swap. Asking directly about Valkyrie is what people are calling an invasion of privacy, but yeah, nah, you can just not answer. Yeah, like you can't say like, oh, you're fueling speculation or whatever, because that's like already on the record. You're going to include tons of things from a person you're doing a whole interview piece on. Yeah, it seems like, I don't want to be mean, but it's like, it just seems a little bit parasocial to be like, it's too much, it's an invasion of privacy. It's like, I think that it's kind of the point, no? It's like kind of like he gives them, you know, access to his home and shit like that. It was very gossipy, that for sure, and a little intrusive. Have they never read any piece on a single celebrity before? I know. Like, I've seen stuff that's way more ruthless. I remember, like, reading Lady Gaga's profile in Vanity Fair, and they're fucking ruthless. Like, she comes in, and this is when she was really big into wearing, like, the heelless heels, the ones that were just, like, let me see if I can't. I'm not going to look this up because I remember those images being kind of, like, gratuitous. But they like make fun of the fact that like once she walked in, they were like she like sits down, she took off the shoes, and it was like, oh, she takes off the shoes immediately. Guess the effect is already worn off, or like, you know, she's gotten all the attention that she can from it. Like that's always how celebrity profiles are. That's like totally standard. Like, and why are you putting the purple imp in chat? Because I said that. I know why. Old lore. Okay. All right. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and give me a follow if you're not already. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to me and like the stream. That way you can, and hit the bell. Sorry, I'm so distracted, you guys. Where is the bathtub picture? Why aren't you showing it? Because I'm scared it's gonna, wait, of Lady Gaga or who? Because I'm scared it's going to be like TOS. Of Hasan? Oh, wait, there's a bathtub photo of Hasan? Wait, what do I even search? Hasan bathtub? Oh, wow. Okay, this is the... Interesting. In before Ethan blows a blood vessel. I unliked this so I could like this again. Shut up, that's my hot tub streamer. All the far-right trigger commenters, you're bringing more engagement to the post. Keep going, you'll make him more popular. When he's hot and correct. One of the most important voices educating people in Palestine, supporting Palestinians. Ethan Klein going to be spanking it to this. Yeah, this is an asexual bath, you guys. I know Ethan's foaming at the mouth right now. Okay, this is funny. I hadn't seen this. Good shit. All right. Okay. Back to my shill. I'm restarting from the top. If you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me yet, you should follow me because I go live every single day and react to the sort of political slop or whatever else I fucking want to. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other people, or subscribe to me while you're at it. And also turn on the notification bell. That way you can know when I go live, which is every single day at varying times. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch using your Amazon Prime sub thing or with your own money. You can also gift subs throughout the chat and everybody would get the ad-free experience as well as emotes. yeah, Straighterade underscore and everything. I think that's gonna do it for tonight, guys. Where are we sending you? Who is live? Let's see. Is anyone live on YouTube at the moment? It's 1:30 in the morning. Let's see. I feel like no one's live on YouTube. What just happened? Thank you for the follow. I was gonna redirect you guys if somebody was live, but nobody's live. Okay, YouTube, you're done for the night. As far as Twitch, let's see. Let's go to Riverboat Jack. What is going on? You're checking out my stream as I'm ready to raid into another person. All right, Riverboat Jack is fascism is here. Fun stuff going on there, I'm sure. Tell Jack I say hi. Have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't know when. Don't know what we're covering. Don't know what we're doing. Maybe we'll take a look at that Ethan Klein's reaction to this. We will see. Bye, guys. Have a good night.